Prologue. Beep, beep, beep. I slammed my hand down on my alarm clock, trying to make it shut up. When it didn't, I threw it across the room. It hit the wall and shattered into pieces. Gotta love hybrid powers. Somebody knocked on my door, and I groaned, knowing it's one of my uncle's guards making sure that I'm up. "Brookie, are you up?" my uncle's voice asked, knocking on the door and using that stupid nickname. "I'm up!" I yelled, throwing a pillow over my head. Instead of him leaving, he walked into my room. I heard him sigh, and I could hear his footsteps getting closer to me. Next thing I knew, the pillow that was covering my head from the sun was taken away from me. I opened my eyes to see my uncle, standing in front of me, holding my precious pillow by his side. His black hair was combed neatly, and his hazel eyes were watching me with a serious expression. "Why is your alarm clock on the floor? And why is it broken?" he asked, looking at the broken alarm clock, then at me. I shrugged. It has a mind of its own. He gave me a, "Are you serious?" look before saying, "Get dressed, and stop breaking your alarm clocks. This is the 5th one this month." "Sorry, Uncle Brody," I apologized. "I'll get you a new one later. Anyways, get dressed. Breakfast will be done in 30 minutes, he said, before exiting my room. He shut the door, and I got up. I never understand why I have to leave my bed. I mean, I can't do anything around here. If I train, I could hurt somebody by accident by losing control. So I train by myself, and I taught myself some moves and defenses. YouTube really has everything. The kids are scared of me, so I can't help them with anything. Uncle Brody doesn't want me to cook or clean because the last time I did, I set the kitchen on fire and broke 4 vases in a single hour. Yep, that's me, the total reckless hybrid. Heck, I'm not even allowed to go to public school. I'm homeschooled. I walked to my bathroom, and I brushed my teeth. Then I started on my dark blonde hair, which I got from my mother. I look exactly like her, except for my brown eyes. Those I got from my father. I spent 10 minutes brushing through my hair, then I let it stay in its natural state, wavy, curly. Exiting the bathroom, I thought about what I was going to wear today, as I had absolutely nothing to do. I grabbed a white bra, a white sweater, and black leggings. After I changed into the outfit, I sprayed some perfume on my clothes. Then I put on some socks, along with my white Converse. I applied a little bit of mascara to my eyelashes before I was finished. The last thing I had to do was put on my golden bracelet. My parents gave it to me when I turned 15, 4 months before their death. It had several charms on it, but my favorite was the one my parents made. It was a golden circle with "We love you." Mom and Dad were written on it in black ink. My parents died in a fire caused by rogues. My father was a vampire, and my mother was a werewolf. Well, the Alpha's daughter to be exact. They died saving me from dying. My Uncle Brody was my mom's older brother. He took me in when they passed away. He treats me like his own child. His mate, Riley, acts like my mother too. They don't have any children yet, but they plan to have them later in life. They have only been together for 3 years. I was snapped out of my thoughts when somebody knocked on my door. I cleared my throat, and I opened the door. It was Matt, one of Uncle Brody's guards. I smiled, kindly. "What can I do for you, Matt?" I asked him. "Alpha Brody wanted me to make sure you were ready for breakfast," he said. I nodded. "I guess so." I walked out of my room, shutting the door behind me. I started to walk down the hall, and I knew that Matt was following closely behind me. I hate it when this happens. Uncle Brody sends a guard to get me, and he makes them stay close to me at all times, like I'm glass, fragile. I know he's trying to protect me, but sometimes it isn't enjoyable. I walked down 2 flights of stairs before entering the dining room. Yes, the pack house has 6 floors. I stay on the 2nd floor since it's not too far away from the kitchen. The dining room is so huge that it puts Hogwarts dining hall to shame. There are multiple long tables for everybody to sit. Then the food is in the middle of each table. Chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, and a large window provided a view of the entire training field. Uncle Brody and Aunt Riley were sitting at one of the tables, and I walked over to them. Riley smiled at me when I sat down beside her. Her long, honey blonde hair was braided today, and her dark green eyes were filled with happiness. She was in her late 30s, but she looked younger. "Good morning, Brooke," she said with a smile. "Morning, Aunt Riley." I started to fill my plate up with eggs, bacon, waffles, grits, and more bacon. "What? This girl gotta eat." "Brooke, would you like to come with me after breakfast?" Riley asked. I swallowed what was in my mouth before answering her. "To where exactly?" I'm going to go the stream to look for berries, she answered. I'll go. Anything to get out of here. I finished eating 10 minutes later, and I waited for Aunt Riley by the door. She was talking with Uncle Brody, and it looked heated. Then she stormed over to me, and she dragged me out of the dining room. She had 2 baskets with her, and she looked pissed. A few minutes later, I got up the courage to ask her about their conversation. So, are you and Uncle Brody having a fight or something? You look pissed off, I asked, walking next to her. Yes. He wanted to send at least 50 guards with us, and I told him that was ridiculous. Then one thing led to another, and here we are, probably being followed by guards right now, she explained, saying the last part loud. Well, how about we forget about everything and focus on getting some berries? I asked her, hooking her arm with mine. That sounds wonderful. We laughed, and we arrived at the stream a couple of minutes later. There were bushes full of berries surrounding the stream. Woods also surrounded it, so everything was green. Then the water was a pretty blue today. All in all, it was a calm and beautiful place to hang out. I know it might be 2020, but we still like picking our berries from the source because they are juicier than the ones at the store. We started to pick berries from right to left. An hour later, we had filled our 2 baskets to the rim. Aunt Riley was really pleased since any berries is her favorite. We should get back before Brody sends a whole army out here, she said with a laugh. I laughed and I nodded. You're right. I went down to pick up my basket when I heard a deep growl. I snapped my head up and I looked around. Aunt Riley didn't seem to listen to the growl, but I didn't know how she couldn't. She was a werewolf with super hearing. Aunt Riley, did you hear that? I asked her quietly. She shook her head. No. What's wrong? I walked closer to the trees and took a deep breath of the air. It smelled normal. I furrowed my eyebrows in confusion. That growl was a wolf growl, not from a tiny chipmunk. Brooke, you're scaring me, Aunt Riley said, looking around. Aunt Riley, I think somebody is watching us, and it's not friendly either, I said, not turning around. We need to get you out of here, she said, serious, grabbing the 2 baskets. I was going to agree, but then I heard my mother's voice. Brooke, help me, please, she yelled. I used my super speed to get into the forest before Aunt Riley could stop me. Brooke, no, it's fake, Aunt Riley yelled, but I ignored her. I stopped running when trees, shrubs, bushes, and rocks surrounded me. Then the next thing I knew, I was on the ground. Above me was a large gray wolf with deep red eyes. He growled, putting his front paws on my chest. Rogue. I put my hands on his stomach, and I threw him off of me before he could rip my head off. He hit a tree and hit the ground hard, but he quickly recovered. He stood up again, ready to jump at me. But he didn't. Instead, I heard twigs snap, and I spun around to meet 3 other wolves and 2 men. One of the men was buff and extremely tall. He had a bald head, but he had tattoos running up and down his arms. His eyes, though, are what scared me. He had red eyes, even though he was in human form. I looked at the guy next to him. He had blonde hair, too, but his eyes were a bright red. He looked like he was the mastermind of this whole operation. Who were these guys? But I didn't see my mother. She wasn't here. I'm so stupid. She's dead, forever. They knew that, and they used it against me, and now I'm angry. You are trespassing on Shadow Rock Pack territory, gentlemen, I said, looking at each one of them through my clenched teeth. The man with hair answered, We know. We don't care. We are only here for one thing. And what would that be? He smirked. You, the hybrid who has alpha blood running through her veins, and whose father was one of the strongest vampires alive. You're a very special type of hybrid, Brooke. I pursed my lips. How do you know my name? We have been watching you, the Buffy man answered. Well, I'm not going anywhere, especially not with you idiots. Not today, not ever. At this, he laughed, walking a step closer towards me. That's funny. You think you have a choice. You're outnumbered, sweetie. I nodded at this. You're right, but that doesn't matter. Then I used my super speed, and I ran to a dirty red wolf. Then I bit his neck with my fangs before any of them could do anything. The wolf howled in pain, and I stepped back a couple of steps. Vampire venom kills werewolves in just 1 bite. It's a quick death, but very painful. He fell on the ground, probably because the venom was making its way through his body. Then his red eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he was dead. Who's next? I asked, looking around. I would shift, but my wolf side is extremely hard to control, especially if I'm furious like I am right now. I could kill anything or anybody on sight, and I was scared that I could hurt my pack. They aren't that far, I think. Get the chains, he said to the Buffy guy. Silver doesn't has a strong affect on me, I said. We know, but this one will, he said. Then he nodded his head. Next thing I knew, the 3 wolves jumped at me, knocking me to the dirt. I kicked the brown one off of me, and he hit a rock. I punched the blonde one, and he had to step back from me to avoid the hit. He shook his head. Then I kicked the gray one in the chest, sending him into the bushes. I did a kip up, and I brushed the dirt off my now ripped leggings. Then something grabbed my feet. I looked down to see a silver chain wrapped around them, holding them tightly. It started to burn my ankles. How? Silver doesn't really hurt me unless I'm in wolf form. Then somebody pulled it, and I was on the ground again. I turned around, so I was on my back to see the Buffy guy pulling me with the chain. I tried to break the chain, but it burned me. It felt like fire spreading through my body, and it hurt a lot. Even though it hurt like hell, I tried to break it before I got closer to them. But it didn't break. Poor hybrid. Can't get out of the chain, now can we? The guy with the hair taunted. I jumped at him, fangs out, but he knew that I was coming. He slapped me, sending me back onto the ground with a thud. When I thought I was trapped, I heard several growls my pack. 20 wolves, including Uncle Brody and Aunt Riley, walked out from the trees, ready to pounce on anybody. The 2 men in front of me looked scared and were slowly backing away. The one who dropped the chain took this chance to use all the strength in my body to break the chain around my ankles. When it finally broke, I used my super speed to run to my uncle. When I arrived, 4 of them blocked me from their view. The rogues got the hint, and they quickly ran. The 2 men transformed into wolves, and the large golden wolf, which is the leader, looked back at me with revenge in his eyes. Then they were out of our sight. The 4 wolves that were surrounding me walked away from me, and I knew why. Uncle Brody stood in front of me with Aunt Riley next to him, and he was pissed. Chapter 1. Brooklyn. And that's why I'm in Florida right now. Uncle Brody thought it would be best for my and the pack's protection to send me to one of my mom's best friends, far away from the pack, which was in California. Getting off the plane, I rubbed my eyes. I'm exhausted and upset, and all I want to do is go to sleep. Adjusting my backpack on my back, I nearly fell over. I continued to walk towards where they keep the bags. I picked up my 2 suitcases, and I pulled the handle out so it would be easier for me to walk. I don't even know who this woman is. I never met her, and Uncle Brody is sending me off to live with her. I stepped onto the escalator, and I looked at all of the people at the end of the escalator. Some people were hugging, while others were talking, but they were mainly hugging each other. Then I saw a brunette-haired woman holding a sign that had my name on it. She appeared to be in her early 40s or late 30s. She was of average height for a woman, and she smiled when she saw me. You must be Brooke. I'm Melina. She introduced herself. Nice to meet you, I replied with a tight smile. You look just like your mother, well expect for the eyes, of course, she said, looking me over. Here, let me take that, she offered, pointing to one of my suitcases. I can do it, but thank you. She nodded, and we walked outside to the parking lot. She stopped walking when we passed a silver car. She took her keys out of her pocket, and she hit the unlock button. You can put your stuff in the trunk, she said, popping the trunk open. I put the suitcases in the trunk without a problem, and I shut it. Then I walked to the passenger door, and I opened it. I slid into the seat, and I buckled the seatbelt. She started the engine, and we drove off to her house. The sun was shining brightly today, but it wasn't hot outside. It was actually pretty cool outside. February in Florida is very cool. It only gets up to the 70s, Melina said, reading my thoughts. How did you know what you were thinking? She finished, and I nodded. I'm a witch, dear. I can hear thoughts. My mouth opened in surprise. I knew she was involved with the supernatural world, but I didn't think she was a witch. I felt she mated with a werewolf or something. The rest of the ride was quiet, other than the music playing on the radio. 40 minutes later, we passed a sign. Welcome to North Bay. This must be the town she lives in. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her nod her head. My eyes widened, and I looked away. 10 more minutes passed until she parked in front of a white house. The roof was triangle-shaped, the shutters were black, and there were plants by the steps. It looked welcoming. I grabbed my suitcases from the trunk before following Melina into the house. When we walked in, the first thing I saw was the living room. Then the dining room was on the other side of the living room, but it was turned into an office. I work as an interior designer during the day and witch by night, Melina said, noticing that I was looking into her office. She continued to walk down the hallway, and we passed the kitchen, which was average in size for a one-story house. Now, this house only has 2 rooms, and I turned one room into a witch room. But I turned the attic into a bedroom with some help from some spells, Melina said, pulling a string down to reveal stairs leading up to the attic. I followed her up the steps to the attic, and I dropped my suitcases when I walked into the room. The first thing I noticed was the bay window. It had gray pillows on it, and it was white. The bed was positioned in the middle of the room, and a white nightstand stood beside it, adorned with a golden lamp. There was a white chair by the wall by the bay window. There was a cream-colored rug on the floor, and there was a white dresser right next to the bay window. There were even drawers under the bay window. And lastly, a white desk against the same wall as the chair. I love it, thank you. She waved it off. Don't worry about it. I'll leave you to unpack your things while I go make dinner. And your textbooks for school are in the desk. I turned around to face her. School? She nodded. North Bay High School. You start Monday. Awesome, I lied. She walked down the steps, and I was left alone. I'm actually going to a public high school. How in the world did that happen? Uncle Brody knows that I could lose control any second. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, and I dialed his number. What's wrong, Brookie? Do I need to book a flight? Are you okay? That was the first thing I heard when he picked up on the second ring. Yes, I just wanted you to know that I made it safely. He let out a deep breath. Thank the moon goddess. Don't thank her just yet. What do you mean? I sighed. Putting me in public school? Are you crazy? What happens if I lose control? And I hurt somebody? Or worse, I could. Brooke, you need to calm down. I think you are ready to go to public school. I know that it's February, and it's your senior year, but you should experience some high school experience. But what if nothing is going to happen? Plus, the school I'm putting you into is filled with one of our allies, the Silver Moon Pack. I let out a breath of relief. That is actually really... But they won't know that you are a hybrid, he finished. What? I exclaimed. If they found out you were a hybrid, you would be the talk of the town, and those people that were after you are still out there. You need to lay low for a little while and enjoy life. You're 17, still a teenager. I crossed my arms across my chest. But aren't they going to smell me? I smell like a vampire and a werewolf. And that's why Melina is going to give you this potion to spray on yourself so you smell like a human. See? No biggie. You could have told all of this to me before I left, I said. Well, you only had 2 hours before your flight, and I didn't want you to miss it. Okay, whatever. I'll call you later, I said, closing my eyes. Bye, Brookie, and if you need anything, you call me. Yeah, I got it. Bye, Uncle Brody, I said before hanging up the phone. It was around 6, and the sun was setting. I decided to start unpacking my things so I could get ready for dinner. I unpacked all my clothes and put them in the closet. Then I unpacked my other belongings, such as my MacBook, bathroom essentials, which I had to go downstairs to unpack, some of my favorite books, and a photo of my parents and me in a frame. I hung the picture on the wall before moving to my desk. I put my books in one of the drawers. Then I put my MacBook on top. I heard Melina downstairs, dropping pans and pots. I even heard her say some words that you would not say in a church. Brooke, dinner is ready, Melina yelled. Coming, I yelled back. I stood up from my desk chair, and I walked down the steps. Here I come, Regular Teenage Life, Chapter 2, BROOKLYN. I might be a hybrid and all, but I'm terrified about today. I have never been to school, and I don't want to mess it up. I already took a shower and fixed my hair. I decided to curl it at the ends. And now I'm getting dressed for the day, a white tank top, dark blue jeans with rips and holes, a black jacket, and my white and black Adidas. I also put a black choker around my throat. Once I changed into the outfit, I applied some lip balm and mascara before leaving the bathroom. I already had my bracelet on my wrist, so I was all ready. Melina was in the kitchen, making some coffee, when I walked in with my bag filled with textbooks and my phone. You look pretty. You ready for today? She asked me, fixing her coffee cup. Yep, lie. There is some cereal in the pantry if you're hungry, she said, pointing to a long gray door. I'm good. Coffee will do, I said, walking to the coffee pot. Usually I don't turn down food, but this morning, I'm just too nervous to eat. Brooke, you'll be fine, Melina said, sitting at the island. Forgot about that, I mumbled, walking over to the coffee machine. I poured some coffee into the blue mug, and I went to sit beside Melina. She was on her computer, typing an email to somebody. So, besides you, are there any other witches or warlocks in this town? I asked her, holding my coffee between my hands. Yes and no. They don't live here, but they come when Alpha Allen calls. He is the Alpha of the Silver Moon Pack, she replied. Oh, well, do you go when he calls? I asked her. She shook her head. Nope. I have put witchcraft behind me. Far behind me. I am now just touching it again after 4 years. Because of me? Yes, but not in a bad way. I'm using my magic to help protect you. That reminds me, she said, pulling something out of her work bag. This is a potion, well, perfume if you prefer, that will cover your scent. 3 sprays and you are good until after school. It smells lovely too, like strawberries, she explained, handing me a perfume bottle. It had clear liquid in it. I sprayed the magical perfume on me, and I looked to her for the answer. Witches can sense wolves or vampires too, but by the tension in the room. You are good. I can barely feel any tension right now, she said with an approving nod. All right, well, I think I should head to school, I said, standing up from my seat. Okay, well, all you have to do is going into the office, ask for your schedule, and then you are all set, Melina reminded me. All right. Thank you for the magical perfume, and I'll see you later. Are you sure you don't want me to drive you? She asked. I promise. I'm fine with walking. You have done enough, I said, grabbing my bag. Well, okay. But take the key under the mat for later in case I'm not here, she said. Gotcha. I walked out of the house, and I grabbed the key under the light blue doormat. I put the key in my bag before looking up the directions to the school. I passed bookstores, boutiques, a bakery, and a park before a school building came in view. It was a medium-sized building with numerous windows. People were outside talking with their friends or on their phones. Some stairs led to the silver double doors. People started to stare at me when I walked up the steps. I heard their whispering voices. Is she new? What's her name? I love those jeans. She's pretty. They disappeared when I entered the building. Inside, there was a door to my right, leading to the office. I opened that door, and I was hit with a honey smell. I walked to the desk where a man looked up. Can I help you? He asked rudely. Might I add, I'm new, Brooke Jones, I said, and he looked through some files on his desk. Here, he said, handing me 2 pieces of paper. Thank you. Have a nice day, I said, walking to the door. And when I thought he was going to be nice and say, have a nice day too, he said this. Me having a nice day? Never, he mumbled, but I heard him. I walked back into the hall to see stairs going up, and there were 2 hallways downstairs. I looked at the locker numbers and knew mine was upstairs, as it was labeled 266. Some people were already inside, switching out books or sitting in class waiting for the bell to ring. When I walked up the stairs, I saw an opening and could see the bottom floor. Then, there was a hallway to my left, which led to another hallway at its end. Black lockers were lined against the white and gray walls. My locker was a top locker, which I'm glad for, and it was in the second set of lockers on the right. 54, 39, 2. It popped open, and I took my books out of my bag and placed them in the locker. Then I put my bag in there too because I didn't want to carry it around all day. I found a pencil, and I grabbed my English textbook and notebook before shutting it. I kept my schedule so I could find my classes, as the door numbers were listed on the paper. My English class was downstairs. As I was walking down the steps, the bell rang, and students started to fill the hallways. I continued to walk down the stairs, minding my own business. 13, 13, 13. Found it. I walked into the class and approached the teacher. She was a young woman with big brown eyes and black hair. She looked up when I stopped walking. You must be the new student. I'm Mrs. Jackson. Welcome to North Bay High School, she introduced herself. I'm Brooke, I said kindly. You can sit by the window. The boy who sits there moved a couple of months ago, she said, pointing to a seat. Thank you. I walked over to the seat, and I sat down. People who entered the class stared at me as if I were a new puppy. I looked down at my textbook to avoid their gazes. The tardy bell rang, and the majority of seats were filled except for 7 seats left open. Nobody seemed to care about them, not even the teacher. She handed out a packet filled with questions about grammar. When I was halfway done, the door was yanked open. Everybody snapped their heads up to see who was coming in. First, there was a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, holding hands with a black-haired, dark brown-eyed girl. Then it was a girl with bright orange hair and green eyes, with a boy with brown eyes and light brown hair. Lastly, there was a girl with bright blue eyes and light brown hair who walked in with another boy, also with bright blue eyes and dark brown curly hair. Werewolves. Then a different smell hit me. It was a mixture of pine trees and rosewood. It was devouring. I looked up to see a guy walk in. He had dark brown hair that was spiked up and dark blue eyes. He had muscles, because you could see them through his black t-shirt. I swear all of the girls were watching him, and I got this jealousy feeling in my gut. The guy was looking around, and he stopped when his eyes met mine. My heart stopped beating for a minute when he looked in my eyes. "Mate," he whispered so quietly that nobody heard him, except for me. His group of friends must have heard it too, because they all stopped talking and looked at him, then at me, with wide eyes. Oh no. Now, how am I supposed to lay low? Chapter 3. Grayton Pove. "Morning, Mom," I said, walking into the kitchen. "Although my father is the alpha, and I will soon be alpha, we still have our own house. The pack house is just 5 minutes away, but we wanted our own space." Her dark brown hair was pinned in a bun as she applied mascara to her gray eyes. She waved when I walked in. "Good morning, sweetie. Where is your sister?" she asked, walking over to the table. I shrugged, grabbing an apple out of the fruit bowl. "Probably with Callum." "Ha ha," Mom said with a bored tone. "Talking about me?" My twin sister, Elisa, walked in. We look exactly alike, but my hair and eyes are darker than hers. She walked over to the fridge and grabbed the milk. "Callum, come on out," I yelled, hearing his heartbeat in the hallway. He came in with a sheepish smile. I looked over to my mother to see her looking at Elisa and back at Callum. I smirked, knowing that I was right. "Morning, Luna Gabrielle." "Grayton," Callum said, walking over to me. "Callum is my third in command, and he is also my sister's mate. I'll just listen to you from now on, Grayton," Mom said before exiting the kitchen. "Hey guys," Isabella said, walking through the kitchen door with her mate Julius behind her. "Julius is my fourth in command. I know that alphas don't really have a fourth in command, but I make my rules. The only ones we are missing now are my beta and his mate, Zoe." Elisa and Isabella were discussing going to the movies on Friday when Tylen and Zoe arrived. Seeing them with their mates gives me an upset feeling in my gut. I turned 18 3 months ago, and my mate still hasn't appeared. "Grayton, are you alive?" Julius asked beside me. I nodded. "Yep, just thinking about something. We have that stupid math today which I did not study for," Isabella whined. "It's really not that hard. Just some division, subtraction, and pi," Zoe said with a shrug of her shoulders. "Well, some of us are dumb, unlike you," Tylen said, leaning against the counter. "You kids better head to school or you'll be late," Mom said, walking back into the kitchen. "She's right. We have like 10 minutes before first period starts," Callum agreed, standing up from the chair. Before we could walk out the door, Haas, one of our fighters, mind-linked us. "Vampire attack at the eastern border. There are 30 of them. Looks like we're going to be late for school," I said, and they nodded. Then we all shifted into our wolves. We ran through the woods towards the east border, and we stopped when we saw wolves and vampires fighting each other. "Let's go. Watch your back, because their bite is deadly." They all nodded, and we ran out to the fight. I jumped into the air, and I landed on one of the vampires. I took them down, and moved on to the next one. I saw Zoe struggling in a vampire's grip. He had his arms wrapped around her ribs, trying to hold her, but she was thrashing around too much for him to do it. I ran over there, and I pulled him away from her. I struck him down, and I looked back at her, making sure she was okay. Her light brown wolf gave me a nod, and I looked around to see where everybody was. Tylen's blonde wolf was attacking 2 vampires at the same time with Callum's dark brown wolf. Then Isabella's reddish-brownish wolf was helping another wolf since he was injured. Julius's light gray wolf was behind us, and he was checking for any vampires we could interrogate. Lastly, Elisa's black wolf, which looks like me, was searching through the woods just in case. The only difference between Elisa's wolf and mine is that hers has bright blue eyes, while mine has dark golden eyes. We shifted back, and we grabbed some clothes from our hiding spots. Everybody has hidden places around their territory where they keep clothes in case they need to shift without taking them off. "Those were some tough vampires," Elisa said, wiping grime from her mouth. "Thank you, Grayton, for saving me," Zoe told me. "You're welcome. Now come on, we still have classes to attend to," I said, sliding my shirt on. Why do we have to go to those? We could skip," Callum suggested. "I just have a feeling that something is going to happen," I said before adding, "and we need to go in order to graduate." "I guess we will let the guards clean this up," Julius said, referring to the fallen. We started to walk back through the woods to our vehicles. When we arrived at our vehicles, it was 8:43, meaning that when we got there, It would be the middle of the first period. I got into my car, and I drove out to the main road. The pack house and my house are 30 minutes away from the main road. It's deep into the woods, and rarely does anybody come down here because of the black gate. 40 minutes later, I parked my car in the school's parking lot. The rest of the group was behind me, and I waited for them to get out of their vehicles. Then we walked into the office to see Mrs. Quinn filling out paperwork. I mind-linked her about what happened. Yes, our principal was a werewolf. The majority of the school are werewolves. She nodded her head, and we walked out of the office. Mrs. Jackson's class, here we come, Callum announced, dramatically. I rolled my eyes while the others were talking about the latest Marvel movie. When we were outside her door, I smelled something sweet like strawberries. I sniffed the air, and the others had already gone inside the classroom. I shrugged to myself, and I walked in, but the smell was more pungent in the school. I looked around, then I saw her. Her long blonde hair was on her shoulders, and her brown eyes were looking into mine. Beautiful was an understatement. She was gorgeous. I know what she was. My mate. Mate. I barely whispered. And she looked at me with a surprised look on her face. How did she hear me? My friends looked shocked too, but I didn't care. I found my mate, my soulmate, and I couldn't wait to get to know her. Chapter 4. Brooklyn POV. Life really hated me. I have been avoiding his stare all day, and it doesn't help that he is in all of my classes, and there are at least 2 of his friends in each class too. Thank God that it is the last period of the day, and I had PE, which I don't mind. I liked to exercise. It takes my mind off a lot of things. I put my books in my locker before walking to the gym. The gym had black bleachers, and the walls were white with gray stripes. I walked into the locker room, and I knocked on the coach's door. She was a small woman with platinum blonde hair and brown eyes. She appeared to be in her 30s. She was a werewolf. I could smell it when I walked into the room. "What can I do for you?" she asked, not looking up from her paperwork. "I'm the new student, Brooke Jones," I said, clearing my throat. "Ah, yes. Here is your outfit for gym, and here is your locker number," she said, standing up from her chair. She handed me black shorts and a white shirt that said, North Bay. "Thank you, I guess," I said, and she gave me a tight smile. I walked back into the locker room, and I looked for my locker. When I found it, I opened it so I could put my clothes in it. I changed clothes, and the gym clothes were not comfortable at all. The shorts were close-fitting and silky, and the shirt was scratchy. I put my other clothes in my locker, and I pulled my hair into a ponytail to keep it out of my face. Shutting my locker, I saw one of the girls from this morning getting changed. Her bright orange hair was in a braid, and she was putting her shirt on when she turned around to meet my eyes. I quickly looked away, and I walked out of the locker room to the gym. I could hear her footsteps following me, and I knew there was no way out of this. "You're Brooke, right?" she asked when she caught up to me. I nodded. "Yeah." "Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm Isabella," she introduced herself. "Nice to meet you too," I replied. Before she could say anything else, the coach blew her whistle. "All right, girls. Today we will be sharing the gym with the boys because they are redoing the gym floors in there," she said, and some of the girls smiled. "But we are still running." They groaned while I tried not to laugh at their reactions. Coach blew her whistle again, and we started to jog around the gym. Isabella stayed beside me like she was glued to me. 10 minutes later, the boys walked in, and some of the girls fixed their hair and gave them flirty smiles. I rolled my eyes, but then a familiar scent hit me. He was in here, and he knew that I was in here because his eyes were looking around the room. Then they landed on me, and he had a small smile playing at his lips. "That's Grayton," Isabella said, looking at me. Then Grayton. "Grayton. That's a great name." He started to jog with the rest of the boys, but his blue eyes were trained on me. He was wearing gray basketball shorts and a dark green Nike tank top, showcasing his biceps. They were large, and I could see girls looking at them and whispering about them. Jealousy stirred in me, and I clenched my teeth. "You must be in good shape or something," Isabella said, after 50 minutes of running laps. "Yeah, I work out a lot," I lied, drinking my water. "My friends and I are going to the diner later. Would you like to join?" she asked, wiping the sweat off her forehead. I don't know. My aunt is..." I started to come up with a lie, but my phone buzzed. I opened it to see a message from Melina on the screen. "I won't be home until around 6 or 7. Got caught up in work. You can explore the town if you would like. Apply a bit more of that perfume. See you later." "Sure, why not?" I said, putting my phone in my pocket. "Yay, they are so going to love you. she replied, brushing through her hair. Since I was already changed back into my regular clothes, I put my gym clothes in my locker before shutting it. I forgot something in my locker, but I'll meet you outside, okay? I asked her. Yeah, that's fine, she replied. I walked out of the locker room, and the majority of people had already left, as it was 3:10. Those who were still there were busy with their clubs or sports. I walked upstairs to my locker, and nobody was up there. The locker opened when I entered the combination. I grabbed my bag, which held my perfume, and I put 2 textbooks in it because I have homework. Dude, it reeks of vampire in here, I heard a guy say. They were downstairs, it sounded like. Let's go check it out, another guy said. I heard their footsteps walking up the stairs, and I quickly grabbed the perfume bottle from my bag. The perfume must have sweated off when I was running. I sprayed the perfume all over me, and I put it back in my bag. 2 boys walked up the stairs, and they looked both ways before they saw me. They sniffed the air, and one of them shrugged. Maybe it was something else. They walked back downstairs, and I let out a breath that I didn't realize I was holding. I shut my locker, and I hurried out of the building. I walked down the stairs in a rush, and I walked out of the double doors, not watching where I was going. Then I ran into a hard tree. I rubbed my temple when I smelled my mate's scent. I slowly looked up to see him, standing there with his eyes filled with worry. He was probably worried that I would hurt myself since I'm human. I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going, I said, stepping back from him. It's fine. Are you okay? He asked, referring to my head. I waved it off. Yeah, I'm fine. You sure? He asked protectively. I nodded. Yep, I'm all in one piece, aren't I? He laughed at my little joke, and I smiled. Isabella told me that you were coming with us to the diner, he said, while we walked slowly to the parking lot. I nodded. I am. Would you like to ride with me? He asked, hesitantly. I licked my lips. I was going to ride with Isabella, so I have to check with her. He nodded, but I could see the hurt in his eyes. We continued to walk over to his group of friends. Guys, this is Brooke. Grayton introduced me to the group. They all waved, and Grayton said, That's Julius with the curly hair. Then Callum is the guy next to him, and Tylen is the blonde-headed one. Then there is Zoe with the black hair, and my twin sister, Elisa. That's why they look so much alike. It's nice to meet you, Zoe said with a smile. You too, I replied. Can we please go get some food now? My stomach is dying over here, Callum exclaimed, and his stomach growled. See, he said, gesturing to his stomach. We all laughed, nodding in agreement. They all started loading into their cars, and I began to feel nervous. Brooke, will you be okay riding with Grayton? Isabella asked me, standing at her car. I slowly nodded, thinking it over. It's perfectly fine. She smiled. Okay, I'll see you at the diner. She climbed into her car, and I walked over to Grayton's car. He was standing by it, waiting for me. I guess I'm riding with you, I said, biting my lip. A very bad habit I have when I'm nervous. Come on, or else the diner won't have their finest milkshakes, he replied, opening the passenger door for me. Thank you, I told him, climbing into his car. Anytime, Brooks, he said, using a nickname. Brooks? My heart fluttered at that name since it came from him. Brooks? I asked him. He nodded. Yep, your new nickname. I hate nicknames, I said, shaking my head. Well, you better get used to it because I'm going to be saying it a lot, he said before shutting my door. He climbed into his seat, and he started the engine. Then we were off to the diner. Here goes Not Lying Low, Chapter 5. Brooklyn POV. What can I get for you guys today? A girl in her early 20s asked. Her short brown hair was pulled back into a tiny ponytail, and her green eyes scanned the group. They started to order, and I looked at the menu. A chocolate milkshake sounds great to me. And you? She asked me. A large vanilla shake with a side of French fries, I told her with a smile. All right. What can I get for you? She asked, looking at Grayton. She gave him a wide smile, making me feel an angry burst of emotion throughout my whole body. Grayton didn't seem to notice this, as he said, a cheeseburger and a chocolate milkshake, extra fries. It will be out in a few, the waiter said before leaving the table. As everybody got into their own conversations, I looked over at Grayton. Chocolate? Really? I asked him, referring to his choice of milkshake. What? It's the best flavor out there, he said. I shook my head. Chocolate is overrated. You don't get to say that. You got a vanilla milkshake, he argued. So? What's wrong with vanilla? I asked him. It's boring, I scoffed. Vanilla is not boring. Vanilla is creamy and simple. Sure, he said, pursing his lips. Before I could say anything else, the girl came back with our food and drinks. She placed my vanilla shake before me, and my plate filled with French fries. My mouth watered at the sight. Everybody else got their food, and I started to eat my food. So, Brooke, why did you move to Florida? Callum asked me, catching everybody's attention. I cleared my throat before saying, personal reasons. They were silent for a moment before Zoe asked, Do you have any siblings? No, it's just me. Anything else? The waitress asked, coming back to our table. No, we're good. Thank you, though, Grayton said with a tight smile. Randy's party is going to be lit Friday night, Callum said. You coming, Grayton? Julius asked Grayton. Maybe, he said before looking at me. Will you be there? Well, sure, I stuttered out. I will be there, Grayton told Julius. My phone started to ring, and I looked at the caller ID. It was Uncle Brody. I looked back at the group to see them watching me curiously. I have to take this, excuse me, I said, pressing the green button. Grayton let me slide out of the booth, and I walked to the bathroom. When I got into the bathroom, I locked the door and turned the faucet on so they couldn't use their super hearing to listen to my conversations. Brookie, you there? Uncle Brody asked. I cleared my throat, putting the phone up to my ear. I'm here, what's up? Nothing. Just wondering how your first day went? He asked. It went good. I met some people, and they're nice, I said, walking back and forth. Are you okay? You sound nervous, Uncle Brody asked, making me widen my eyes. I'm fine. I just have something to tell you. Okay, you're scaring me, Uncle Brody said with a hesitant laugh. I found my mate, I said quietly. Then I heard a high-pitched squeal. I heard Uncle Brody mutter, Jesus, woman. Who is he? Is he good-looking? Aunt Riley asked excitedly. Well, he is past good-looking. His name is Grayton, King. Everything went silent on the other end. I knew they were still there because I could hear their breathing. King? As in Alan King's son? Next in line to be Alpha? Uncle Brody asked. Yep, that's him. Does he suspect anything about you? Aunt Riley asked. No. He thinks I'm human, I said, taking a deep breath. Brooke, if those people found out you had a mate, who is going to be the alpha of the biggest packs of America, could you imagine the danger? Uncle Brody asked. I know. I'm still going to lay low. I just need for him to think I'm human so he won't get hurt. I have this all planned out. I lied, rubbing my hand through my hair. All right, well, we have to go. Pack meeting. Bye, Brooke, and call us if you need anything, Aunt Riley said. Bye, guys, I said before hanging up. I walked back over to the sink, and I turned the water off. I unlocked the door, and I walked back to the booth. The group fell silent, but they stopped talking when I sat down. You okay? Grayton asked, as his eyes looked over me like somebody had hurt me. Yeah, I replied, eating one of my fries. Well, I should probably get you home. We have an errand to run, Grayton said, turning back to the group, who nodded with him. He's lying. His heart is beating faster than usual. It's probably something to do with the pack. But wait a minute, he can't drive me home. What if he smells Melina? He'll know that she's a witch, which would blow my cover. You don't have to. I remembered I had to get something for my aunt. My house isn't far from here anyways, I said with a tight smile. I really don't mind, Grayton replied. Thank you for the offer, but this is probably a good time for me to explore the town, I said, trying to get out of this. Okay, he said, but I saw the anger in his eyes. Well, it was nice to meet you, Brooke. See you at school tomorrow? Elisa asked, making me look at her. Definitely. See you guys at school, I said, grabbing my bag. Bye, Zoe said with a smile. Bye, I replied before walking out of the diner. I walked along the sidewalk, taking in the various shops. Each was unique in its own way. I sighed, knowing that I would have to wait until tomorrow to see Grayton again. Stupid mate bond. 15 minutes of walking. I was at Melina's house. I saw her car parked in the driveway, and she was sitting on the grass. She was reading a book while drinking some water. There you are. Did you enjoy the town? She asked as I approached her. I nodded. It's nice. Good. Now come tell me about this Grayton boy, she said with a smirk. Which powers? I asked her, sitting down next to her. More like a phone call. Your uncle is very protective of you, she replied, making us smile. What do you want to know? I asked her. Let's start with his looks, Melina said, closing her book. Oh boy. Chapter 6. Brooklyn POV. Mom, what's going on? My 15-year-old self asked my mother. She didn't answer me, but instead grabbed my wrist, dragging me out of my bed. That's when I smelt it. There was a fire. It was burning the walls, floors, basically anything it could touch. Where's Dad? I yelled. I'm right here, sweetie, my father's voice said behind me. Ben, we have to go, my mother urged. Hold on, Dad said, grabbing us. He was about to super speed us out of here. We were almost to the front door when somebody tackled us to the floor. I was ripped away from my parents, and I hit a wall which wasn't burned up yet. I looked up to find a man standing over my mother. He picked her up by her throat, and she clawed at him. She was weak because of the silver that was laced in the smoke. Mom! I screamed as the man raised his hand. My mother's eyes widened and she mouthed, I love you. Then the man struck her down. I screamed in pain. Tears fled from my eyes as the man started to walk over to me. He didn't get close to me when my father knocked him down. Dad! I screamed. He came rushing over towards me, but before he could make it to me, a wooden stake was driven through him. No! I screamed. My father's body fell to the ground, and the man stood where he was standing. No, no, no! I screamed over and over. Brooke. Melina's voice woke me up. My eyes widened, and I took deep breaths to calm myself down. I was covered in sweat, to the point I looked like I had run a marathon. Calm down, sweetie. It was just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare, she soothed as she hugged me against her chest. It wasn't a nightmare. It was a memory, I said as tears rolled down my face. About your parents? Melina asked me. I nodded. About the night they died. Her mouth widened, and she pulled me closer to comfort me. I looked around the room to see that I didn't break anything. Last time I had a dark nightmare, I broke almost everything in the room, nearly hurting Aunt Riley. How about you get a nice warm shower and I'll make some eggs and bacon? Melina asked, rubbing my shoulder. I nodded while she said, okay. I stood up, and I walked into the bathroom. I shut the door, locking it, before looking at myself in the mirror. Sweat was dripping down my face. My hair was in tangles, and I had black rings around my eyes from the lack of sleep. I got into the cold water. I stood there for about 15 minutes before washing my body and hair. Then I switched the water off and stepped out with a blue, fluffy towel. I walked out of the bathroom to see that Melina was nowhere to be seen. She's probably cooking breakfast. I walked into my closet to pick out an outfit. I picked out a dark orange cropped sweater and a pair of dark blue jeans which have rips at the knees. I changed into the outfit before starting on my hair. I brushed through it, and I pulled it into a high ponytail. I sprayed the potion over my body. Then I put on my white Converse before grabbing my stuff and leaving my room. Walking down the stairs, I heard 2 heartbeats in the kitchen. My eyebrows furrowed, and I walked into the kitchen to see Melina and a man. He had dark brown hair with hazel eyes. He was tall, and he had some muscles. Melina looked over to me and smiled. Brooke, this is Troy, one of my close friends, Melina said. It's nice to meet you, Brooke, Troy said, handing me his hand. I shook his hand. Likewise. We stared into each other's eyes for a solid minute. Something in my gut is telling me that this guy is hiding something. Here's your breakfast, Melina said, interrupting our staring contest. I smiled at her, and I took the plate. Thank you. I sat down before digging into my breakfast. Troy and Melina started to talk about something that was on the news while I was eating. Well, I have to go, Troy said, showing his phone, which was ringing. Work never takes a break. Believe me, I understand. Bye, Troy, Melina said, waving bye. Bye, Mel, Troy said before leaving. I gave her a side smile, and she was still smiling. Then she looked at me with innocent eyes. What? She asked, wiping the counter down. Don't what me. I see the way you look at him. You got a crush, I teased, putting my plate in the sink. She scoffed. On Troy? I do not. We are friends. Right, and unicorns are real. Why don't you tell him how you feel? I asked her. You make me sound like a teenager, she said, tilting her head. You're dodging my question, I said, biting my bottom lip. I lost my husband in a plane crash 4 years ago. He was a werewolf. And he was also my mate, she said, sadly. I'm so sorry, Melina. I didn't know. I apologized. It's okay. That's why I stopped doing magic. It reminded me of the supernatural world and him. How are you still here? Majority of time when a person loses their mate, they die. I almost did. Your uncle helped me. If it wasn't for him, I probably would be 6 feet under right now, Melina said, licking her lips. I walked over to her, and I hugged her. When we broke apart, I noticed the time. Oh no, I'm late, I said, running over to my book bag. No cussing, Melina scolded. Sorry, thank you for breakfast. I'll see you after school. Bye, I said quickly before running out of the house. Bye, Brooke, Melina shouted behind me. I started to run, using a little bit of my super speed, and I made it to the building just as the bell rang. Now I had 5 minutes to stop by my locker and get to class. I ran to my locker and quickly entered my combination. When it popped open, I threw my book bag in it before grabbing my stuff for first period. Then I shut the locker, and I ran to class. The door was shut, so I opened it before walking inside. Everybody looked up, and I looked at Mrs. Jackson, and she nodded, typing away on her computer. I sat down at my seat, and I looked over to see Grayton taking deep breaths like he was trying to calm himself down. I saw the boys talking to him, trying to calm him down. When Mrs. Jackson started teaching, I used my super hearing to understand what they were saying. Gray, calm down. She's perfectly fine, Tylen whispered, looking at me. I looked at the board, pretending that I wasn't paying attention to them. I'm trying here, Grayton replied, clenching his fists. And so, class, get into pairs and write an essay on whether love or hate is stronger. It's due at the end of class tomorrow, Mrs. Jackson said, before sitting at her desk. Before I could even open my book, Grayton was standing in front of me with a smile. Would you like to be partners? He asked me. Ah, sure, I replied, opening my textbook. Grayton pulled a desk beside me, and he sat in it. He opened his textbook like me before looking back at me. So what do you think? Is love stronger than hate? He asked me, seriously. I shrugged. I think both are equally the same. He licked his lips before saying, Well, I'm going to say that love is stronger than hate. Why? Well, love always wins in the end, like in the movies or fairy tales. Hate never wins, ever, he answered, making me surprised. Well, that's not true. Hate can beat love from personal experiences, I told him, tapping my pen on my notebook. Were you running late this morning? Grayton asked, changing the subject. He must have noticed that I didn't want to talk about my personal experience. I nodded. Yeah, I woke up late. Oh, he replied, but his face held relief. We wrote our essay before the bell rang, and I turned it in to Mrs. Jackson as I walked out the door. Grayton, of course, followed behind me. Hey, Brooks, would you like to sit with me and my friends at lunch? Grayton asked me, walking beside me. I noticed yesterday you weren't in the cafeteria. I was at the library, I said, looking for a book. Not really. I was hiding from him, but he didn't need to know that. Oh, well, is it a yes or no? Grayton asked. It's a yes, I told him, and he smiled. Great, I'll let the group know, he replied before we walked into our next class. In first 5, I walked into the cafeteria alone, which is actually a surprise since Grayton is in all of my classes. I walked to the food counter and picked out a slice of pizza and a salad. Before I could reach the salad, somebody stood in front of me. I looked up to see it was a guy with dirty blonde hair and light green eyes. I think he is in a few of my classes. Can I help you with something? I asked him, rudely. He was in the way of my food, and one thing you never do is stand between me and my food. Brooke, right? The guy asked, pointing at me. I nodded. Yes, and you are? Aiden, he answered with a side smile. Well, Aiden, what do you need? I know you're new and all, and there is going to be a party Friday night. Would you like to go with me? He asked me. I started, but somebody behind me cut me off. She can't. She is already going with me and my friends, Grayton's voice said behind me. My bad, dude. I didn't know you already got to her, Aiden said with wide eyes before walking away. I grabbed my salad and put it on my tray angrily. Then I looked at Grayton. What did he mean? I asked Grayton, who was watching me. About what? The whole sorry didn't know you already gotten to her. He made an uneasy face before answering. The guys here are scared of me, so when I started talking to you, they know that you are off limits. Well, first off, this is my second day here, I said, a little bit angry. It's not like that. I never said I agreed with them. This is just what they think is all, Grayton said with an apologetic look on his face. Stupid emotions. You're right. I'm sorry for overreacting, I said, paying for my food. Yeah, me too. Now can you please come to my table before my sister kills me with a fork? Grayton begged as we looked at Elisa, who was twirling a black fork in her fingers. I laughed. Yeah. Grayton smiled at me as we made our way over to the lunch table. Grayton sat beside Tylen, and I sat down beside him. On the other side of me is Isabella. "So what did Aiden want?" Elisa asked when we sat down. Grayton clenched his jaw, and I answered, "Just asking if I was going to the party is all." Elisa is trying to change the subject. "She doesn't want to be wrong," Isabella said, making Elisa scowl at her. "About what?" Grayton asked, looking at the group. "About which Disney movie is underrated," Elisa said Brave, and Isabella said Pocahontas. Julius said, but his eyes were focusing on Grayton. Grayton nodded, and the girls nodded too. "What do you think, Brooke?" Zoe asked me. I finished eating my fry before answering, "I don't know. The only Disney movie I have ever watched was The Little Mermaid." "What?" Zoe exclaimed. "How could you not watch all of the Disney movies?" Elisa asked, shocked by my answer. My parents kept me busy with other stuff," I replied, taking a sip of my drink. "Stuff like training and controlling my abilities. You have to come over and watch them," Isabella told me. "But not right now because my parents are redoing the kitchen so I can't have any friends over," Isabella added quickly, when she got stared at. "I understand. I'll be right back. I want another slice of pizza," Callum said, getting up from his chair. The girls and I were talking about school when everybody fell silent. Their eyes were looking behind me, so I turned around to see Callum and some other dude arguing. "Did you just push me?" Callum asked, lightly shaking. "So what if I did?" the guy asked, tilting his head. Elisa quickly ran over to Callum and spoke quietly to him to calm him down. Callum seemed to calm down until the guy said, "Yeah, listen to your girl like a little coward." "Big mistake." "What did you say?" Callum yelled, trying to get past Elisa. Elisa was pushing him back, and Grayton and the boys walked over there, leaving me with the girls. "I got this," I heard Elisa say before she grabbed the spaghetti sauce spoon. She filled it up to the rim, and she walked up to the guy. Then she poured the sauce onto his head. Everybody gasped and laughed at the dude. "Oops, sorry about that. Oh wait, no I'm not," Elisa said with a smirk. "You..." The guy started walking towards Elisa, but Grayton cut him off. "Finish that sentence, I dare you," Grayton said, clenching his fists. "Whatever you guys aren't worth it," the guy said before walking out of the cafeteria. When that happened, everybody went back to talking, but I saw Grayton, Elisa, and the boys take Callum outside. "We'll be right back. Stay here," Isabella said as Zoe and she were getting up. "Okay," I lied, and they were gone. I waited a few minutes before walking out of the cafeteria. I walked down the hallway, and I stopped when I heard them. I hid around the corner, and I listened to their voices. "I'm trying here," Callum said before groaning. "Callum, think about something that calms you down," Elisa told him, softly. "I am. It's like something is blocking it," Callum replied, taking deep breaths. "Blocking?" Tylen asked, with a confused face. "The only thing that can block a wolf from turning back to human is a witch, but no witch around here touches dark magic," Julius said, looking at Grayton. "We need to get him to the pack doctor now," Grayton said as Callum growled. I crouched down, and I looked around the corner to see Callum leaning against the wall with Elisa next to him. The girls were beside Grayton, Tylen, and Julius, who were standing around Callum. "I don't think he's going to make it that far," Zoe said, putting a strand of hair behind her ear. "I can try, but we have to go now," Callum told them, clenching his teeth. "Okay, Elisa. Take him to the car and everybody else follow. I have to tell the principal about that. We'll be gone for the rest of the day," Grayton said, and everybody nodded. "What about Brooke? We left her alone in the cafeteria," Isabella asked Grayton. "I'll tell her that an emergency came up." "All right, let's go, Callum," Tylen said, helping Elisa with Callum. When they were out of sight, Grayton turned around. I snapped my head back to my hiding spot. I didn't hear his footsteps, but he was sniffing the air. Crap, he can smell me. He started walking my way, so I turned and I used my super speed to disappear from the hallway. I stopped running when I saw a bathroom close to the cafeteria. I quickly walked in there, and I locked myself in a stall. That was too close. Chapter 7. "I understand, Grayton. I will excuse you and your friends," Mrs. Quinn said, before attending to her duties. "Thank you, Mrs. Quinn," I replied before walking out of the office. Now that I've done that, the only thing I have to do is tell Brooke a lie. Man, I hate lying to her, but it's to protect her. If rogues found out I had a mate, they would know my weakness. I can't let Brooke get hurt because of me. I walked into the cafeteria, but I didn't see Brooke anywhere. I clenched my jaw, and I stalked out of the cafeteria. Where did she go? I came around a corner where I bumped into a girl. But this wasn't a regular girl. This was my mate. "Grayton!" Brooke exclaimed, surprised. I scrunched my eyebrows. You okay? She nodded, giving me a nervous smile. Totally. I raised an eyebrow. You sure? You sound nervous. She nodded. Yeah, I'm just not feeling well. I didn't believe her. One thing I quickly discovered about Brooke is that she is a terrible liar. Do you need to go to the nurse? I asked her, playing along with her story. No, I just need to drink some water, she replied, waving it off. Okay, well, the group and I, had something major pop up, and we have to leave, I said. I understand. Everything okay? She asked kindly. I nodded. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. All right, I guess I'll see you tomorrow then, Brooke said, trying to hide her disappointment. Bye, Brooks, I replied. Bye, Grayton. I'll see you tomorrow, Brooke said before walking into the cafeteria. I watched her get a cup of water, and she sat back down at our table. I feel bad for leaving her, but I need to figure out what's wrong with Callum. I walked out of the school and over to my car. I unlocked it before getting in the car, slamming the door behind me. I started the engine, and I was off towards the pack house. I called Elisa, and I placed the phone to my ear. It only took 2 rings before she answered it. How is Callum? I asked her, stopping at a red light. It's bad, Gray. He changed when we got to the pack house, and it's like he doesn't recognize us, Elisa answered, and I heard Tylen say something in the background. Elisa, what happened? I asked her. Callum broke Julius's ribs and hand and injured at least 10 guards. It took Dad and 20 other guards to get him in the dungeon, Elisa said, and I heard her sniffle. Elisa rarely cries. The last time I saw her cry was years ago. It must be bad if my sister is crying. It's going to be okay, Ollie. We are going to turn him back, I said, turning around a corner. I know. Dad already called one of the best witches in our territory. She's on her way. I licked my lips. Okay, I'll see you guys when I get there. See you then, she said before hanging up. I tossed my phone in the passenger seat before pushing the gas pedal down even more to get to the pack house. It took me 20 minutes to get to the pack house. When I got there, I got out of my car quickly and headed into the house. Elisa, I'm here, I yelled, and Tylen walked out of the conference room. How is Julius? I asked him. He's healing, slowly, but surely, Tylen replied as we walked into the conference room where everybody was. The pack house was huge. It has 7 floors, as many of the residents are elderly. There's a huge kitchen, dining room, multiple living rooms, multiple conference rooms, and my father's office. Dad, I greeted when I saw my father sitting at the head of the table. Grayton, I'm glad that you are here, he replied, standing up from his chair. I need to see Callum, I stated. That's the thing, son. The wolf that is in that dungeon is not Callum. It's something else. He injured not only your friend but 10 other guards, Dad said. So what do we do? I asked him. We get all of the warlocks and witches and perform a ritual. It will turn him back, and we will find out who used dark magic, Dad ordered. Fine, but I'm still going to see him, I said, before walking out of the room. I made my way down to the dungeons where we hold rogues. All the cells were silver, and there were silver chains in the cells. I saw Callum's wolf quietly lying in the cell. He growled when I approached the cell. I raised my hands up in front of me to show him that I'm not a threat, but he still snarled at me. Callum, you need to come back to us. I know that you are in there. You have to fight whatever is blocking you, I said calmly. He stopped making noises, and I slowly bent down to his level. I stuck my hand through the bars, carefully, and I petted his head. It's okay, Callum. We are going to help you, I said. And the wolf growled before snapping at my hand. But I was faster, and I got my hand out of the cell before he snapped them. He was now up, and he was pacing around in the cell, licking his mouth. I walked over to the guard and I said, Make sure he gets food and water. He is not a prisoner. He's family. The guard nodded, and I walked out of the dungeon. Elisa was the only one left in the conference room. Silent tears rolled down her cheeks as she stared off in space. She didn't hear me come in because she didn't react. Alai? I asked her, making her snap her head up to see me standing by the doorway. Grayton, she said, wiping her tears away quickly. What are you doing in here? I came to check on you. By the looks of it, you look pretty upset, I told her, sitting in the chair next to her. She nodded. I am. I feel Callum, but he's too far away. I feel like I lost my other half. Tears started to drop from her eyes, uncontrollably. I hugged her as she cried. I don't even want to know the pain she is going through. After almost 30 minutes of her crying and me hugging her, she stopped. She leaned back in her chair, and she took a few deep breaths. "I'm okay now, Gray. Thank you," Elisa said. "I'm not leaving you, Elisa. Not until I know that you are okay," I replied with a small smile. Before she could say anything, Zoe came running into the room. Elisa and I both stood up quickly. "Callum escaped," Zoe said, making Elisa and me look at each other. We were both thinking the same thing. Everybody in the town is now in danger. Chapter 8. Brooklyn POV. It has been 2 weeks since I saw Grayton and the group. They haven't shown up to school either. I hope they were okay. I also hope that Callum turned back okay. I can't believe something was blocking him. "Brooke, what do you mean Callum was blocked from turning back?" Melina asked me as I ate my cereal. I looked at her with wide eyes before asking, "Can you please stay out of my thoughts?" "Sorry," she apologized, "but you didn't answer my question." I sighed. Something happened at school, and Callum almost turned. When he was trying to turn back, dark magic blocked him from doing it. Melina dropped her pen, and she looked at me seriously. "Brooke, please promise me that you will stay away from dark magic." "Why?" I asked her while she cleared her throat. "I can't tell you, but just promise me," Melina said, shutting her computer. "I promise," I replied, slightly weirded out. "Thank you. Now you need to go or you'll be late," Melina said, all smiley-faced. What was going on with her? "You're right. I have to attend another boring day at school," I replied, putting my cereal bowl in the sink. "Well, at least you actually have some free time." "I have to go to Alpha's Alex's house today for a meeting. It's for all witches and wizards," Melina said, walking over to the kitchen. I grabbed my bag before turning around and saying, "Do you think it's related to what happened to Callum?" Melina shrugged. "It could be, or it could be something else. All the letter said was that we need to be there at this certain times and where." "Oh, well, please be safe," I said, giving her a half smile. "Always. You too. Bye, Brooke," Melina said, waving goodbye. "Bye," I replied before walking out of the kitchen. I walked out of the house, shutting the door behind me. I walked along the sidewalk, admiring the sky and plants. I plugged in my earbuds, and I placed them in my ears. A pop song played, and I continued to walk to school. For the past 2 weeks, I have kept to myself. Sure, it has something to do with the mate bond, since I feel sad and lonely, since Grayton wasn't around. When I walked into the school, I ignored everybody by walking past them without a glance. I walked up the stairs towards my locker. I kept my earbuds in my ears as I put my combination in my locker. It popped open, and I threw my bag in there. I grabbed my books that I needed for the first 2 periods before shutting it. I walked slowly to Mrs. Jackson's room, and the bell rang. When I walked into the classroom, I sat down in my usual seat, and I laid my head on my textbook. "Now, class, today's assignment will be a little different. For the next 2 weeks, you'll be doing a project. Now, you and your partner will have to work together to create your own story about love or hate, just like Romeo plus Juliet. It has to have at least 2,000 words, and it will be due 2 weeks from today. This project will be 50% of your final grade this semester, so I advise you to do your best on it," Mrs. Jackson instructed. "Now, I have already assigned your partners, so listen. For your name, Ava and Max, Joey and Christian, Isabella and Julius, Callum and Elisa, Tylen and Zoe." Mrs. Jackson continued to say names. "And Grayton and Brooke," Mrs. Jackson finished with a smile on her face. "If your partner is not here, you can still figure out an idea. Get started." Half of me was excited that Grayton was my partner, but the other half was angry because I had to do this project all by myself. If he doesn't show. I opened my notebook, and I started writing an idea for our short story. By the time I came up with an idea, the bell rang. I decided to skip the next period since we had a substitute, and they don't care where we go as long as we don't do anything stupid. I stopped by my locker, throwing my books in it. Then I walked out of the school and into the woods. I needed to clear my mind. I'm upset because I haven't heard anything out of Grayton or the group. They could be dead for all I know. When I was halfway in the woods, I grabbed a stick. I threw it against a tree, breaking it in half. I don't know why my emotions are so heightened, but that relieved some anger. I felt the urge to turn, but I pushed that thought away. No way I could change in the middle of the day with people all around. I was about to turn around and go back to the school when I heard a low, deep growl. I looked around me, but I didn't see anything. I sniffed the air, and it didn't smell like Rogue. Instead, it smelled like someone familiar. Then a dark brown wolf jumped out of the bushes. Its eyes weren't red like Rogue's, but instead, dark brown, almost black eyes. Something about this wolf was familiar, but I couldn't place my finger on it. I was so deep in thought that I didn't see that the wolf charged at me. At the last second, I spun out of the way, and the wolf hit the tree behind me. The wolf shook his head before growling at me again. It leapt at me again, but this time I wasn't expecting it. The wolf grabbed my wrist, and the wolf threw me on the ground. He got on top of me, and I kneed him in the ribs. I pushed him off of me before standing back up. I used my super speed, and I ran away from the school with the wolf following behind me. It was almost as fast as I. I saw a thick tree branch connecting to another tree. It was high enough that the wolf couldn't get me. I used all of my strength, and I jumped. I grabbed the branch, and I pulled myself up on it. The wolf jumped at me, but he couldn't quite reach me. "Callum?" I heard Julius's voice yell. The wolf snapped his head, and he took off running towards Julius. The wolf was Callum. If that was Callum, then he needs help because he was almost as vicious as a rogue. I have to check on Julius. I jumped from the branch to the ground. Then I ran to Julius. But I stopped when I almost fell into a deep, round pit. The walls were too steep to climb back up, and if you wanted to climb down, you would be sliding. I saw Julius in his human form and Callum in his wolf form, circling each other in the pit. "Callum, please, it's me, Julius," Julius said. Gently. Callum growled, ready to pounce on Julius. "I have a plan." I backed up from the edge, back into the trees. I used my hearing to hear when Callum jumps. I waited for a few seconds. Before using my super speed, I ran, and I jumped off the edge. Since Callum was in midair, instead of him pouncing on Julius, I wrapped my arms around Callum's body, pushing him to the right. We fell on the ground with me on top of Callum. I got off of Callum quickly, and he stood up. I heard Julius, behind me, gasps. When Callum charged at me, I brought my arm back and slapped him, sending him back into the dirt. He was unconscious. I took a deep breath before looking back at Julius. "Why are your eyes silver?" Julius asked me with wide eyes. "Look, Julius, you can't tell anybody," I said, quickly. "What are you?" Julius asked, walking closer to me. I was about to answer when a voice cut us off. "Julius, did you find him?" I heard Elisa yell. I heard her heartbeat a few yards away. She wasn't close to the pit, but she was walking this way. "Shoot, I have to go," I said, looking back at Julius. "Not until you tell me what you are," Julius demanded. "Look, I will tell you everything later. Please don't tell anybody," I told him. He was silent for a second before he said, "Fine, but you better tell me everything." I nodded. "Thank you." Then I used my super speed, and I ran up the wall. I smelled Elisa, so I quickly ran out of sight. I ran all the way to my house, worried. "Melina!" I yelled, slamming the front door behind me. The house was silent, and I ran around the house looking for Melina. She wasn't here. Then I remembered she was going to that meeting with Alpha. Alan. I felt dizzy and lightheaded, and the whole house spun. My breathing was quick and short. I sat down on the couch, which seemed to help a little. What is happening to me? Then my arm started to burn like crazy. I looked at my arm to see a huge bite. There was dark red blood dripping down my arm. How did I not notice the bite? Before I could think about it, black dots started to cloud my vision, and before I knew it, darkness took over. Chapter 9. Melissa POV. I hate when Alpha Alan calls for a meeting. It ends badly. Every time. Warlocks and witches can't get along long enough to fix the problem. Well, well, well. Look what the Grim Reaper drugged in, a familiar voice said behind me. I bit the inside of my cheek, turning around to see my worst enemy, Cassia. Her long red hair was in a tight ponytail, and her icy blue eyes were cold like usual. "Cassia, nice seeing you here," I replied, titling my head. "Why wouldn't I be? I mean, I am the first one here. Every time Alpha Alan calls, 'Not you, ex-witch,'" Cassia said with a smirk. I shook my head. "Still the same witch, I see. That's extremely disappointing." Before she could say anything else, Alpha Alex's voice boomed in the conference room. "Sit down. We have business to discuss," he said, making all of us sit. Luna Grace was sitting next to him like usual. I sat down between a warlock, Tim, and a witch, Sasha. Now, as you may know already, there is a witch, warlock, using dark magic, and they are in town. One of our teenagers couldn't turn back from his wolf form, and he doesn't recognize his own pack. He escaped 2 weeks ago, and we have guards looking for him 24/7. But when they do find him, I need you all to help with a ritual to turn him back," Alpha Alan finished. Sean, one of the warlocks, stood up from his chair. "And why should we help you? I mean, you never return favors, and we always come when you call," Sean said with a firm face. Alpha Alan stood up from his spot. "I don't know if, and you've forgotten, but my pack was the ones to save all of your hides when the vampires came through 4 years ago. You owe me everything for saving the witch community in this town." Sean was silent before sitting down, pursing his lips. "I get why. That attack left many families heartbroken. Like me. My husband didn't die in a plane crash. He died in that vampire attack, saving me. The vampires were going after all warlocks, witches in the town, and he died protecting me. I didn't tell Brooke because she's half vampire, and I didn't want her to feel guilty. I didn't like lying to her, but it's for the best." "Dad, we found him!" a boy yelled, coming in the conference room. He looked just like his father with his dark brown hair and blue eyes. They could be twins, as their faces looked remarkably alike. "Grayton, I'm in a meeting," Alpha Alan said, sternly. "Ah, so this was Brooke's mate. He's pretty handsome. Julius and Elisa found Callum. He's here," Grayton said to his father, shocking us all. "All right, put him in the cells. We'll do the ritual." "In there," Alpha Alan instructed. Grayton nodded before disappearing from the room. Alpha Alan looked back at us. "I guess it's time. Let's go down to the cells," Alpha Alan said, making us nod. We walked out of the room and downstairs to the cells, where the pack holds rogues or any threat to the pack. "All right, let's get this over with," Sean said. When we got down to the cells, we saw the dark brown wolf, and he was unconscious. It took us a while, but we set the ritual. We set up candles, and some of us drew the ritual signs. By the time we were done, the wolf woke up. He growled at us, but he couldn't get up because of the silver in his system. "Join hands," Cassia said as we sat around, the wolf in a circle. I held hands with the 2 people next to me before closing my eyes. "Now repeat this chant," Cassia said before saying the chant. We all repeated in sync, and the candle's fire grew higher and higher. The bars on the cells shook as we chanted. The wolf howled in pain, and I could hear the wolf shift back into a human. I cracked my eyes open to see an unclothed teenage boy lying on the ground. We stopped chanting, and Alpha Alan's daughter, Elisa, ran past me with a blanket. She covered him before kissing him on the forehead. "I missed you," Elisa said, hugging the boy. He must be her mate. "Ugh, why does my head hurt?" Callum asked. "Do you remember anything when you were in your wolf form?" Cassia asked him. "Fragments. I remember shifting and injuring guards. I tried to stop, but it was like somebody was controlling me," Callum said, standing up with the help of Elisa. "Dark magic at its finest," Alpha Alan said. "Behind us. But this kind of magic is not here, Alpha Alan. This dark magic takes years, and I'm talking about years, to master whoever. They are powerful," I said, making everybody look at me. "How do you know this information, Melina?" Alpha Alan asked me. I licked my lips. I had a friend who studied dark magic before he passed. He wrote everything down in a notebook, and I found it when he passed. "Do you still have it?" Grayton asked me, I shook my head. Somebody stole it, years ago. I remember there was a girl with silver eyes, Callum said, making me freeze. The only supernatural thing that has silver eyes is a hybrid, Alpha Alan said. But we haven't sensed any newcomers, Alpha. Alan, Cassia said. It could be using a spell to cover its tracks. I need everybody on this. This thing could hurt a lot of people. Alpha Alan informed us. If you find it, bring it to me. Are we clear? Everybody nodded, and I slowly nodded. Brooke needs to get out of town, fast. Now you are excused. Thank you for your help, Alpha Alan said before leaving. I slowly walked out of the pack house, trying not to be suspicious. I had to tell Brooke. If they find out about her, then Brooke is going to be in danger even though this isn't her doing. We had to find out who's doing this before Brooke gets hurt. I just hope this isn't who I think is doing it. Chapter 10. Brooklyn POV. I woke up to the sound of somebody mumbling to themselves. That person didn't sound like Melina at all, more like a man. I cracked my eyes open to see Julius sitting on the coffee table in front of me with a wet rag and a bowl full of water beside him. He was texting somebody on his phone. Julius? I asked, making him snap his eyes to look at me. Yeah, how are you feeling? Callum left a huge bite, Julius said, pointing to my bite. I looked down to see that the bite was now healing, but it still hurt a lot. It was still black like venom. I looked back up at Julius, with confused eyes. What are you doing here? I asked him. He stood up, walking around the table before sitting in the chair across from me. Well, I need answers first off. I followed your scent here, which wasn't easy since this house belongs to a witch. I knocked on the door a couple times, and then I looked through the window, and I saw you, passed out on the couch. The only reason I found you was because there was blood on the street, Julius explained. Thank you, I thanked him. You're my Luna. I would die for you, Julius said. What happened with Callum? Is he all right? I asked. Him, he nodded. Yes. Elisa and I got him back to the pack house without a problem. Alpha Alan called all the witches and warlocks in town to help Callum. I haven't heard anything, so I don't know if they turned him back or not. You probably want answers, huh? He nodded again, and I sat up, wincing in pain. Julius started to get up, but I stopped him. I'm fine, I reassured him, and he sat back down. Now what do you want to know? Everything, Julius replied with a firm face. Okay, well, for starters, I'm not human. I'm a hybrid. My mother was the Alpha Jason's daughter, and my father was a vampire. I have a pack back in California. My uncle, Brody, is the Alpha there. I started. You are related to Alpha Brody Jones? The Jones family is legendary. I heard stories about his sister, Alyssa Jones. Julius said. That was my mother. Her and my father died in a rogue attack when I was 15, I told him. I'm sorry about your loss, Brooke, Julius told me, sincerely. Thank you, I told him before continuing. Everything. It was quiet for 2 years until the weekend before I came here. There were a couple of rogues trying to kidnap me. My uncle and my pack saved me, but I was still in danger, and so was my pack. He did what was best and sent me here to live with a family friend, Melina Wilson. She gave me this perfume thing to cover my scent, so you guys wouldn't know that I'm a hybrid. So you know that you and Grayton are mates? Julius asked me. Yes, I replied. Why didn't you tell us, or at least him? Julius asked, hurt laced in his voice. I was scared that the people that were after me would come here and put you guys in danger, I explained. But you are our Luna. Julius started, but I cut him off. And that's why I did what was best for the pack. Hundreds can die if those people came looking for me here. They are not normal rogues. They had red eyes even when they weren't in wolf form. You are right, but it's still wrong that you kept this from us. At least tell Grayton. He's your mate for the love of Moon. Goddess. I know, and I will soon. I need him safe. Julius, you can't tell anybody about me, I said with wide eyes. I will keep your secret under one condition, Julius said, and I nodded for him to continue. If Grayton asks me if you are human or not, I'm not lying to him. He is about to become my Alpha. I nodded. I understand. Before he could say anything else, Melina came barreling into the house with a worried look on her face. Her eyes grew wide when she saw the bite on my arm and Julius. What happened? Does he know? Melina asked, looking at me. Yep, Melina, this is Julius. Julius, this is... Melina. I introduced them to each other. Hey, Julius said as Melina waved. Back to the point. Brooke, we have a... problem, Melina said, looking at me. What's wrong? I asked her. She licked her lips before saying, Good news is that Callum is turned back into a human. Bad news is that he remembers a little bit of the time he was in wolf form, and he said that there was a girl with silver eyes. My breathing stopped. Does he know it's me? She shook her head. No, thank goodness, but now Alpha. Alan is thinking a hybrid is behind all of this since they are the only ones with silver eyes, but instead of a werewolf and vampire hybrid, they think it's a witch and werewolf hybrid. Melina, please tell me that there was nobody in that room with you and the pack. I begged her. There was at least 10 other warlocks, witches. They already informed everybody around Alpha Alan's pack to stay alert. Melina said, sitting next to me. I know there is not much I can do, but the one thing I can do is keep you updated on any moves Alpha Alan makes, Julius said, looking at both of us. But that could get you in serious trouble, I said. He shrugged. Again, I would die for my Luna. When is Grayton supposed to be Alpha? I asked. Julius suddenly. In a month. A blood moon passes once a year, so it's tradition to name him Alpha on that day, Julius answered. At least I have a month to tell Grayton about me. I don't think you should wait that long, Melina said before gaping her mouth. I did it again. I'm sorry, but your thoughts are extremely loud. Julius looked confused, so I said, Melina can read. Thoughts. Oh, Julius said before his phone rang. Shoot, it's Isabella. I have to take this, Julius said before leaving the room. Melina looked at me before saying casually, By the way, I met Grayton today. He is extremely handsome. You two would make a beautiful couple. I blushed at her words as Julius walked back into the living room. I have to go, Isabella said Callum was asking for me. I told her earlier that I had to do something for my parents, Julius said, skidding his phone in his pocket. Thank you, Julius, for everything, I thanked him once again. No problem, but I am wondering, how come that bite is healing instead of killing you? Well, it's the same way if a vampire bit me. It hurts. One part of me, but the other part helps me heal it. It's going to be bruised, though, I answered him. He smiled. Cool. Bye, Brooke. Bye, Julius, I replied before he walked out of the house. When he was gone, Melina looked back over at me. How is your wrist? It's fine, I replied, throwing the blanket off. Of me. Brooke, you need to call your uncle. If things get out of control here, you have to leave so you won't die, Melina told me. I shook my head. I can't. I have to find out who is doing this. Please, just be careful. We don't need the prophecy. To be right, Melina said before covering her mouth. What prophecy? I asked her. Melina shook her head. Nothing. You need to get some rest. The bite must have took a lot of energy out of you. Melina, I'm not a child. What prophecy? I asked her again. I promised your parents, Melina said. Whatever. After school tomorrow, I plan on going into the woods to search for whatever is using dark magic, I said before. Heading upstairs. Brooke, wait, Melina said. But I ignored her. When I reached my room, I wrapped my wrist in a bandage. Then I lay in my bed, playing with my bracelet. I wish y'all were here. I really need to talk to you. Guys, I said. Before I knew it, I drifted off to sleep. Chapter 11. Brooklyn POV. I fixed my gray sweatshirt before looking at myself in the mirror. I was wearing black shorts since it was a little bit warm today, and a gray sweatshirt, which I tucked in a little. My hair was in a French braid since I didn't feel like doing anything with it. I had to wear a sweatshirt because of the huge bruise the bite left. It was still in the shape of the bite, but it was dark purple and blue. I put on my black Vans before spraying on the perfume to cover my scent. I put on my bracelet, and I grabbed my phone and bag. Then I left my room, heading to the kitchen. Melina has to leave early for some reason, So the house was empty. I was still mad at her, but I understand why she couldn't tell me. I grabbed a water bottle out of the fridge before leaving the house. Hey, would you like one? A girl asked me when. I walked past the bakery. She handed me a green flyer. Blood Moon Festival, March 23, 7 p.m., 12 a.m. Join us. Thanks, I replied before folding the flyer, putting it in my bag. I continued walking to the school, and I saw more flyers, hanging up everywhere. I guess the blood moon is a big thing in this town. I walked into the school building. I almost got hit with a football, but I quickly moved out of the way. Quick reflexes have some advantages. Sorry about that, a guy said, picking the dog. Football up from the ground. He turned around to face me. I realized that it was Aiden. He had the same reaction as me. He cleared his throat awkwardly. It's fine, I replied, giving him a small smile. You sure? Aiden asked me with concerned eyes. I nodded, yes. I heard a deep, low growl that I could only hear. I turned around to see Grayton standing by his locker. His fists were at his side. My heart did a little flip since I haven't seen him in 2 weeks, but then another emotion came over me. Anger. I have to go. Bye, I told Aiden before. Walking away. I walked past Grayton, and he walked behind me. It wasn't until I was halfway up the stairs that he grabbed my wrist, spinning around. I gritted my teeth because he was holding the bruised one. It wasn't like he was holding it tightly, but the bruise is exceptionally tender. What do you want, Grayton? I asked him, quite rudely. I'm sorry I ditched you for the last 2 weeks. Grayton apologized, sensing that I'm mad. I'm not mad because you ditched me. I'm mad because you didn't let me know that you're okay. I was scared when I didn't see you or the group show up for the last 2 weeks, I said, ignoring the pain in my wrist. I should have let you know that we were fine. We had to go out of town for something, Grayton said, letting go of my wrist. The bell rang, and I said, well, let's go to class, I guess. He nodded. Yeah, are we okay now? I was silent for a moment before saying, we're fine. Just don't ever ditch me without letting me know you are okay. He gave me a smile which caused my heart to flutter. Deal. We walked to class, and the whole group was here today. Even Callum. I sat at my desk while Mrs. Jackson wrote our lesson on the board. Alrighty, you guys, turn to page 60 and read the poem, Mrs. Jackson instructed, turning around. I opened my textbook, and I turned to the page she instructed. I was halfway through reading the poem when somebody tapped on my shoulder. I looked to the left to see a girl giving me a small note. It's from Grayton, she said quietly. I nodded, thanks. I opened the note to Grayton's handwriting. Would you like to go swimming after school with me and the group? Yes. Or no. Please check yes or no. I tried to stop the smile from forming on my face. I looked over at him, and he was looking at me, waiting for my answer. I mouthed, really? He nodded before mouthing back, you bet I am. I rolled my eyes playfully before checking yes. I folded. I sent the paper back to Grayton. Miss Jones, are you finished? Mrs. Jackson asked me. I nodded. Yes, Mom. Okay, she replied before looking down at her. Papers. I quickly looked over at Grayton to see him smiling. He folded the piece of paper, and he placed it underneath his notebook. I haven't been swimming in a while. After class, Grayton told me that I could come over to his house later to change. I guess the swimming spot we were going to was close by. I feel like this is going to be a good day. Elisa, you are not putting me in this, I said as I held the black bikini in my hand. Why not? It would look great on you, Elisa said. And Zoe and Isabella laughed. We were getting dressed at Elisa's house. They were already in their bathing suits. Zoe was wearing a turquoise bikini with white flowers all over them. The bathing suit was tied around her neck. Isabella was wearing a white and light pink striped bikini, with straps on her shoulders. Her vibrant red hair was in a ponytail to keep it out of her eyes. Last, there's Elisa. She was wearing a plain light blue bikini with straps on the shoulders. Okay, fine. If you don't wear this one, you have to. Wear that one, Elisa said, holding a hot pink one-piece. I shook my head. I'll take the one I got. She smiled, and I walked into her bathroom. I changed into the one-piece bathing suit, and I looked at myself in the mirror. It was black, and the sides were tied. I do look good in it. My bruise on my wrist has healed, so I don't have to worry about that. I walked out of the bathroom, and I heard the girls squeal. "Do you look gorgeous?" Zoe exclaimed. "That bathing suit was made for you," Isabella told me. "I told you," Elisa said. "You were right. I look good in this," I said, looking down at the swimsuit. "Girls, can y'all please hurry up? We're getting old." "Down here," Callum yelled from downstairs. "Coming!" Isabella yelled as she shook her head. "We should go before they come busting down the Kaya door," Zoe joked, pacing her hands on her hips. We nodded, and we walked out of the room. I made sure to sprayed myself with the cover spray before I left the school. The girls walked down the stairs, and I walked down last. My cheeks burned when I noticed everybody looking at me. "Wow," Grayton said as his eyes widened. I smiled, and Callum said, "Let's go swimming." Everybody walked outside to the cars. "You want to ride with me, Brooks?" Grayton asked, showing me his keys. "Sure," I replied before getting into his car. We drove to the lake, which was only 10 minutes away from Grayton's house. "So, do you own this lake or something?" I asked Grayton, as we walked down the trail leading to the lake. He nodded. "Well, technically my parents own it. There's a lake house down there too." "That's cool," I replied before looking down at the rocks. "You okay? You have been really quiet today," Grayton asked softly. I nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just have a lot to think about lately. If you ever need somebody to talk to, I'm always here," Grayton said with a smile. I looked up at him. "I know." "Callum!" Elisa yelled ahead. I heard a splash of water, and I looked at Grayton. He looked at me, and he shook his head. We stopped on a cliff, overlooking the clear blue water. I saw the lake house Grayton was talking about. It was huge, with a lot of windows. "I'm going to kill you!" Elisa yelled again. I looked over the edge to see Elisa in the water. And Callum is laughing on the cliff. "Lighten up, Al. You should have seen your face," Callum said before bursting into another fit of laughter. "Are you guys getting in? It's a little cool," Elisa asked before floating on her back. Tylen, Grayton, Callum, and Julius took off their shirts. My eyes widened when I saw Grayton's six-pack. He caught me looking at his abs, and I quickly looked down. My cheeks were on fire because I was highly embarrassed. Tylen and Zoe went first, jumping in the water together. They swam back to the surface with smiles on their faces. "That was awesome," Zoe exclaimed, pushing her hair out of her face. Julius and Isabella went next. Julius cannonball in the water, while Isabella did a backflip in the water. Grayton and I waited for them to swim back up to the surface before jumping into the water. The water wasn't cold, but it wasn't warm either. I opened. My eyes were under the water before swimming back up to the surface. My hair was soaking wet along with my bathing suit. I pushed my hair out of my face while trying to keep up float. "What did you think?" Grayton asked me, swimming over to me. "That was fun," I replied truthfully. "I knew you would like it. Plus the view here is amazing," Grayton replied, slicking his hair back. "Agreed," I said, biting the inside of my cheek. "Gray, you guys playing?" Tylen yelled, making. "Let's look over at the group." Zoe was on Tylen's shoulders, and Isabella was on Julius's shoulders, and Elisa was on Callum's shoulders. Grayton looked back at me. "You want to play?" "Definitely. Let's go win," I said. "All right, I'm going to go under, and that's when you'll get on my shoulders," Grayton instructed. I nodded, and he went under. I got on his shoulders, and he came back up to the surface. Sparks were flying throughout my body because of his touch. Grayton walked over to the group, and we started the chicken fights. It was extremely hard not to use a little bit of my abilities, but Grayton and I still won against Tylen and Zoe. Elisa and Callum won against Isabella and Julius. "You guys are so going down," Callum said, walking over to us. "We'll see about that," Grayton replied with a smirk. "And go!" Julius yelled like a referee. Elisa and I pushed each other, and it was a close one. I almost fell off 3 different times, but I held on tight to Grayton. On my last push, I pushed Elisa off of Callum, sending them backwards into the water. Grayton and I cheered while Elisa and Callum came back to the surface. "Grayton and Brooke win," Julius announced, clapping his hands. Grayton held on to my hand, shaking it excitedly. Then he fell backwards, bringing me down with him. I wasn't expecting it, so I was not prepared at all for the water. We went under, and I let go of Grayton. When I came back up to the surface, I was coughing from the water. I decided to get Grayton back. When he came back up to the surface, I splashed water at him. He opened his eyes, and he looked at me with a tiny smirk playing at his lips. "Brooks, I wouldn't have done that if I were you," Grayton said before I saw the look on his face. He sent a huge splash, and it hit me. "You're getting it, mister," I said before I chased him around the lake, splashing water at him any chance I got. When we both got onto the shore, we were exhausted. We climbed onto the grass like we had been shot or something. "Truce?" I asked him between gasps for air. I held out my hand and he shook it. "Truce." The sun was setting, and it was gorgeous with the water. Underneath it, I lay my head on Grayton's shoulder while watching the view before me. Grayton wrapped an arm around my back, sending sparks off. Again. "Brooks, can I ask you something?" Grayton asked. Me, looking down at me. We were inches apart, and his eyes flickered to my lips. "Before my eyes." "Grayton," I said softly. He started to lean in, and I closed my eyes. "Grayton, we gotta go now," Elisa yelled, running over to us. We broke apart, and he looked at his twin. They were looking into each other's eyes. They were talking in their pack-mind link. "Yeah, it's getting late," Grayton agreed, looking back at me. I nodded, but all I was thinking about was that we almost kissed. I stood up from the ground, and Grayton handed me his shirt. "So you won't get cold," Grayton said when I gave him a confused look. I put on a plain white shirt over my bathing suit. The shirt was oversized on me, and it ended at mid-thigh. Grayton and I walked back to his car, and we drove away from the lake. It was dark now, and the only light was coming from Grayton's headlights. "Thank you for bringing me along," I thanked Grayton. "No problem," he replied, paying attention to the road. You can drop me off at the diner. My aunt is there, and she's going to take me home," I told Grayton as I switched my phone off. He nodded, and we drove in an awkward silence. I think, because of our almost kiss, when we pulled into the diner parking lot, I saw Melina's car. Grayton parked the car, and he cleared his throat. "There's my aunt's car," I said, looking over at Grayton. "Oh, before you go, here's my number," Grayton said, showing me his phone. I entered the number into my phone and opened the door. "Good night, Grayton," I said. "Good night, Brooks," he replied, giving me his charming smile. I got out of the car, and I shut the door. I got into. Melina was in her car, sitting in the driver's seat, listening to music. "Thank you for waiting on me," I thanked her. "Anytime," Melina said before starting the Ricky engine. We drove away from the diner, and I realized that I was still in Grayton's shirt. It smelled just like him, making my heart bump loudly. I can't stay. I have something to attend to, but I'll be back before midnight," Melina said when the house was in view. I nodded. "Okay." She dropped me off at the house before leaving me. I unlocked the door, and I stepped into the house. Even though I was wondering what Melina was doing, I decided to go take a shower. I took off my bathing suit and Grayton's shirt before jumping into the hot water. I washed my hair and my body before jumping out of the shower. I wrapped myself with a fluffy white towel before going upstairs to my room. I changed into a pair of sweatpants and a black tank top. I did some of my homework, and I was starting to get hungry. I walked downstairs to the kitchen, and I made some cereal. While I was eating my cereal, I walked into Melina's witchcraft room. I wasn't looking for anything. I was just bored, and I never saw her room, really. I flicked the light on to see books scattered all over the table. I walked over to them, and I scanned my finger against the lines of the books. These books were extremely old, like most spell books. I set my cereal down, and I looked through the pages. A folded-up letter was folded between two pages. My eyebrows furrowed together, and I opened the letter. "Dear Melina, I know that you have put witchcraft behind you since Eric died. But I feel like Casper is close. There have been strange witchcraft activities all around town. I'm scared that he is coming for Brooke. Alyssa and I have been doing everything to protect Brooke, but I don't think it's going to hold up against Casper. I need a favor from you, please. If Alyssa and I die, please promise me that you will watch after Brooke. She's going to need you, Mel. Your friend, Ben. Tears rolled down my cheeks as I read the letter. My hands were shaking slightly. Who's Casper? Was he my parents' killers? I placed the letter back in the book, and I grabbed my cereal. I'm going to find out who this Casper guy is, and why my parents are scared of him. Chapter 12. Brooklyn, POV. I didn't sleep at all last night. My mind was preoccupied with the letter. My father knew there was a chance he wouldn't make it, but he still protected me. Morning, Brooks, Grayton said behind me. I shut my locker, and I smiled before turning around to face him. Hey, Grayton, I replied, leaning against the lockers. The bell rang, making me groan. Grayton noticed this, and he smiled. You want to skip? Grayton asked me. What? Skip classes? I asked, and he nodded. Yes, come on. We can go do whatever you want, or we can go to some boring classes. Your choice, Grayton said with a smirk. Fine, let's go get food, I replied before, walking towards the exit. He walked behind me, and I pushed the double doors to get outside. We walked out to his car, and I got into the passenger seat. So where do you want to eat? Grayton asked. After we exited the parking lot, how about that diner we went to on my first day? They had some amazing milkshakes, I said, making him chuckle. You want a milkshake at 9:00 the morning? Grayton asked me. I nodded. Yeah, a milkshake is a milkshake, doesn't matter what time it is. Plus, I need some energy. I didn't sleep at all last night. Why? Are you feeling okay? Grayton asked, frantic. I'm fine. I just couldn't sleep, I said, putting my arm on the console. As I looked out the window, I felt Grayton's arm right next to mine. Sparks were flying through my body, and I slowly glanced over at Grayton. Sees him smiling. When we parked at the diner, I quickly got out of the car. I stood on the sidewalk, waiting for Grayton. When he walked up to me, we walked into the diner. A waitress greeted us at the door. It was the same girl from 2 weeks ago who was checking Grayton out the whole time. Sit anywhere you like, the waitress said. Before walking off, Grayton and I made our way over to a booth by the window. It started to drizzle outside. The waitress came over to our table with her notepad. Drinks? She asked. A coffee with sugar and milk, Grayton said, keeping his eyes are on me. And a vanilla milkshake, I said as she wrote down the order. Okay, it'll be out soon, she said before leaving us alone. Okay, since I haven't really learned much about you, and vice versa, why don't we ask each other questions? Grayton asked, tapping his finger on the table, softly. Fine, what's your favorite singer? I asked. Him, putting my hands in front of me. Bruno Mars and Ariana Grande, he answered, surprising me. Really? I asked him, but he shook his head. It's my turn. What's your favorite color? Grayton asked, as the waitress put our drinks in front of us. Are you guys ready to order? The waitress asked. A bacon, egg, and cheese omelet, Grayton told her. And you? She asked, looking at me. Pancakes and a side of bacon, please. She nodded before walking away. I took a sip of my milkshake. Gray or purple? What do you like to do in your free time? I asked him. This went on for a while. We ate our food while answering questions. I learned a great deal about Grayton, and he learned a great deal about me. The waitress left the check on the table, and I started to reach for it, but Grayton grabbed it. I can pay for my food, I told him, but he shook his head. I got it, he replied, putting cash into the checkbook. Fine then, but I'm paying next time, I said. We'll see about that, Grayton mumbled. But I heard him. We left our booth, and we walked towards the door. When we got outside, it was raining harder. I looked over at Grayton. Run! He yelled over the rain. We rushed to his car and quickly found a safe spot. My hair got a little wet, but thanks to my rain jacket, I wasn't completely soaked. Grayton turned the car on, and we drove away from the diner. What are we going to do now? I asked Grayton. You want to go to a movie? Grayton asked, and I nodded. Sure, I replied. We drove to the movie theater, and we parked the car in the parking lot, close to the entrance. Then we took off running to the entrance, holding hands, which sent sparks flying throughout my body. When we got inside, I smiled. Grayton's hair was soaking wet, and he laughed. My mother told me to bring an umbrella today, Grayton said as we walked to the candy, popcorn area. You should have listened to her, I remarked. Yeah, I hate when she's right. We ordered 2 drinks, a small popcorn, and 2 boxes of sour patches. Then we walked into the screening room. There were a few people here, but it was nowhere near packed. Grayton and I sat down in the seats. The movie started a few minutes later. I got really excited. In the middle of the movie, Grayton held my hand, which was on the armrest, and it stayed like that the whole film. When the movie was over, Grayton and I threw away our trash. We walked out of the movie theater, and it was still raining. Our hands were still enlaced. Thank you for today. I really needed it, I told Grayton when we got into the car. Anytime. I'm glad you agreed to skip school with me, Grayton said, driving away from the movie theater. I looked at the time to see it was 12:10. We drove for a while until Grayton parked the car in front of a greenhouse in the middle of the woods. I looked at him, and I said, What are we doing? Here? Come on, I want to show you something, Grayton said, opening his door. I did the same thing, and I put my hood over my head. Before exiting the car, I followed behind him, and he opened the door. I stepped inside, and I stood there in awe. In the middle of the greenhouse was a fountain with clear water in it, with flowers around it. Around the wall were tables filled with flowers. The walls and ceiling were glass so that you could see the rain in the greenhouse. I walked a couple of steps, and I admired the flowers. This is so pretty, I said, looking around the fine greenhouse. Thanks. I put a lot of effort into it, Grayton said behind me. I spun around and I said, This is yours? He nodded. Yeah. My parents got it for me when I turned 14. Don't judge me, but I love gardening. You don't seem like the type to like this kind of stuff, I told him, walking over to the fountain. Well, this place is like my comfort zone. I can do whatever I want in here, Grayton said, walking beside me. I turned my head to see that we were inches apart. My heart stopped beating as his eyes stared into mine. He leaned in, and he kissed me. It was like fireworks were going off throughout my body. I kissed Grayton back, and he wrapped an arm around my waist. I wrapped my arms around his neck, and we broke apart. Our foreheads were touching, and I smiled. You don't know how long I have wanted to do that, Grayton said, smiling from ear to ear. He pushed a piece of hair behind my ear, making me blush. We let go of each other, and he showed me his favorite plants. We stayed at the greenhouse for 2 hours, admiring the plants and watching the rain fall onto the ceiling. We were driving back to the school building, since I needed my book bag, so I closed my eyes and took a sharp breath. I was in an old academy, and I saw Grayton on the ground. He was injured, with blood on him, and looked exhausted. Grayton? I screamed, but he overlooked my Everway presence. Then I saw vampires fighting Callum, Zoe, Tylen, Julius, Isabella, Elisa, and Melina. What is this? I heard a scream, and I saw myself fighting a guy a little bit older than me. I kicked him in the ribs before punching him in the nose. It's over, Casper, my other self said as the guy was holding his ribs. That's what you think, Casper said before, jumping at my other self. They fell off the ledge and onto the floor. Then the guy was off of her, and she was coughing. Then she got up, but her eyes were wide. Then I saw why. The guy had a silver knife, and he struck. Grayton was stabbed in the chest with a silver knife. I found myself screaming as Grayton fell to the ground. Nobody heard me, though. Tears built up in my eyes as I saw. My other self runs over to him. Grayton, don't leave me, my other self begged, while holding his hand. I love you, Grayton said as his breathing becomes slow and short. No, no, keep your eyes open, my other self yelled as tears fled from her eyes. Brooke? A voice yelled, bringing me back into the car. Grayton stood before me with a concerned look on his face. I looked around to see that we were at the school. I'm sorry. I had a bad dream, I said, unbuckling my seatbelt. Brooke, you weren't asleep, Grayton said. My eyes widen. If that wasn't a dream, then what was it? Chapter 13. Brooklyn, P.O.V. After I convinced Grayton that I was fine, I walked inside the school to my locker. I pulled my phone out of my pocket, and I dialed Melina's number. Hello? She asked. Melina, something happened. I need you to come. Get me. It's bad. I think something is happening to me, I said, leaning against the lockers. Okay, I'm on my way. You're at the school, right? Melina asked, calmly. Yeah, I said quietly. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Stay put, Melina said before hanging up. I put my phone back in my pocket, and I closed my eyes. It was like a nightmare. It had to be a nightmare. It couldn't be anything else. Watching Grayton die replayed in my mind, and I felt tears in my eyes. Brooke, I'm here, Melina yelled, making my eyes pop open. She walked over to me, and I hugged her. She hugged me back, and a tear fell down my cheek. What happened? Melina asked as we broke apart. I told her what happened in the car, and her face fell. Brooke, I think you had a vision, Melina said as we drove away from the school. A vision? How? I asked Melina, who looked like a deer caught in the headlights. I don't know, she replied, gulping. You sure? I asked her, making her nod. Yep, when we get home, you need to go get some rest, Melina told me. But, I started, but she interrupted me. No buts. Go straight to your room and get some rest, Melina said sternly. I sighed angrily, but I nodded in response. When we got to the house, I ran to my room. I lay on my bed, mumbling. Please lower your thoughts, Melina yelled, making me groan on my pillow. My phone buzzed beside me, and I looked at it to see. Grayton texted me. Grayton, are you okay? Me, yeah, just had a massive migraine. I put my phone down, but it dinged again. I looked at it too. See? Grayton texted me again. Grayton, okay, well, I had a fantastic day, and it's all because of you. I smiled at the message before responding with a text. Me too. I'll see you tomorrow. Grayton, see you tomorrow. I shut my phone off before closing my eyes. It didn't help, though. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Grayton dying in front of me. I tossed and turned, trying to get some rest, but nothing was working. I decided to work on some of my homework, and after that, I watched a movie. Brooke, I have to go somewhere, but I'll be back soon, Melina said from downstairs. Okay, I yelled back. I heard her sigh before shutting the front door. I waited until I heard her car leave before walking downstairs. I walked into her witchcraft room, and I started to look around. A book lay open on Melina's desk, and I picked it up. Please read the page where it was left. Visions. There are only 2 creatures that have visions. Dark, warlocks, witches, or sirens. Visions can't be changed, and there is nothing you can do to stop whatever is going to happen. I placed the book on the desk as my heart broke. How could I have a vision? My mother is a werewolf, and my father is a vampire. Brooke! Somebody yelled, knocking on the door. I walked out of the room, and I walked to the door. I opened it to see Julius standing there. Are you okay? Grayton told us what happened. Julius asked frantically. I'm fine. Come on in, I told him, opening the door more. He walked past me, and I shut the door. Julius, I had a vision of Grayton dying. I blurted out, making Julius turn around extremely fast. What? He asked as his eyes widened. You might want to sit down for this, I said, making him walk over to the couch. Once we were both sitting, I told him everything from the prophecy, as I just found in Melina's book. Julius, I don't know what to do. This Casper guy might have killed my parents. I'm having visions that I shouldn't be having. Melina is keeping things from me, and I can't tell Grayton because I'm scared. He'll reject me, I said as I paced back and forth. My breathing was quick and short, and all I was seeing was red. I looked over at Julius to see his eyes looking straight into mine. Brooke, your eyes, they're silver, Julius said, shocked. I just need to take a few deep breaths, I said, before taking a slow, deep breath. Everything is going to be okay. We just need to figure out who is this Casper fellow and why we were there in the first place, Julius replied, making me nod. You're right. I need to take a chill pill. How's the search for the hybrid going? I asked Julius, trying to focus on something else. He shrugged. They have nothing right now. You're good. I reopened my eyes, and I felt better. I'm sorry I panicked on you. I apologized. But Julius waved it off. It's fine. I don't mind. That's what I'm here for, Julius said with a bright smile. I nodded, smiling. Come on, you want to watch Avengers with me? I asked Julius. I can't. Isabella and I are going on a date tonight. Ooh, have fun, I said as he opened the front door. Definitely. Bye, Brooke, Julius said. Bye, Jules, I replied, before turning on the TV. I turned on the first Avengers, and I found myself slowly drifting off to sleep. UNKNOWN. Have you found her yet? I asked the guard. Before me. He shook his head. No, Your Highness. We believe that. She's under a protective spell. I clenched my jaw in frustration before throwing my glass across the room. It hit the wall, and it broke into a million little pieces. I stood up from my chair. I want to see results. People, I want Brooke Jones found now, or so help me. The guards quickly nodded before scurrying away from the capel room. All I ask is for a straightforward thing, and those vampires can't even do it, even when I have them mind-controlled. Where is the last place Brooke was seen? I asked my second in command. California. Shadow Rock Pack, he replied. Instantly. Good, get me a plane ticket. I'm going to California, I said as I walked towards the door. I will find you, Brooke. If it's the last thing I do. Chapter 14. Brooklyn POV. It was a couple of days later, and Julius and I had been researching. And we still have nothing. But on the brighter side, Grayton and I have been hanging out more, and we might have kissed a few times. Earth to Brooke, Isabella said, snapping me out of my thoughts. I blinked a couple of times before saying, Sorry. What? I was asking you if you're going to Aiden's party. Tomorrow night? Isabella asked, twirling a piece of hair around her finger. I nodded. Yeah, sounds fun. Good. We'll pick you up, Zoe said, making me shake my head. No, I said, making everybody look at me. I mean, I have errands to run before the party, so I'll just meet you guys there. Elisa nodded. Okay. Everybody went into another conversation. Grayton was sitting beside me, and he picked up a small fry before throwing it at me. I looked at him to see if he was smiling. Buddy, believe me, you don't want to start a food fight with me, I warned him, making him laugh. I'll take my chances, Grayton replied with a smirk playing at his lips. Then Julius joined us at the table with a firm face. Where have you been, Jules? Isabella asked, him opening her water bottle. I had to run an errand for the home ed teacher, Julius said, tapping his finger on the table. Oh, well, we were just talking about the party. Tomorrow night, Zoe said, making him nod. For the rest of the lunch period, we talked about a TV show. When the bell rang, Julius stuffed something in my hand as I walked past him. I furrowed my eyebrows in confusion until I opened my hand to see a napkin with writing on it. We have a huge problem, but I found something huge. Meet at your house after school. Jules. What's that? Grayton asked behind me. I closed my hand quickly, and I turned around with a smile on my face. Nothing, just trash, I lied as I threw it away. In the trash bin. Humph. Come on, we don't want to be late for class. Now do we? Grayton asked, and I nodded. We walked to our next class, and the teacher started the lesson. My mind was too clouded to pay attention to Julius's note. What did he find out? Why don't you want me to drive you home? Do you live in a cave with bats or something? Grayton asked me as we walked out to the parking lot. I shook my head. No, it's just that my aunt is very strict when it comes to boys. What do you think her reaction will be when she finds Psalms out we're dating? Grayton asked, making me stop dead in my tracks. Whoa, we're dating? How did it become that? I asked him, stunned that we had progressed that far in our relationship. What else would you call it? We have been hanging out a lot, and we have kissed many times, Grayton said, a little bit upset. It's just crazy that we're this far into our relationship is all. I never expected that I would have a Matt. I started to say, but I caught myself. Boyfriend. I gave Grayton a hesitant smile as he looked at me, suspiciously. He cleared his throat as we made it to his car. You sure that you don't want me to drive you home? Grayton asked me for the 5th time. I nodded as I put a strand of my hair behind my ear. I'm sure. All right then, I'll see you tomorrow, Grayton said before kissing my cheek, sending sparks throughout my body. See you tomorrow, Gray, I replied as he got into his car. He drove off, and I walked out of the school's parking lot. I walked to my house, where I saw Julius's car parked beside my mailbox. I quickly walked inside my house, where I saw Julius sitting on the couch, tapping his foot. What did you find? I asked him, making him stand up. When I was walking back from the library, I heard Aiden on the phone with somebody. Brooke, they were talking about you. Aiden knows that you're a hybrid. Julius rushed out, running a hand through his hair. How does he know? He's human. This doesn't make any sense, I said, shaking my head. That's not all. At the library, I found the prophecy Melina was referring to, Julius added, biting his lip. What is it? It's nothing good. When the first Tribid walks, the earth, the supernatural world, and the human world will crumble, Julius recited as I just stood there in a daze. But why would that concern me? Why would Melina be worried about it coming true? Tribids are a myth, right? Julius shrugged. Brooke, I don't know if you want me to be honest. All I know is that we have to solve the Aiden problem first, before anything, so nobody will get hurt. I really think you should tell Grayton. Now. No, it'll put him in danger, and I don't want my vision to be right, I said, making Julius nod in agreement. Tomorrow night we need to find out who Aiden is. Working for then go from there, Julius suggested, sitting back down. I agree. Has Alpha Allen made any more moves against Pand? The hybrid? I asked Julius, sitting down next to him. No, nobody can track it nor has seen it. Melina has done a great job hiding you. She hiding something from me, though. Something huge, I said, rubbing my temple. Look, I haven't known you for a while, but I know that Melina would hide something from you to protect you, not to hurt you. I nodded. I know, but it gets annoying that she knows something that my parents told her, and she won't tell me. Isn't that what you're doing to Grayton? I shook my head. Grayton is different. He doesn't know that I know he's a werewolf. I'm keeping my secret to protect him and the pack. Are you sure that's it? Julius asked me, making me raise an eyebrow. What's that supposed to mean? Julius licked his lips. If you think that Grayton is going to reject you, then you're crazy. What? No. I'm not scared that he'll reject me, I stuttered shyly. A wave of pain went through my heart just thinking about Grayton rejecting me. Okay, as long as you say so. Now I have to go, but be ready tomorrow night. I feel like we might have to fight, Julius warned. Me. I nodded. I'll be ready. We said our goodbyes before Julius walked out the door. As I sat there on the couch, I thought to myself, was I scared that Grayton would reject me? No, maybe yes. I hope that I'll get rid of whatever threat there is, so I can be with him. Chapter 15. Brooklyn POV. Tonight is the party, and let's say that I'm nervous. I have been to an actual party before, and I also have to deal with Aiden. As of right now, I was plunging through my closet looking for an outfit. Knock, knock, Melina said behind me, knocking on my open door. I turned around to see her standing there with a small smile on her face. Hey, I was going to come find you. This top or this dress? I asked Melina, placing 2 options in front of me. The top suits you very well, Melina said, pointing to the shiny silver crop top with no sleeves. I nodded. I think so too. I threw the dress on my bed before looking for my black, skinny jeans. Melina cleared her throat nervously. What's wrong? I asked Melina, turning around to face her. She had tears in her eyes, and she shook her head with a proud smile on her face. It's nothing. Your parents would be so proud of you right now, Melina said as her lip quivered. I miss them, I confessed with a deep sigh. Melina nodded in agreement. Me too. Your mother was my best friend for several years. I gave her a side smile, but I stayed silent. I grabbed my pants and my top before looking back at Melina. I have to go change. I don't want to keep the girls waiting too long, I said, gesturing to my clothes. Right. I came up to tell you that the house has a properous cover spell so they won't know a witch lives here. Thank you. She waved me off. Anytime. Then she turned, and she walked down the stairs. I changed into the outfit before doing my makeup. I decided to go with a shadow eye look, with dark maroon lips. I also gave my hair a few stray curls to make it look wavy. Once I was finished, I put on my white Converse and a black leather jacket. Then my phone dinged, letting me know that I had a text message. Zoe, we're outside. Me, coming. I sprayed myself down with the magical perfume before walking downstairs. Melina was nowhere to be found, so I walked outside to see Elisa's white Jeep is sitting outside. I walked to the Jeep, and I opened the bag door to see Zoe is in the back seat. I got into the car before shutting the door. It's party time, girls, Elisa exclaimed, before driving away from my house. I heard this is supposed to be the biggest party of day. The year, Isabella said, typing on her phone. Where does Aiden live? I asked them, casually. He lives in this huge mansion on the beach. Zoe answered as I buckled myself up. Cool, I replied. After 10 One Direction songs, we pulled into a yard, filled with red Solo cups. People were on the huge porch, smoking and talking. The girls and I got out, and I could hear the music from outside. The front door was already open, so the girls and I walked right in. People were everywhere, dancing, kissing, and drinking. The girls and I walked into the dance room to see people dancing to the upbeat music. Come on, Isabella said, dragging me into the dance floor. We danced along to the music, and once it was over, we were out of breath. I'll go get us some drinks. The boys are here. Somewhere, Zoe yelled over the music. I'll come with you, Elisa shouted as they walked through the crowd of people. Isabella and I danced, and I felt arms wrapped around my waist. I knew it was Grayton because sparks were shooting through my body. I turned around to see him smiling down at me. How did you find me? I yelled as we danced. How could I not? Everybody is talking about Brooke. Joan's incredible dance moves, he shouted, making me laugh. Don't make fun of my dances. I think they are very unique. He bopped his nose with his, and my heart fluttered. Zoe and Elisa came back with the drinks, and they handed me one. I took a sip of it, and I smiled in delight. It doesn't matter how much I drink. I can't get drunk. It has something to do with my abilities. Where's Jules? Isabella shouted at Grayton. Grayton shrugged. I don't know. He was outside on the beach. Isabella nodded before leaving us. Soon, all of the girls went off to find their boyfriends, leaving Grayton and me alone. Grayton and I danced with everything in us. Everything. Went into slow-mo. Grayton was relaxed and smiling, as if it were Christmas. Here I was, dancing with my mate. If you had told me, if I had a mate, I would have laughed at you and called you crazy. I think I'm going to tell him about me. Grayton, I have something to tell you. I yelled at him, making him stop dancing. Let's go somewhere quieter, Grayton hollered, back, making me nod. We walked outside, and waved, and crashed into the sand. Grayton and I walked along the sand, trying to get somewhere quiet. The breeze was nice and cool. What's up? Grayton asked me, as he held my hand. Now that we are in a relationship, I want to tell you something huge. Just know that I did this to keep you safe, I said, making him confused. What happened? Are you in trouble? Grayton asked me, protectively. I started to say, but I was cut off by howling. Grayton wrapped an arm around my waist, protectively, and his eyes were alert. Brooke, you need to go back inside, now, Grayton said, lowly. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, Grayton exclaimed angrily, making me flinch back. His eyes soften, but I have already started to back away. Okay then, I said before I walked off. I heard. He sighed, but I continued to walk back to the house. I know that he is trying to protect me, but he didn't have to get angry with me. I was going to tell him, but you know what? I will keep my secret from him. I walked back inside, and I sniffed the air for any of the group. They were all gone. What on earth is going on? I see that you made it, Aiden's voice said. Behind me. I put on a fake smile. Yeah, I wouldn't miss. 10. You want to go somewhere where we can talk? Aiden asked me, making me nod. I need answers from him. We walked upstairs, and he led me to a bedroom. I looked around, and I'm pretty sure this was his room. There was a balcony with doors leading out to it. Then there was a huge mattress by the wall with books on a shelf beside it. Nice room, I commented as he shut the door. You can cut the crap, Brooke. I know that you know. That I know about you, Aiden said, making me turn around to face him. I gave him a fake grin. Great, so now what are we going to do? There is somebody out there who is looking for you, Aiden said, stepping forward. I shrugged. Who is example? Now my question is, how did you cover your scent? The same way you hid yours. So you have a witch on your side, I see. Now, let me tell you how this is going to end. Either you answer my questions, and I'll let you live, or I will kill you, I said, twirling a piece of my hair between my fingers. I would like to see you try, but I'm not here to kill you. I'm here to bring you into Casper, Aiden said with his hands up in surrender. My eyebrows furrowed. You know Casper? He is my leader. What does he want with me? I asked Aiden, crossing my hands across my chest. Your heart, Aiden said, pointing at my chest. Well, inform him that will never happen, and he can. Go jump off a cliff, I said, making Aiden. You have no idea what you're up against, Aiden said with a dark look on his face. Maybe, but I know one thing. I will win. I said, trying to scare him. Aiden rolled his eyes. We have been chatting a little bit too long. My distraction can only uphold for a few more minutes. My eyes widen. What did you do? Let's just say that your friends and your mate are probably in trouble by now, Aiden said, making me growl. I charged at him, but he was faster. He grabbed a syringe off his desk, and he stuck it in my neck. I dropped to the floor in pain. What is this? I asked him, pulling the syringe out of my neck. Well, I don't have any ravine, so I had to release your wolf side so I could trap you with silver. I'm a genius, right? Aiden asked as my eyes flickered. I tried to fight my wolf off, but she was much more stronger. I felt my bones shift as I started to change into my wolf. I cried out in pain since I haven't shifted in a while. The last thing I saw was Aiden smirking at me. Then, everything went black. Chapter 16. Brooklyn POV. I snapped my eyes open to see that I was in the middle of the woods. The sun was rising, so it must be early. I groaned as I sat up. My head was pounding. Then, everything hit me. The party, Aiden working for Casper, everything is turning black. I looked down at my hands to see dried blood. My eyes widened at the sight. Hey, there is something over here! I heard the man's voice yelled. I used my super speed, and I ran out of the woods. I didn't stop running until I made it to the house. I ran into the house and to the shower. I looked at myself to see that my outfit was ripped, and there was dried blood around my mouth and down my neck. Brooke, is that you? Why didn't you come home last night? Melina asked, on the other side of the door. Melina, something happened. I shifted last night, I said, not opening the door. Brooke, open the door. You're scaring me, Melina said. I slowly unlocked the door, and I opened it. Melina's. Her eyes widened when she saw the blood. Please tell me that is animal blood, Melina said, making me shake my head. I don't know. Aiden is a vampire. He stuck a needle in my neck to make me shift. That's the last thing I remember. Oh my, I could have killed someone, I said, scared. It's okay. Get into the shower. We'll figure this out, Melina said calmly. I nodded, and she shut the door, wary. I stripped from my clothes, and I turned the shower on. I stepped into the shower, and I let the warm water rush over me. I grabbed a rag and some soap before scrubbing the blood off me. The bottom of the shower turned a pale red, and I started to get frustrated. I threw the rag down, and I shook my head. I then washed my hair quickly. I turned the shower off, and I stepped out before grabbing a towel. I wrapped the towel around me, and I looked in the mirror to see no blood anywhere on me. I walked out of the bathroom and up to my room. I threw on a bra, underwear, leggings, and a red sweatshirt. I walked back downstairs to see Melina flipping through news channels. "Melina?" I asked, making her look back at me. "You're cleaned up. That's good. Sit, Melina," said, gesturing to the couch. I sat down, and she placed the remote on the table. She sat down in the chair beside the couch. "I need you to tell me everything leading up to last night," Melina said to me, holding my hand. And I did. I told her about the letter and what Julius heard when Aiden was on the phone. I even said to her that we know about the prophecy. "Why didn't you tell me? I could have helped." "You," Melina said, standing up from her chair. "Well, you haven't been the most open person to talk. To now days. You're always gone, and you are keeping secrets from me." I argued, standing up too. Before she could say anything, her phone rang. She gave me a stern look before answering it. "What? Is everybody okay?" Melina asked another person on the phone with a worried look on her face. "Melina, what's going on?" I asked her. "He was there?" Melina asked as her voice broke. "I understand. I hope everybody starts feeling better. If you need anything, just give me a call." Then she ended the call before looking back up at me. "What's going on? Was that my Uncle Brody?" "Is everybody okay?" I asked her, worriedly. "Brooke, there was a vampire attack at your old pack," she answered, making my heart stop. "There are 10 people injured and 4 dead. Casper was there looking for you." "Oh God, this is my fault. I should have been there. To protect my pack," I said, placing a hand on my heart as my chest started hurting. "This is not your fault. It's Casper's fault. You need to calm down before you shift again. Why does Casper want my heart? I'm not the only hybrid on this world. So what makes me so special?" I asked Melina, who looked like she was having her own battle in her head. "Brooke, what I'm about to tell you, just stay between you and me," Melina said, making me nod. "Before your father was turned into a vampire, he was a dark witch. His family has been dark witches for generations. He was in love with another witch named Elena. Then he got turned into a vampire a couple months after they got married. But Elena didn't care. She was in love with him. She went into dark magic to be with him. They had a child named Casper not even a year later." I stumbled backwards, falling onto the couch. "What?" That was all I could manage to say. Casper had access to both vampire and witch sides. But when he was 17, he killed thousands of innocent people and harmed werewolves. He was going to start a war in the supernatural world. Your father saw how dangerous he was, so he had Elena cast a spell on him to keep his vampire side locked away, which angered Casper. He still had immortality, but he promised your father that he would be back and that he would rule the supernatural world. That was thousands of years ago. Then your father met your mother, and they fell in love because they were mates after all. They had you. 3 years after they met," Melina explained softly. "So what does that have to do with me?" I asked, her trying to absorb this information. "Well," Melina started, but the TV cut her off. 17-year-old Amanda Naval was found outside of a gas station with severe injuries to her throat. Police state that this is consistent with an animal attack. The town is already setting up a search party for the animal. More will come tonight. "I'm Linda Martinez," the lady said on the TV. Chapter 17. "Brooke, I killed that girl," I cried, making Melina shake her head. "Brooke, we don't know that, okay? You need to calm down," Melina said, hugging me. My phone rang, breaking us apart. I looked at the screen to see it was Julius. I pressed the answer button before placing it to my ear. "Brooke, what happened last night?" Julius asked, frantic. "What do you mean?" "I smelled your scent at the crime scene where that girl was killed. Isabella and I went to check it out, and I smelled your scent. Isabella smelled it too, but she doesn't know that it's you," Julius explained, making my whole body shut down. "Aiden already knew that we knew, and he stabbed me with something to make me shift. I had no control over anything. Everything went black, and I woke up in the forest. Please tell me everybody is okay," I said, remembering that Aiden set up an attack on them. "We're fine, just a couple of rogues. Did Aiden set that up?" "Yeah, he did to keep you guys away from me." "Brooke, Listen to me. You need to leave town for a while. It won't be long until the pack finds you, and they will kill you on sight since they think you kept Callum in his wolf state. They won't know that you're Grayton's mate, Julius warned me, and I nodded. There is something else you need to know. My old pack was attacked. Casper was there looking for me. What if he comes here? I asked Julius. I couldn't let my friends and my mate die because of me. We will figure everything out, but our first thing to do is get you out of town and somewhere safe for a couple of weeks, Julius said, trying to calm me down. This town was my safe zone. I have a log cabin in West Virginia you can stay at for a while. Nobody has been up there since my husband died, Melina said, overhearing our conversation. That would work. Brooke, get packed up and get to the bus station as fast as you can before it's too late, Julius instructed me. I nodded. I will. God, this is going to hurt Grayton. You're doing this to protect him. He'll understand one day, Melina said, turning off the TV. I got to go. Call me when you're out of Florida. Bye, Brooke, Julius said before the phone call ended. I put my phone on the table before running to my room. Once I entered my room, I grabbed a suitcase. I put whatever my hands touched into the suitcase. If I were going to leave town, I would need to do it now. I was almost done when my phone dinged. I looked to see that Grayton had messaged me. Grayton, I'm sorry about last night. Can I make it up with lunch at the diner? I blinked back tears as the thought of leaving Grayton flashed across my mind. I'm doing this to protect him, I told myself over and over. I got you a bus ticket to Texas. It leaves in an hour, Melina informed me, walking into my room. I nodded, staying quiet, as I tossed my phone on my bed. I finished packing the stuff I would need before closing the suitcase. I'm done packing, I said quietly, sitting on my bed. Everything is going to be okay. Just lay low for a couple of weeks, and everything will be cleared up. I promise, Melina said, placing a hand out for me to take. I took it, and I stood up. I grabbed hold of my suitcase. We walked outside, and I put the suitcase in the trunk. I threw on a pair of shoes that I had left in Melina's car as she started the engine. I shut my door, silently saying goodbye to the house that was becoming my home. The ride was silent to the bus station. Once we arrived, I quickly got out to grab my belongings. The station was located in the woods. It was a dirt road where the sitting bench sat. Nobody was here, and I thanked the moon goddess. I didn't want to deal with people right now. Melina walked with me over to the bench, and we both sat down quietly. So, Casper is my half-brother? I asked her, trying to get the rest of the story out of her. Melina nodded. Yes, your mother knew, and she was okay with it. Why didn't they tell me any of this? I think they were waiting for your 18th birthday, but... Melina trailed off, looking up at the sky. Before I could reply, I heard this ringing in my ears. It was quiet at first, but then it grew louder. It was so loud, it started to hurt my ears and my head. I held my ears, pressing them to my head, trying to get the ringing to stop. Melina saw this, and her eyes widened as she read my mind. I always knew you were a traitor, a high-pitched female voice said. Cassia, you have no idea what's going on, Melina said, standing up in front of me. The ringing went back down, but it didn't stop. She kept Callum in his werewolf form, and she killed a human girl. She needs to pay for her crimes. The woman, Cassia said, scowling at me. If you let us explain, everything will make sense. Please just let us explain, Melina pleaded calmly. Once I kill her, witches and warlocks will be out of debt of the pack. We can be our own coven now. Don't you want that, Melina? Cassia asked Melina, taking a step closer. They saved our coven. We will always be in debt to them, Melina replied, trying to reason with the woman. The ringing stopped, but my head was spinning. Everything was twirling around and around. If you hand her over without a fight, I will talk to Alpha Allen about keeping you alive, Cassia offered, making Melina shake her head. I guess I will have to die. Your choice, Cassia said before whistling. Then we were surrounded by 3 more warlocks. Melina stood her ground, trying to keep me protected. I stood up, and I walked beside Melina. I wasn't going to let Melina die or get hurt because of me. Enough people have already done that. Nobody is doing anything. I'm leaving town anyway, I told her. And leave us wide open for Casper? I think not, Cassia said, making me surprised. You know Casper? I asked her. She nodded. Who doesn't? The most feared warlock alive. Another reason why we should kill you right now. Once he realizes that you're dead, he'll leave us alone. You can't kill Grayton King's mate, Melina argued, making Cassia barrow her eyes at me. Well, I'm doing him a favor, Cassia said before chanting a spell. Melina did the same, and a magical orb went around us. I looked at the orb in awe. It was clear. But if you try to touch it, it feels like being in a bubble. Melina continued to chant as Cassia tried to strike the orb. A flash of orange hit the orb. It cracked it. "Melina," I said, looking at the crack. The other warlocks hit the orb with their powers, trying to break it. I could see that Melina was trying her best to keep the orb up, but she was not strong enough to hold it up much longer. All it took was one more blow, and the orb broke. It sounded like glass shattering. It sent Melina and me backwards. I hit the ground with a loud thud. I looked over to see Melina unconscious. I listened to her heart to see if it was at a normal pace. Footsteps alerted me. I jumped up to see Cassia and her friends circling me like predators do their prey. "Just give it up, Brooke, and this will all be over quickly," Cassia suggested with an evil look in her eyes. "Never," I replied, before using my super speed to speed out to the woods. I climbed up a tree, standing on a thick branch. Cassia and the others ran into the woods, looking around to find me. "Split up. Kill her if you find her," Cassia told the others, who nodded. They all went different ways, and I stayed where I was standing, waiting for the moment to make my appearance. One of the warlocks was about to walk underneath my tree. I crouched down, waiting to jump on him. Once he stood directly underneath me, I jumped on his back, sending him to the ground. I heard a crack, and I'm pretty sure I broke his jaw. I grabbed hold of him by the collar. I picked him up, and I threw him across the field. I heard him grunt as he hit the ground. One of the girl warlocks ran over to him. I ran past her before hiding behind a tree. I peeked out behind the tree to see her, ready to fight me. She was walking in a small circle, looking at every inch and corner for me. "Come out!" she yelled, raising her hands. She drew them back, and she pushed her hands forward. Fire came out of her hands. She was ready to shoot me with that. I used my super speed, and I swept her off her feet. She fell on the ground, and I dug my knee into her neck. Her hands went up to my knee, trying to push me off instead of using her powers. She must be a new warlock. I let my eyes turn silver, and her eyes widen in fear. "I will give you one chance to leave. If you come back, I will end you. Do you understand?" I threatened, using my wolf voice. She nodded, slowly. I stood up, and she did the same thing. Then she took off running. I was so distracted with her, I didn't hear the other guy sneak up on me. He wrapped a silver whip around my neck. It started to get hot, but it wasn't hurting me. The only bad thing was that he was cutting off my oxygen. I choked for air. I elbowed him in the nose, and he let go. The silver whip loosened, and I quickly got it off of me. I gasped for air, letting my lungs fill with oxygen. The guy chanted a spell, but I was quicker than him. I ran to a tree, and I bounced off of it. I reeled my fist back, and I punched him straight across the face. He spun before falling to the ground, unconscious. 3 out of 4. One more and I could leave this nightmare. I tried to find Cassia's scent, but I couldn't smell her. I looked around, trying to find her. Then everything in my body started to hurt. In fact, my body was burning. The ringing returned, and I screamed as my legs buckled underneath me. My hands went to my ears. My heart was pounding so fast that I thought it was going to burst from my chest. Cassia walked out behind a tree with her hand pointing at me. She tilted her head, admiring what she had done. "I really don't want to do this, Brooke, but you left me no choice," I heard Cassia say. I lay my head down, trying to make the ringing and the pain go away. Cassia withdrew a silver knife. I coughed up blood, and the world was spinning. She crouched down beside me, pushing me over to reveal my chest. "Silver knife with ravine. Surely this will kill you," Cassia said with an evil smirk. She raised the knife, and I closed my eyes. Then a low growl made my eyes pop open. Cassia's eyes widened with fear as she slowly backed away. "I was doing this for you, for everybody," Cassia said, placing her hand in front of her to protect her. The ringing grew faint, but my body continued to burn. A large black wolf stood in front of me, shielding me from Cassia. "Grayton." Cassia turned to run, but Isabella stood in her human form, blocking her. The others were there too. The only other one that was in wolf form was Callum. The rest were in their human form. "That girl will bring the end of the supernatural. One day you are going to wish I killed her today," Cassia spat bitterly. Isabella punched her, sending Cassia to the ground. Elisa stood beside her, and she put handcuffs on Cassia's wrists. I saw them before. They stopped warlocks, witches from using their powers. "You will regret this," Cassia promised. Grayton growled, and Isabella stabbed a needle into Cassia's neck. Within a few seconds, Cassia fell to the ground, unconscious. The burning stopped, but my body felt weak and vulnerable. But I wasn't worried about that. Right now, I was worried about what was coming. I guess it's time to let my secret out. Chapter 18. Brooke POV. Everyone stayed silent for at least 5 minutes, unsure of what to say. Grayton and Callum shifted back into their human form, and Tylen gave them each a pair of shorts. Melina and I were standing together, trying to figure out what to say. Grayton. I started, but he interrupted me. What are you? Grayton asked me with a hurt look on his face. I'm a hybrid. My mother was Alyssa Jones, daughter of Alpha Jason Jones, and my father was a vampire. I explained softly. And you didn't think to let us know that you are a hybrid? Elisa asked, hurt. I was trying to protect you all. I moved here to escape from rogues who were trying to kill me. I didn't tell you guys because I was scared that you will get hurt. Is that why you were going to leave town? Grayton asked, bitterly. I was leaving town because Casper. He is my half-brother, and he wants me dead. I don't know why, but he does. They all looked at each other as they talked through their mind links. Did you turn Callum into a wolf? Zoe asked me, calmly, as she tapped her finger on her leg. I shook my head. No. Did you kill that girl? Elisa asked, keeping her eyes on me. I think I did, but it wasn't my fault. I started, and Elisa cut me off. That girl had a family. Did you know she was pregnant? How could you just kill her? Elisa yelled at me, taking multiple steps towards me. Was she pregnant? I took 2 lives. Neither of them will live to graduate high school, get married, etc. I took that away from them. I took away their lives. Elisa, it wasn't her fault, Julius said, walking between us. Elisa's eyes widened as she looked between me and Julius. Then it clicked in her mind. You knew? Isabella asked Julius, standing beside Elisa. Isabella, it's not what I think. When Callum was in wolf form, he almost killed me. Brooke saved me, and in doing so, she got bitten by him. She told me not to say anything, and she would explain herself. She did, and I helped her with her bite. Julius explained frantically. I'm your mate. Why wouldn't you tell me? Isabella asked, trying to keep her voice at bay. But I could see her holding her tears back. I made him promise me. Please don't be mad at him. It's not his fault. I made him stay quiet, and for that, I'm sorry. I apologized, stepping in front of Julius. What exactly happened last night? Grayton asked me. I could sense that he was mad, but he was trying to conceal it. Adrian is a vampire. He works for Casper, and he used something to make me shift. I had no control over anything. He created a diversion for you guys so y'all wouldn't come looking for me for a few minutes, I explained, before adding. I woke up in the woods this morning with blood all over me. Why didn't you come to us? We could have protected you, Grayton asked with a frown. I was scared the people that were after me were going to hurt you, all of you. I was trying to protect you guys. Believe me, you don't have to protect us. We can protect ourselves, Tylen said with his arms crossed over his chest. So Melina is your aunt? Zoe asked me, looking at Melina. Melina answered her. Well, godmother is the better term. I can't believe you were going to leave town, Grayton said as his voice cracked. You were going to leave everybody. Our pack. Me. Grayton, it's not like that. I didn't want to leave, but I can't just stay here when there is something dangerous after me. That's how it will always be. There is always going to be somebody after me, I told him, truthfully. Ever since the night my parents died, I have been fighting off people who want to kill me. Grayton was about to say something, but stopped when something ran past Zoe and swept her off her feet. Grayton put me behind him within a flash, and I looked around to see where the person had gone. Tylen ran over to Zoe, making sure she was okay. Everybody got closer, looking around. It was quiet, too quiet for the woods. Callum was still in his wolf form, and he growled as he got into a fight in position. Then everything happened in slow motion. Adrian ran out of the woods, and he grabbed Elisa. He struck her from behind, his hand gripping her heart. Elisa started to gasp for air as she stood frozen. Callum was about to leap at Adrian when Grayton grabbed him, pulling him back some. He looked into Callum's eyes, and I knew they were talking through the mind link. Let her go, Grayton snarled as his eyes started to glow. Not so fast. I'll let her go without a scratch if you hand over Brooke. It's a fair trade, don't you think? Adrian asked, looking at me with a smirk. You must be crazy if you think that's going to happen, Grayton replied, pushing me behind him even more. Okay then, your choice, Adrian said, and I could hear Elisa's heart faltering. Before he could get any further, I used my super speed to get to him. I grabbed Adrian by the back of the neck, and I threw him backwards. Elisa fell to the ground, holding her chest. Blood was dripping out of her mouth, but she was okay. I twirled around to face Adrian to see him standing before me. My eyes widened as he grabbed me by the throat. I growled before grabbing his arm and twisting it. He screamed in pain, letting me go. Then Grayton came up beside me, and he punched Adrian square in the jaw. I have been wanting to do that for a while now, Grayton joked as the group circled around Adrian. You guys have no idea what is coming. This girl who you think is your friend will bring the supernatural world crashing down just like the prophecy stated, Adrian said, glaring at me with pure hatred. Callum, Grayton ordered, making Callum growl. Then Callum lunged at Adrian, and Callum killed him within a few seconds. We must get back to the pack house and report all of this, Grayton said, looking around at the mess. Thank you, Brooke, for saving my life. Elisa thanked me with a small smile. It's no problem. Now, if you guys don't mind, I have a bus to catch, I said, eyeing my bags over by the bench. What? You're not leaving me. You are in danger, and I'm going to protect you, Grayton objected, wrapping an arm around my waist. You don't understand, Grayton. Everybody who has protected me has either died or came close to it. My parents died, my old pack was attacked, and Melina almost died. I can't lose you, any of you, I told them as tears welled up in my eyes. Grayton wiped a stray tear away, and sparks spread throughout my body from his touch. I'm sorry, but I can't let you leave when there is danger lurking around every corner, Grayton said before I felt something prick my neck. I hissed in pain as he removed the needle, and my eyes widened. I was about to go off on him when my vision blurred and my whole body became heavy. Within a few seconds, I went limp in his arms. Chapter 19. Brooke POV. I groaned as I snuggled deeper into the pillow. Then I smelt rosewood, making me sit straight up in panic. I looked around to see that I was in a large bed with a gray comforter on it. There was a black nightstand with a lamp on top, illuminating the whole room. There was a window, but it was covered with black curtains. A flat-screen TV hung on the wall above a bookshelf filled with books, and a chest sat right at the end of the bed on the floor. Where am I? Then all of the memories came rushing to me. Fighting the witches, everybody finding out about me. The fight with Adrian, and Grayton poking a needle in my neck. At that, my anger increased as I threw the comforter off me. Then I saw that I was wearing different clothes than the ones I had on earlier today. It was my black sweatshirt and my gray shorts. I walked to the door, and, surprisingly, it was unlocked. I walked out into the deserted hallway. I walked down the hall and quietly down the stairs. I looked around to find a silent house. I walked into the kitchen, and I found a glass cup in a cupboard. I poured water into the cup before drinking it all. What are you doing up? Grayton's voice said behind me, scaring me half to death. I dropped the glass cup, and it shattered on the floor, scattering glass everywhere. Crap, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. I apologized as I tried to look around for the broom. Brooke, it's okay, just stay still so you won't hurt yourself, Grayton said as he grabbed the broom from the closet. He swept up the broken glass, and he threw it away in the trash can. Then he put the broom back in its original spot. I'm mad at you, I said, crossing my arms over my chest. He sighed before saying, I know. I'm sorry, Brooks, but I can't let you leave knowing people are after you. You know I could leave here if I wanted to, and nobody could stop me. I know that also, but I'm begging you to stay. I mean, we are mates, and you are going to be Luna of our pack, Grayton said, grabbing a hold of my hand, gently. There were only a few inches between us, and I yearned for his lips on mine. Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you, I said, standing up straighter. So, are you going back to bed, or? Grayton asked softly. Probably back to bed. I'm sleepy, I said, before yawning to prove my point. He smiled. Okay. By the way, this is not the pack house, so don't feel scared to meet everybody tomorrow. I nodded. Gotcha. He stretched my hand out, and he kissed me on the hand, making my legs feel like jello. Good night, Brooks. Good night, Gray, I said before making my way back upstairs to his room, I presume. Ack. The next morning, I woke up to loud noises from downstairs. I groaned before looking at the alarm clock on Grayton's nightstand table. 8:20 a.m. I groaned before throwing a pillow over my face. I'm not ready to get up yet. Grayton James King, you will let me see your mate. I promise I'll be quiet so I don't disturb her, a woman's voice exclaimed, walking up the stairs. Mom, Grayton groaned. I got out of bed, and I ran to Grayton's bathroom. I quietly shut the door, locking it behind me. I thought this was Grayton's house, but it looks like it's not. Maybe his parents are just visiting? I heard the bedroom door open, and I knew he was standing in the room right now. Brooke? Grayton asked, knocking on the bathroom door. I cursed quietly before slowly opening the door. In front of me was Grayton, leaning against the doorframe. Behind him was a woman with dark brown hair and beautiful gray eyes. She was dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, her hair pulled back in a ponytail. "Oh, my moon goddess, you are so beautiful," the woman exclaimed, rushing over to me. She hugged me tightly, making my eyes bulge out of my head. Grayton tapped her arm, breaking us apart. "Mom, I think she needs some air," Grayton joked, looking at me. "Sorry, dear, but I'm a huge hugger. You will learn very fast. I'm Luna Gabriella, but you call me Gabriella, if you like," she said with a bright smile. "I'm Brooke," I replied, returning a smile. "Everybody is going to love you. I always knew my boy would find a strong, beautiful girl. I can't wait to see you in your wolf form," Gabriella said, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "Thanks. You really should see me in my vam," I started, but Grayton cut me off. "I bet you are hungry. Let's go get you some breakfast," Grayton said, giving me a "we will talk about this later" look. I nodded, going along with it. "Yes, I haven't eaten." His mother gasped. "Oh no, we can't have that. Come on, I have French toast ready to eat downstairs." All three of us walked downstairs to the kitchen. In the daytime, the house looked even more beautiful. I see art paintings and pictures of Elisa and Grayton as they were when they were kids. I continued to look around as we entered the kitchen. Elisa sat at the table, eating breakfast. She looked up when she saw us come in, and she gave me a small smile. "Good morning," she told me as I sat down beside her. "Morning," I replied before yawning. "Here you go," Gabriella said, putting a plate filled with food in front of me. I smiled. "Thank you." "No problem, dear. Now I have to go. I have duties to finish at the pack house. Have fun," she said before leaving the kitchen. I took a bite out of my food, and it was delicious. Grayton sat down beside me, and he watched me eat. "So, why did you cut me off when I was talking about my vampire side?" I asked him, stabbing my fork into the French toast. "We didn't tell the whole truth. We told them about you being a werewolf, and that you were on the run. Then we told them about Cassia, Adrian, and Casper. We left out that you were a hybrid because we didn't want people to judge you," Grayton explained. "So I still have to lie about what I am?" I asked, slightly hurt. I thought I could finally be welcomed for who I am, but it turns out I'm still hiding my secret. "I'm going to take a bath," I said, standing up from the table. "Brooks," Grayton started, but I shook my head. I walked past him and upstairs to his room. I walked to the bathroom, and I locked the door behind me. I found a towel in the cupboard, and I turned on the water. I undressed, and I stepped into the shower, letting the hot water run over me. I closed my eyes to relax, but another vision came. This time I was at a festival with a lot of people laughing and talking. I looked around, and my eyes landed on Grayton standing by a booth. Then I saw another man walk toward him, and he stood next to Grayton with a fake grin on his face. He had short blonde hair and icy blue eyes. He was probably in his mid-20s. I walked closer to them to hear what they were saying. "So, are you going to take my deal?" the man asked Grayton, who looked unfazed. "What deal?" "I need your word that my sister will remain unharmed," Grayton said, glancing over at him. "You have my word. Now where is my little sister?" the man asked, making me gasp. Standing in front of me was Casper. Why in the world would Grayton make a deal with him? "I'll lead you to her," Grayton responded, emotionless. Casper narrowed his eyes at my mate. "Fine, but if this is a trap, just know that my men will gravely injure your sister if I do not return to them." "It's not a trap. Brooke is dead to me," Grayton said as everything around me started fading away. I opened my eyes to see that I was in the shower. I was shaking, and I had to take deep breaths to calm myself down. Why would Grayton say that about me? Why would he lead Casper to me? And why do I keep having these visions? Chapter 20. Brooke POV. The vision made me sick all day. I told Grayton that it is just allergies, but he is trying to make me go to the pack doctor, and I'm still upset with him about not telling his parents about me. "Brooke," Grayton said, knocking on the door. "I know that you are still mad at me, but I need a change of clothes. I have to be at the pack house in a few minutes." Getting off his bed, I opened the door to see him leaning against the doorway. His eyes lit up when he saw me. I walked back to his bed, and I sat down while he walked into his room. He walked into his closet for his clothes. "Why do you have to be at the pack house?" I asked him as he grabbed a pair of jeans. "I have to interrogate Cassia. The rest of the group is already there, waiting on me," Grayton explained, throwing a shirt over his shoulder. "Can I come?" I asked Grayton, who walked out of the closet. He shook his head. "No." I scowled. Why not? Because I said so. Grayton shot back before entering the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. Who is he to tell me that I can't go? I have every right to be in that room when he interrogates Cassia. 2 minutes later, Grayton walked out of the bathroom fully dressed. He grabbed his shoes off the ground, and he sat at the end of his bed. Look, after I'm done at the pack house, we can go out for dinner with milkshakes, Grayton suggested, putting his shoes on his feet. I'm still mad at you, I replied, crossing my arms against my chest. He sighed before walking over to me. He sat down in front of me, and he held my hands gently. I didn't tell my parents about you being a hybrid because I was scared of what they would do. Your kind isn't exactly welcome in many territories. I was scared they would make you leave, Grayton said as his thumb stroked one of my hands. His dark blue eyes glanced up at me, making my breath hitch. I'm not gonna leave you, Gray. If I would have left town, I would have been back for you. It kills me just thinking about leaving you, I told him, honestly. Forgive and forget? Grayton asked, making me nod. Forgive and forget, I told him with a tiny smile. He leaned in, and he kissed me on the lips. I kissed him back, and he used one of his hands to hold my face. I leaned back against the pillows as the kiss deepened. Then a phone rang, making Grayton pull away. He grabbed his phone out of his pocket, and he answered it. What's up? Grayton asked, whoever was on the other end of the phone. What? All right, we will be there in a few. He ended the call, and he put his phone back in his pocket. That was Elisa. Cassia won't talk. She only wants to talk to you, Grayton told me, making my eyes widen. Why? She does know that you guys will be in there too, right? I asked him as he got off of me. I don't know. I know Cassia, though, and if she doesn't get her way, nobody does, Grayton told me as I got out of bed. I don't have my perfume. It hides the vampire scent. Grayton was silent for a moment before moving to the bathroom. He grabbed a can, and he walked back into the bedroom. Here, this should cover you, Grayton said, before spraying me with his cologne. Okay, I think that's enough. I don't think my lungs can handle anymore, I said, coughing. He sniffed the air, and he said, All I smell is my cologne. He walked back into the bathroom as I put on my shoes. I threw my hair up in a ponytail since I haven't brushed it today. My outfit, Grayton's red shirt, and a pair of leggings, was okay. Come on, Grayton said, opening his door. I followed him to his car. He opened the passenger door for me, and I thanked him before getting into the passenger seat. He shut my door before walking around to his side. Once we were both in the car, he started the engine. He drove away from his house, and I looked out the window. Look, nobody in the pack knows I have a mate except my parents and the group. That means a lot of unmated guys will be trying to flirt with you. Just stick close to me, and they won't bother you, Grayton told me after a few minutes of driving. Okay, I said as he turned onto a paved road. He stopped at the large black gate and pressed a few buttons on a metal keypad. Within a few seconds, the gate opened, and Grayton drove around it. Trees were overbearing. Grayton drove down the road for a couple of minutes before a massive house came into view. I sat there in awe, admiring the house. There was the main house, with at least 15 bedrooms, and a smaller house, which was also substantial, likely having a similar number of bedrooms. Wow, I mumbled, and Grayton smiled. Yeah, you should see how much acres of land we have. You can run all night and still be on our land, Grayton said, parking his car. I opened my door, and I got out of the car, shutting the door behind me. Grayton was by my side within seconds. Let's go, he said before walking around the house. I furrowed my eyebrows, but I followed him anyway. Halfway around the house, he stopped at 2 small doors on the ground. He lifted them up, and he looked back at me. Please watch your step. The ladder is slick, Grayton warned before walking down the ladder. I followed after him, and I almost slipped twice. Once I was on the ground, I looked around. It was a dungeon with multiple cells. The interrogation room is this way, Grayton said, walking forward. At the end of the hall was a steel door, and Grayton opened it. The rest of the group was in the room, and Cassia sat at the table, handcuffed. Brooke Jones, nice to see you again, Cassia said with a wicked smile. A shiver went through my body, and I crossed my arms over my chest. Enough, Cassia. Tell us why you tried to kill Brooke? Grayton asked her, sitting down. I'm not answering your questions, Grayton. This is between Brooke and I, Cassia told him, glancing over at him. Grayton looked at me, and I gave him a nod. Why did you try to kill me? I asked her, sitting down next to Grayton. Because I was trying to save the supernatural world. With you out of the picture, everything would be fine, Cassia answered. How do you know Casper? I asked her. My grandmother told me stories about him, about how he killed entire villages of werewolves, just because he wanted to. Do you know why Casper wants me dead? She let out a humorless laugh. Melina hasn't told you? This is going to be fun. Tell me what? I asked, furrowing my eyebrows. There was only one way Casper would be able to break the curse his mother placed upon him. He needed a heart of a tribid who also shared his blood, Cassia said, making everybody stand still. No, no, no. What? You're lying. There is no way that I'm a tribid, I said, shaking my head. Tribids are myths. There is no such thing, Tylan said, looking at me. Honey, they're real. You have one right here, Cassia argued, pointing at me. I feel sick to my stomach. I couldn't be a tribid. I haven't shown any witch powers. How is that even possible? Isabella asked her, stepping forward. Brooke's father was a dark witch before he was turned into a vampire. That magic never died. His vampire side just overpowered it. Oh, my moon goddess, Zoe muttered with a shocked look on her face. If Brooke was a tribid, why hasn't Casper tried to kill her? Callum asked Cassia. He already tried, but Brooke wasn't a full tribid, Cassia said quietly. She stared me in my eyes, and I froze. The fire. He was there. He was the one who killed my parents. Tears built up in my eyes, but I didn't let them fall. I don't understand. Why would he wait until now? Elisa asked her as she walked up to the table. As long as Brooke's witch side is being overpowered, she isn't a full tribid. Casper can't kill her if she isn't a full tribid. The curse won't be broken. He didn't know that until that horrible night many years ago. After she said that, I walked out of the interrogation room. I used my super speed to climb the ladder, and I started pacing back and forth, trying to relieve some of my frustration. Brooks, Grayton said softly as he tried to touch my shoulder. Don't touch me right now, I warned him, glaring at him. Brooke, you need to calm down. Your eyes are silver, Isabella said, climbing out of the hole. Everybody else in the group followed her, and Callum shut the doors, locking them. This can't be happening, I said as I tried to keep my breathing normal. So what, you are a tribid? Why are you so upset over this? Grayton asked me, making me stop walking. Because he was after me. This whole time I thought it was just a rogue attack, but it wasn't. Casper killed my parents in front of me, I exclaimed. Don't beat yourself up about their deaths, Brooke. It wasn't your fault, Zoe said, stepping forward. I need to be alone right now, I said quietly, clenching my fists. All right, we'll be inside if you need anything, Grayton said, looking back at our friends. They nodded, and they all walked inside, leaving me alone. Once I knew I was alone, I fell to my knees. I thought about how my mother used to sing me a lullaby every night, and how my father and I used to read together. I sat there for at least an hour. I was about to stand up and walk inside when I heard commotion coming from the doors leading to the dungeon. My eyebrows furrowed, and the doors burst open, revealing Cassia screaming in pain. Before I could get up, she jumped on top of me, holding down my wrists so tight they were bleeding. I tried to fight her off, but she was stronger than me. How? I mumbled as I struggled in her grip. Hello, sister, Cassia said, her eyes turning white. Casper? How? I asked as I heard people coming outside. Cassia, aka Casper, smirked. I'm coming for you, little sister. I'm going to destroy everything you love before ending you. Get off her! I heard Grayton yell as he ran towards us. See you soon, Casper said, letting go of my wrists. Then it was Cassia again, but she started coughing up blood. She got off of me, and Grayton helped me to my feet. Are you okay? What happened? Grayton asked me, but I kept my eyes on Cassia. She glanced up at me, and her eyes went wide. Then her eyes rolled in the back of her head, and she fell to the ground, not breathing. My God, I heard Callum say. Casper is coming. He's coming for all of us. Chapter 21. Brooke POV. Melina, I need you to tell us everything you know, Grayton said, as Melina sat down at the dining room table. It's a few hours later, and we were at Melina's house. My wrists healed from Cassia's nails. I called Melina before we arrived and told her everything that had happened that day. Casper can't kill you as long as your witch abilities stay locked. Even if you transform into a tribid, he has to wait until a blood moon to steal your heart, Melina said, not skipping a beat. The blood moon is in 1 week. I was supposed to become alpha that night, Grayton told us, making me look at him. Grayton, unless we get Casper by then, it's not safe to have a ceremony. Casper has killed hundreds of packs in his time, with one flick of his finger. Melina warned him, standing up from her chair. I'll let my pack know, Grayton replied with a scowl. As we all sat there in silence, another vision came into my mind. It was outside in the woods, and I saw Casper and myself. Casper had my arms behind my back, and we were quickly walking. "Let go of me!" my other self exclaimed, trying to fight off Casper. "You might be strong, but I'm stronger," he replied. As the metal truck came into view, my other self tried to shift. I could see her silver eyes going in and out. All of a sudden, a big blue blast came, and it hit Casper. He let go of my other self, and he was thrown into a tree. "Melina," Casper grumbled before Melina walked out of the woods. "You will not hurt my goddaughter," Melina said before sending another blast at him. It hit Casper, and he went unconscious. Melina helped my other self up, and they hugged. That's when I saw Casper stand up. He smirked as he sent a ball of fire towards Melina and my other self. Melina saw this, and she pushed me out of the way. The fireball hit her right in the chest, and she fell to the ground. "Melina!" My other self and I screamed simultaneously. "Brooke," Grayton's voice brought me back to reality. Grayton and Melina were on either side of me, concernedly. "Oh no, this is bad," Melina said, shaking her head. "What?" I asked as I stood up next to Grayton. He wrapped an arm around my waist, protectively. "These visions. I should have realized sooner," Melina replied, opening one of her witch books. "Melina, what's wrong?" Grayton asked her, getting a tad bit annoyed. Melina looked up from her book with a look of fear. "Your witch abilities are breaking through. The visions are part of your witch side. I didn't realize it because light witches don't have them," Melina explained, pushing her hair behind her ear. "I'm so confused. There are different types of witches?" I asked her, biting my lip. "Yes. There are light witches like myself, and dark witches, like your father and Casper. Brooke, you are a dark witch. But haven't dark witches been gone for 100 years now?" Grayton asked, trying to make sense of all of it. "Yes, but Brooke's father was a dark witch hundreds of years before that. It just lay dormant because of his vampire side. It never disappeared," Melina answered, flipping through a few pages. "What's the difference between a dark witch and a light witch?" I asked Grayton, as Melina was reading something. "Light witches and warlocks don't tamper with black magic. They don't deal with the dead, and light witches get their powers from nature, unlike dark witches. Dark witches get their power from dark magic and their ancestors," Grayton explained, rubbing my sides, trying to comfort me. "But I thought witches and warlocks get their magic from their ancestors too?" I asked him, trying to take in this information. "They only ask the ancestors for help when help is extremely needed. You see, dark witches were around way longer than light witches. It wasn't until mid-1400s when Angelica Heaven turned into the first light witch. She helped hundreds of witches and warlocks switch from dark to light. It is because of her there are light witches today," Grayton explained. "Brooke, what have you seen in these visions?" Melina asked me after a moment of silence. "The first vision was Grayton dying, then you just died in my last vision," I answered with a shake of my head. "Oh no," she muttered under her breath. "Your witch abilities are breaking through fast." "But you said she hasn't triggered it yet," Grayton argued. "I thought she hasn't, and technically she hasn't, but Casper has been channeling her," Melina replied, showing us her book. "Witch or warlock siblings can channel each other. They can help each other with their power. Sometimes we have witches and warlocks who are late bloomers, so we bring in their siblings to help unlock their power from dormancy. That's what Casper has been doing," Melina explained, showing us the paragraph. "Yes, but he is miles away," I replied. "It doesn't matter. All he has to do is chant a spell and channel you. He is using his power to help yours. And since he is an older warlock, he is extremely powerful, so it probably wasn't hard for him to do." "This is crazy! This is freaking nuts!" I exclaimed in frustration. I walked out of the dining room, and I walked into the living room. I paced back and forth, trying to calm myself down. "Brooks, we are going to figure this out. Casper is not going to lay a hand on you," Grayton told me, softly. "It's not me that I worried about. So far, he is going to kill you and Melina. I can't live without you, Grayton," I replied with tears in my eyes. "The future changes all the time. We just have to make sure we don't do what happened in your vision." "I'm scared, Grayton. Casper is ruthless, and he doesn't care who lives or who dies." "Come here," Grayton said, with his arms extended out. I stepped into them, and he wrapped his arms around me. I did the same thing to him. "I love you, Brooks," Grayton whispered in my ear. My eyes widened, and I smiled. "I love you too," I told him before kissing him on the lips. Casper has no idea what we are capable of. He thinks that we are weak, but that's not true. We are strong, and we will end him. Grayton reassured me. I nodded before a yawn escaped my lips. Grayton chuckled lightly, and then he picked me up. "Ah, Grayton, what are you doing?" I asked him as he carried me bridal style. "Carrying you to your room. It has been a long day, and you are exhausted. You need rest," Grayton responded as he carried me up the attic stairs. When we arrived at my bedroom, he said, "Wow, you have a beautiful room." "Thank you." I thanked him as he put me on my bed. I got underneath the covers, and I yawned once more. "Do you want me to go?" Grayton asked me, causing me to shoot straight up in bed. I shook my head. "Please stay." He nodded before saying, "Don't give yourself a heart attack." I smiled at his joke, and he climbed into my bed. I put my head on his chest, and he wrapped his arms around me. My eyelids were becoming increasingly difficult to keep open, and I felt exhausted. "Sweet dreams, Brooke," Grayton said as I drifted off to sleep. The last thing I remember is him kissing my forehead. I woke up in the middle of the night. Grayton was asleep next to me, snoring like a bear. I silently giggled, and I slid out of his grasp. "Brooks," Grayton mumbled. "I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom," I told him, making him groan. "Okay, hurry back," Grayton said before going back to sleep. I quietly walked downstairs, not wanting to wake up Melina, and I used the restroom. I washed my hands before leaving the bathroom. As I yawned, I heard a noise in the kitchen, making me furrow my eyebrows. Melina is in her bed, asleep. I could hear her heartbeat. Grayton is in my bed. Perhaps it was a raccoon or something else. I remember Melina telling me about raccoons getting into her trash. I walked into the kitchen to see if an animal had gotten in, but I was wrong. Standing in the kitchen, twirling a knife on the counter, was none other than Casper himself. He smirked. "Hello, little sister. We have some unfinished business to tend to." Chapter 22. Brooke POV. Before I could even scream, Casper chanted a spell, and I was pushed up against the wall with invisible bounds around my wrists and ankles. "If you scream, I won't hesitate to kill your lover. Grayton, right?" Casper asked as he began to twirl the knife once more. "Leave him out of this," I replied, struggling against the bounds. "That's no use. My power is stronger than yours. Why are you here?" "What? I can't come visit my sister once in a while?" Casper asked with a raised eyebrow. "Not when you are trying to kill me," I fired back, making him chuckle. Sarcastic, just like good old Dad. Casper chuckled, staring at the spinning knife. "Don't talk about my father. You have no right," I growled. Casper slammed the knife down, and he was in my face within a second. I might have killed him, but he was still my father, too. "Don't make me kill you right here," Casper threatened, clenching his fists at his sides. I laughed in his face. "You won't kill me right here. You have to wait for the blood moon, and if you do kill me right now, you will never regain your vampire side." Casper looked amused. Finally, somebody who is not terrified of me. I rolled my eyes, and Casper continued. "That's why I'm here, actually." I furrowed my eyebrows. "What?" "Brooke, when I kill you on the blood moon, I can bring you back to life," Casper explained with a proud smile. "That's impossible. And you thought tribids were impossible too, but yet, here you are," Casper reminded me before adding, "I can do it. I can do anything. All I ask in return is for you to rule the supernatural world with me." "I thought you hated my guts." Casper shrugged. "I do, but you are the only tribid alive. People will be scared of you, and they will bow down to you. Plus, I'll spare your lover and his pack. All you have to do is agree." "And if I don't?" I asked. Casper's wicked smile disappeared. "I will kill you then your friends, but I'll keep your lover alive. Make him feel the pain of losing a soulmate. That's worse than actually dying. So what do you want to do?" "Neither. I will kill you, and I will protect my friends and Grayton." Casper's eyes widen. "Your friends are here. I could just go and kill them so you can change your mind." I shook my head as I struggled against his magic. "No, Casper, don't." I felt my eyes shift, and Casper stood there, watching my eyes. "I won't tonight. I have just arrived, and I don't want to spoil the fun," Casper told me before whispering in my ear. "But if I were you, I would take my offer. I'm not nice often. Don't take advantage of it." Then he was pushed off of me, and Casper went flying into the glass sliding door. I gasped as I saw Grayton standing in front of me, protecting me. Casper stood up from the ground, and he wiped off the glass that was all over his clothes. Then, At least 10 wolves emerged from the woods. They were a part of Grayton's pack. Casper laughed, darkly. I want an answer by Wednesday at midnight, Brooke. And if you need some help deciding, here you go. In a flash, Casper threw the knife he had, and it hit Grayton. My mouth opened, and I watched as Grayton fell to the ground. Grayton! I screamed. And that's just a taste of what I'll do. Choose wisely, little sister, Casper said as the group of wolves started running to him. Casper raised his hand up in a fist, and he slammed it down to the ground. A black orb formed around Casper, throwing all of the wolves back. Within a second, the orb fell, and Casper was gone. My bounds were gone, and I fell to the floor. I quickly crawled to Grayton, who was wincing in pain. Grayton, I'm so sorry. Everything is going to be okay, I promise. There was already dark red blood around Grayton, and his pulse was weakening. What the hell is going on? Melina asked, coming down the hall. Melina, help! Grayton is bleeding badly, I told Melina as I put pressure around the knife to stop the bleeding. Where did this knife come from? Melina asked me, noticing the knife. I don't know. Casper had it, I said, holding my tears back. Brooke, this is an enchanted knife. Keep holding the pressure while I go get my book, Melina informed me before leaving me. Brooks, Grayton whispered. Save your breath, Grayton. You need all of your strength, okay? I said as tears rolled down my cheeks. Here it is, Melina yelled as she ran back to us. She opened the book, and she scanned the pages. Melina, hurry, I exclaimed as Grayton's eyes closed. Brooke, let him bleed out, Melina told me, making me shake my head. No, why the hell would you suggest that? I yelled angrily. Because he has to die. That is a dark magic enchanted knife. He has to die so the spell can be broken. After his heart stops, we can get the knife out and I can start his heart again, Melina quickly explained. Is this going to work? I asked her, loosening the pressure around the knife. I hope so. I took a deep breath, and I took my hands off of Grayton. Melina and I sat there, and after a couple of minutes, his heartbeat stopped. Now, Melina, I said, before taking out the knife. I could feel the pain of losing my soulmate, but I pushed it aside. Melina chanted a spell, and she clapped her hands together and hit Grayton's chest. His heartbeat was still not beating. Melina, I warned, getting anxious. Melina rechanted the spell and did the same steps. Grayton's heart was not beating. Melina did it again, but it didn't work. Brooke, Melina said softly, I'm so sorry. I took in a deep, painful breath, and I let it out in a loud sob. The whole house shook, and Melina looked around worriedly. Grayton, wake up, Grayton! I sobbed into his chest. Brooke, Melina started, but I shook my head. No, I exclaimed, shaking my head. He is not dead. Come on, Grayton, get up. Sweetie, Melina tried to comfort me. Give me the book. I'm a dark witch. I can bring him back to life, I said before Melina gave me the book. Brooke, if you do this, your witch side will not have an inch of dormant. That means Casper can kill you, Melina warned me. I don't care. I'm getting Grayton back, I told her, wiping my tears. Melina nodded, and I quietly recited the spell. I closed my eyes and chanted the spell. I raised my hands up, and I put them together. After opening my eyes, I hit Grayton's chest. Pure white electricity went around me and Melina and into Grayton's chest. My whole body felt like I was standing in a cloud. I felt powerful, and I liked it. Grayton's eyes popped open, and he gasped for air. I took a deep breath of relief, and I smiled to see that he was okay. Brooke, what happened? Grayton asked, looking down at his wound. The spell healed his wound. It doesn't matter. You're okay, I said before hugging him. He hugged me back, and I kissed the side of his head. Thank the moon goddess. During the hug, I felt a burning sensation on my wrist. I pulled back from Grayton, and I stared down at my left wrist. What's wrong? Grayton asked me, also looking at my wrist. My wrist is burning, I hissed. You're getting your mark showing you are a dark witch, Melina informed me. Ah! I exclaimed, making Grayton grab hold of my hand. A few minutes after the burning pain began, it finally subsided. On my wrist was now a black crescent moon. It had swirls, and although it was small, it was very noticeable. There was bruising around my vein. Well, that is badass, Grayton commented, rubbing his fingers over it. It looks like a tattoo, I replied, examining it. Grayton, it is best that you and Brooke tell your parents and your pack the whole truth. Brooke is a full tribid, and there is no hiding that anymore. Melina informed us. Grayton nodded. I'll call a pack meeting. Let me go contact my parents. He walked out of the living room, leaving Melina and me alone. Brooke, do you feel any different? Melina asked me, crossing her arms over her chest. I shrugged. I feel powerful. I felt electricity running through my veins. Is that normal? Melina nodded. Yes. Say, do you feel any darkness? You just brought back a dead man. Dark magic is complicated, Brooke, and you just said it like it was nothing. I shook my head. No, I feel fine. All right. If you feel any, let me know. I nodded. I will. I'm going to make some coffee. We are going to need it since there is a war coming. Chapter 23. Brooke POV. What the hell is going on, Grayton? Grayton's father asked him once we arrived at the pack house. What happened? Luna Gabriella asked, noticing the hole in his shirt where his wound was. I'll explain everything, Grayton responded as he continued to walk through the double doors. I followed him to the dining hall where everybody was sitting, waiting for an announcement. They all shut up when they saw Grayton. Then they looked at me with a weird look, and I knew they smelled a vampire. Grayton went up to the head table, which sat higher than everybody. I sat down beside Elisa and the group. Thank you all for coming. I have lied to all of you, Grayton announced, making everybody murmur. I have found my mate, Brooke. She is the daughter of Alyssa and Skylar Jones. Grayton continued. And yes, that means she is a hybrid. But she is no longer a hybrid. Her father was a dark witch before he was turned, and his magic laid dormant, and so did Brooke Powers until a few hours ago. Everybody gasped, and several stared at me, including Grayton's parents. But that means she is a tribid, Alpha Allen said, making Grayton nod. She is a danger, somebody yelled. She should be locked up. Tribids are dangerous. Everybody was talking among themselves, and the group was asking if I was okay, but I have had enough. I stood up from my seat, making them all go silent. I am not a danger, I argued, crossing my arms over my chest. And how do you know? Didn't you just unlock all of your powers? A woman asked. Yes, but if I was a danger, I would have let Grayton die. The only reason I pushed my witch powers out of dormant is because I was the only person that could save Grayton. They all looked back to Grayton, who nodded in agreement. Brooke saved my life. Casper Jones killed me, and she brought me back to life. Casper is part warlock, part vampire. He is ruthless, and he has killed over 100 packs hundreds of years ago. His vampire side lies dormant due to the spell his father put him under. The only way to break the spell is to kill Brooke. After he does that, he will be unstoppable. Everybody glanced over at me, and they murmured to the people surrounding them. How do we know she won't turn out like her brother? A guy asked Grayton. He might share my blood, but he is not my brother. He killed my parents, he attacked my old pack, and he is planning on killing more packs if we don't stop him. I am nothing like my brother. She is right, Elisa said, standing up from her chair. Brooke is our future Luna, people. I know that she will do anything to protect us. You need to trust her, or we are doomed. So I stand by Brooke. Do you? Everybody went silent. I stand by Brooke, Isabella said, standing up. Zoe, Callum, Tylen, and Julius all stood up behind her. I held back a smile, and many more people stood up, saying they would stand by me. Luna, Gabriella, and Alpha Allen stood up, and I looked back at Grayton. Now, Casper and his followers are here, so we have to act fast. All he is waiting on is the blood moon next week, but that doesn't mean he won't attack. We need to be on high alert, people. We will have troops stationed around the territory, and the gate will be closed, Grayton announced. This meeting is dismissed, Alpha Allen said, making everybody nod at their alpha. Go home and get some rest. We will keep you updated on everything. After he said that, everybody started walking out of the dining room. We are risking our lives for this girl that should be locked up. She is no Luna to me and never will be, a woman hissed to her husband. Anger took over my body. I felt my eyes shift, and I clenched my fists by my sides. Brooke, Grayton whispered in my ear as he wrapped an arm around my waist. It's not worth it. I nodded, unclenching my fists. I turned to face Grayton, and he gave me a quick kiss on the lips. I love you, Brooks, Grayton said, making my heart do flips. I smiled. I love you. Grayton, Alpha Allen said, making us look away from each other. You should have told us what's going on before getting the pack involved. Grayton's jaw clenched. I know, but there is no time. Casper is coming for her. And what about our people? Your people? Alpha Allen replied, poking Grayton's chest. I will protect them, Grayton argued with a frown. How? Casper is powerful, and he doesn't care about their lives. You are so worried about her life that you forgot you have an entire pack that have lives," Alpha Alan said, looking at me, angrily. "And you don't know what she is even capable of," he continued. "She could accidentally kill somebody. Brooke needs to be put in the dungeon away from everybody." I bite the inside of my lip, upset. In a flash, Alpha Alan roughly grabbed my upper elbow, and he pulled me towards him. A deep growl erupted in the dining room, shaking the decorations on the tables. "Let her go," Grayton warned his father. "Are you really going to fight your own father over this girl?" Alpha Alan asked, tightening his grip on my arm. Another growl escaped, but it didn't come from Grayton. It came from me. Alpha Alan looked down at me, and I grabbed his wrist with my other hand. Then I squeezed it hard, forcing him to let go. Alpha Alan yelled out in pain, and I pushed his chest away from me. He went flying and he hit a wall. My eyes widen when I realize what I have done. And there is an example. Alpha Alan sneered as he got out of the ground. "Enough!" Luna Gabriella exclaimed, stepping in front of me, facing her husband. "Alan, she is our future daughter-in-law, and I won't have you messing that up. Yes, she might be a tribid, but she cares about the pack and our son. Now stop acting like a child and head to the pack doctor," Luna Gabriella told her husband angrily. Alpha Alan didn't say anything, but he nodded before leaving the dining room table. "Mom," Grayton said softly. "Grayton, you need to take Brooke back to Melina's house to keep her safe. If you want to stay there, you may. I'm truly sorry about him. I have no idea what has gotten into him." Luna Gabriella apologized for her husband's actions. We nodded, and she left the dining room. "Come on, let's get you home," Grayton said, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. "Bye, guys. I'll see you guys later," I told the group. They waved goodbye, and Grayton asked me to go outside, where his car was parked. He opened my door, and I quietly thanked him. I climbed into the car, and he shut it behind me. He went over to his side, and he climbed into the driver's seat, closing the door behind him. "Did he leave a mark?" Grayton asked, turning the engine on. "I don't know," I said, making him press a button. A light came on, and I looked at my arm. There is no mark, and I'm relieved. "There's no mark," I informed myself, turning the light off. "He shouldn't have said that about you." "You don't need to be locked up in a cage," Grayton said, tightening his grip on the steering wheel. "Gray, calm down," I said, setting my hand on his thigh. Grayton stayed silent for the rest of the ride. When he pulled into Melina's driveway, he turned off the car. Neither one of us made the move to get out. "Your father is scared. We all are. Casper has the upper hand in this fight," I said, holding Grayton's hand. Grayton nodded, but he didn't say anything. "Come on, let's get inside. It's late," I said, realizing that the sun is probably going to be up soon. I opened my door, and Grayton did the same. We met each other at the front of the car, and he wrapped an arm around my waist. I opened the door, and we made our way to my bedroom. As Grayton sat on my bed, taking off his shoes, I grabbed a new outfit since mine was covered in blood. "Where are you going?" Grayton asked, making me look back at him. "I'm going to change out of this," I informed him, gesturing to the clothes in my hand. "You can change in here. I'll look away. The last time you went downstairs, we ended up in a fight." "That's true." "Okay, but you better keep look that way," I said, making him face a different direction. I quickly changed out of my clothes and into a pair of cotton shorts and a black sweatshirt. "Okay, you can look now," I told him, making him look back at me. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and he was in a pair of gray sweatpants. I furrowed my eyebrows. When did he change into those? I was too exhausted to ask him. I switched off the light, and I climbed into my bed. Grayton instantly wrapped an arm around my stomach, and I buried my face in his warm chest. "Good night, Gray," I whispered, kissing him on the cheek. Sweet dreams, Brooks. Chapter 24. Brooke POV. For the last 10 minutes, I have been looking at Grayton, who was still asleep. I traced my finger along his jawline, admiring it. Grayton groaned, pulling me in closer. I smiled, and he cracked his eyes open. "Good morning, beautiful," Grayton whispered, gently tracing circles on my back. "Morning. Do you know you snore when you are in a deep sleep?" I asked with a smile. "Well, at least I don't talk in my sleep." "I do not," I exclaimed, making him chuckle. "I love you," he said before bopping his nose with mine. "I love you too," I replied, bopping his nose back. "How did you sleep?" I shrugged, and he raised an eyebrow at me. "I slept for 2 hours, but I woke and I couldn't go back to sleep." "You need rest, Brooke. You are stressing yourself over Casper." "Grayton, I can't rest. Casper is either going to kill me or the people I love, and there is no other way around it." "So what are you saying?" You want to give yourself to Casper to be killed? I shook my head. I don't want to, but what other choice do I have? He stayed silent, and I said, exactly. I will find another way to beat him. He will not lay a hand on you, Grayton replied before his phone started dinging from text messages. He didn't even glance at it. Gray, your phone is going off, I informed him, making him shrug. I know, Brooks. I'm just not answering, he responded with a smile. What if it's important? I asked him as he tucked a piece of my hair behind my ear. They'll call me, he replied before giving me a quick kiss on the lips. The dinging ended, but only for a few minutes. Whoever it was kept sending messages. Grayton answered it, and his eyes widened. What's wrong? I asked him after he typed something back. That was Elisa. Something is going on with the pack. Everybody is waking up sick as a dog, he informed me as he got out of bed. Casper, I said, making him nod. I wouldn't put it past him, he said, throwing on a t-shirt. I'm coming with you, I told him, pushing the blankets off of me. He shook his head. No, you need to stay here. Gray, I'm a tribid. This virus isn't going to affect me. We don't know that for sure. You are staying here while I go figure out how to fix this, Grayton said, opening my bedroom door. This is my pack too, you know. Grayton sighed before walking over to me. He wrapped an arm around my waist, and he kissed me on the forehead. I know, but I need you to be safe. If this is because of Casper, he is going to be expecting you to show up. I love you so much, and I'll be back in a few hours. Stay inside and do not leave, please. I nodded. I love you. Please be careful. And with that, he was out of the door, leaving me by myself. I spay. Grayton. I didn't want to leave her alone, but Melina said that the house was protected with wards. The only people who can get in would be me, Elisa, Tylen, Isabella, Callum, Zoe, and Julius. Unless Melina invited somebody, of course. I tried to call Elisa to see who was all sick and what was going on, but she wouldn't answer. I was about to call somebody else, but I lost service, so it was no use. Once I arrived at my house, I quickly parked my car. Then I rushed in, looking for anybody. Nobody was there, so I got back in my car, heading to the pack house. A few minutes later, I arrived at the pack house, anxious to see what was happening. I may or may not have gone past the speed limit. Walking into the pack house, I noticed a few people watching a football game, acting as if nothing was happening. I furrowed my eyebrows, confused as to why they aren't helping the sick. Before I could say anything, Tylen walked into the room with a bowl of popcorn. Hey, Gray, what you doing here? Tylen asked me before popping a piece of popcorn in his mouth. How bad is the virus? Why are you guys just laying around? I asked immediately. Tylen raised an eyebrow. Are you high or something? I shook my head. No, I was told there was a virus going around making everybody sick. Who told you that? Elisa, she texted me. Grayton, there is no virus. He gestured around the room, are off shift for a few hours. But Elisa texted me. Well, let's go find her and see what's going on. Maybe she's high. Tylen put the popcorn down, and we went to look for everybody. Eventually, we found them outside, studying for a school test. School is the least of my worries at the moment. Elisa, I exclaimed, catching their attention. Tylen and I walked over to them, and they all stood up. What's up? Elisa asked, pulling her sweatshirt over her shirt. Are you high or something? Because last time I checked there is no virus going around right now, Tylen asked, making Isabella laugh. What are you guys talking about? Elisa asked, smiling. You texted me an hour ago saying that there was a virus going around and everybody was getting very sick, I answered, making them drop their smiles. Elisa shook her head. No, I didn't. I nodded. Yes, you did. No, Grayton, I didn't. I haven't touched my phone. It's upstairs in my room. Yes, we each have a room in the pack house in case something happens. Why don't we go look at the phone to see? Zoe suggested nervously. I nodded. That is a great idea. We walked inside and up the stairs to Elisa's room. I know that she sent it, and she is annoying me by saying she didn't. We walked inside her room, and Elisa handed me her phone. I opened the message app, and I clicked on our conversation. And sure enough, those messages were there. I showed her and the group. I don't have a clue who sent those because I sure as hell didn't, Elisa replied, crossing her arms across her chest. If you didn't send them, who did? Julius asked, causing everybody to fall silent. Why would someone send me a message from Elisa's phone? Then Callum's eyes widen. Oh, my moon goddess, Callum said with a shake of his head. It can't be. Callum, who do you think did it? I asked, making him glance up at me. Earlier this morning, I ran into Alpha Alan. He asked me when my birthday was, Callum answered, running a hand through his hair. Okay. What does that have to do with Elisa's phone? Isabella asked, looking over at Elisa. Because Callum's birthday is my password to my phone, she said, pale-faced. But why would Alpha Alan send a message to Grayton? That doesn't make any sense considering he has his own phone, Julius said, clearing his throat. Julius is right. This doesn't make any sense. Why would my father text me from my sister's phone, saying there was a virus hurting people? Then everything clicked in my head. So I would leave Brooke alone, I answered, making everybody shocked. He would do anything for the pack, and I bet money that Casper knew that and used it against him. All he has to do is bring Brooke to him. He made up this distraction to get me away from Brooke so he could give her to Casper. We have to get to Brooke now, Elisa said, making everybody nod in agreement. I hope we make it before he gives her to Casper. Chapter 25. Brooke POV. I'm so anxious. I hope everything is going okay with the pack. I understood why I need to stay here, but I can't help but worry about them. I was in the middle of cooking myself some waffles when the doorbell rang. Melina wasn't home because she was helping her witch friends with a spell to protect the pack's territory. But it's not like somebody can come in unless it was Grayton or one of my friends. Unless Melina invited somebody in. But she isn't here right now. I walked to the front door, and I looked through the peephole to see Alpha Alan standing on the porch. I opened the door, and he looked relieved to see that I was here. Brooke, you need to come to the pack house. It's Grayton. He's not doing so well, he said, worriedly. My eyes widen. Oh my goodness, is it the virus? How bad is it? I will explain everything on the way. Come on, Alpha Alan promised me, making me nod. I stepped out onto the porch, and he led me to the sleek black Ranger. He opened the door for me, and I got inside. Then he slammed the door shut before getting into his seat. Then he drove off from my house. I sat in the seat, scared for my life. What if Grayton dies? I can't lose him, especially not to this stupid virus. I played with the end of my sweatshirt. I had on a pair of ripped black jeans and a white, cropped top with a gray sweatshirt over it. It was one of Grayton's sweatshirts. Several minutes passed, and I was tired of the silence. He promised me that he would explain what happened, and I haven't heard an explanation yet. So, how bad is it? I asked Alpha Alan, who was tapping his finger on the steering wheel. It's bad. He's very, very sick, and he is barely conscious, he quickly replied, glancing over at me. I shook my head. This is all my fault. I need to turn myself to Casper so he will stop all this madness. Alpha Alan didn't say anything, but I saw that he was trying to hide a slight smirk. Something feels off. We are going to the pack house, correct? I asked, raising an eyebrow. He nodded. Yes. Is there a problem with that? I listened to his heartbeat, and it was beating extremely fast, as if he were nervous or something. I mean, his son is on the verge of dying. But then, Alpha Alan turned his blinker on, and he turned down a small dirt road. This road doesn't lead to the pack house, I said with a shake of my head. We put all the sick people on this part of the territory so they don't infect those who are healthy. He lied as we turned on another road. You're lying, I stated before adding. Your heartbeat is beating extremely fast. I'm not lying, Brooke, he tried to convince me. Let me out of the car now, I told him, taking my seatbelt off. Brooke, you need to calm down. Let me out of the car or so help me, I threatened with a stern voice. He sighed. Fine. And he stopped the car. I quickly got out of the car, and as soon as my feet touched the ground, I was shot in the leg with a tranquilizer dart. I grabbed the dart out of my thigh, and I dropped it on the ground. Before I could move, 2 more hit me in the chest. I fell to the ground, and I quickly took them out of me. I went on my knees, and my hands were ready to get up when somebody kicked my side. My back hit the Ranger, and my head throbbed from the impact. My body was burning from the darts. Whatever they put in them hurts badly. I looked up to see Casper and 5 other guys. 2 rogues, 2 vampires, and 1 warlock beside Casper were standing in front of me. Nice to see you, little sister, Casper said with a wicked grin. Alan, run! I exclaimed, trying to help him out. But he didn't. Instead, he walked over to Casper with a stern look on his face. Good job, Alan, Casper told him, raising a hand for Alan to shake. What? Alpha Alan didn't. He wouldn't. But then Alpha Alan shook Casper's hand, and my mouth dropped. I did my part of the deal. Now, you will leave my pack alone, correct? Alpha, Alan asked Casper after letting go of his hand. Casper nodded. You have my word, Alan. Alpha Alan glanced over at me, and Casper said, "Don't worry about her. She will be in good hands." "He is going to kill me, Alpha Alan. Grayton will be in so much pain. Please don't do that to him, please," I begged as I tried to ignore the burning in my body. "Darren, Micah, go put her in the van," Casper ordered before two guys walked over to me. One was the rogue, while the other was a vampire. They each grabbed me by one of my arms. I struggled against their grip, and my eyes shifted. I growled, but they didn't budge. I gathered all of my strength, and I twisted both of their arms before throwing them. "You little," Casper started to say, but was cut off by a growl. It wasn't from me, though. It was from Alpha Alan. His eyes glowed, and he shifted into his black wolf. The other rogue and I started fighting, and I was faced with the other vampire. I punched him in the face, and he grabbed me by the shoulders before headbutting me. I groaned, and he let me go. Everything was spinning, and he took that opportunity to kick me in my other side twice. Then he grabbed me by my neck, and he threw me. My back hit a tree, and I quickly got up. He charged towards me, and I was ready for him. Right before he could grab me, I jumped up. Then I dropped down on his shoulders, and I snapped his neck, sending him to the ground immediately. I got off of him, and I looked to see that Alpha Alan killed the rogue. The other warlock ran off to the van, I suppose. Casper smirked, and before I knew it, I was tackled to the ground by the rogue I had thrown earlier. He was in wolf form, and he kept his front paws on my back as he growled near my ear. I tried to throw him off, but he had me where I couldn't move. Alpha Alan growled before charging at Casper. "Alan, no!" I yelled, but it was too late. Casper whipped around, and he chanted a spell. Alpha Alan fell to the ground immediately, whimpering. "Casper, no, please!" I screamed, knowing what he was about to do. Casper glanced back at me. "I warned you, Brooke. If you didn't turn yourself in, I was going to start killing people." Then his gaze went back to Alpha Alan, who was in excruciating pain. "No!" I screamed, but it was too late. Casper grabbed hold of Alpha Alan's neck before snapping it. The wolf fell to the ground, dead. Tears formed in my eyes, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. Alpha Alan is dead. Grayton and Elisa's father is dead. Casper skigged. "This wouldn't have happened if you would have just came with me. I swear on everything I love I am going to kill you," I promised, making him chuckle. "We'll see about that," Casper replied, before grabbing me up from the rogue's grip. As I got on my feet, I felt weak. I needed to fight, but all of my strength was gone. Casper put my hands behind my back, and he wrapped a silver chain around them. He must have put Ravine in it because it was burning my skin. Then I heard rustling in the woods, and Casper heard it too, because he ordered the rogue to go find out what it was. Casper grabbed me by my upper elbow, and we started walking quickly. "Let go of me," I exclaimed, trying to fight him off. "You might be strong, but I'm stronger," he replied as we continued to walk. Why does this feel like déjà vu? A metal truck came into view, and I realized that this was from my vision. I had to get out of these bounds now. I tried to shift, but the burning in my body was overpowering it. My eyes kept shifting in and out, and Casper just rolled his eyes. Then a big blue blast hit Casper. The impact made him let go of me, and he slammed into a tree. "Melina." I heard Casper grumble before Melina revealed herself. "Oh no. She can't be here. She is going to die." "You will not hurt my goddaughter," Melina told him before sending another blast at him. It hit Casper, and he passed out, except I knew he was faking it. Melina ran over to me, and she tried to hug me. That's when I saw Casper's eyes open, and he had a mischievous smirk on his face. "Melina, look out!" I yelled, pushing her out of the way. We both fell on the ground, and the fireball barely missed us. Before he could reach us, a black wolf emerged from the trees, knocking him down. This wolf wasn't Grayton, it was Elisa. Melina and I got up, and she unchained me from my bounds. Casper had Elisa on the ground, and he looked over at us. "Elisa!" I yelled as I ran over to them. Casper chanted a spell, and he pushed me, knocking me off my feet. I was being thrown in the air, and I hit Melina. We both fell to the ground once more. Casper took the opportunity, and he knocked Elisa out cold. Then he chanted another spell, and vines wrapped around my wrists and my ankles. They did the same thing to Melina. Every time I kicked them off, they would grow back 10 times stronger. The vine's grip tightened, and they wrapped around my waist, keeping me to the ground. The other warlock from earlier arrived, and the person chanted a spell to shift Elisa. "No, leave her alone," I yelled as Elisa was shifted back into a human. "I'll see you at the Blood Moon Festival, Brooke," If you don't show, I will kill her, Casper threatened before walking towards the truck. No, Casper, I yelled, trying to get the vines off of me. The other warlock put Elisa over his shoulder, and he walked off. Thank goodness Elisa had on a tank top and a pair of shorts. He put Elisa in the back of the truck before getting in the passenger seat. Then they drove off. Brooke! Elisa! I heard Grayton yell. Grayton! I yelled back, as Melina and I struggled against the vines. Grayton and the rest of the group came running towards us. Grayton, Julius, and Isabella helped me while Callum, Tylen, and Zoe helped Melina. They finally got all of the vines off of us, and I hugged Grayton. Grayton, I'm so sorry. I apologized over and over. Brooke, where's Elisa? Callum asked me, making me tear my face from Grayton's chest. Casper, he took her. Callum turned pale, and he looked like he was going to throw up. And my father? Where is he? Grayton asked me. I turned back to him, and I felt my heart crumble. Casper killed him. Alpha Allen is dead. Chapter 26. Brooke POV. It's Tuesday, and tomorrow is the Blood Moon Festival. I haven't been able to sleep, and neither has Grayton. When the pack found out Alpha Allen was dead, things fell apart. Some said that it was my fault, while others blamed it on Casper. As I walked past a few women in the dining hall, I heard them whispering about me. She needs to be punished. Just because she is Grayton's mate doesn't mean she doesn't get punished. If it were my mate who got Alpha Allen killed, he would be gone in a split second, the woman said, turning her nose in disgust. If we would have given her to Casper in the beginning, none of this would have happened, the other woman sneered. Anger and hurt boiled throughout my body. I spun around really fast, and I scowled at them. I felt my eyes shift, and the woman looked scared of me. Before I could walk over to them, arms wrapped around my waist, Grayton's scent made my eyes shift back to normal, and I pursed my lips. Grayton, I'm fine, I replied as the woman scurried away. Brooks, I can literally feel anger coming off of you, so you are not fine, he replied, tucking a piece of hair behind my ear. Is there any leads on where Elisa is? I changed the subject. Grayton shook his head, disappointed. No, and the Blood Moon Festival is tomorrow night. I sighed. Gray, I need you to promise me something. He furrowed his eyebrows in confusion, and I pulled him out into the hallway. I looked around to see that nobody was in the hall, and I licked my lips nervously. I need you to promise me that if there is no other way, you will hand me over to Casper without a fight. Grayton shook his head. Nope, not happening. He is not going to lay a hand on you tomorrow or the next day, and so forth. Tears built up in the corners of my eyes, but I blinked them. You are going to have to. In order to keep Elisa, you, and the pack safe, I'm going to have to turn myself into Casper. I mean, look at what already happened, Grayton. Your father is dead because of Casper trying to get me. I can't. I won't let him hurt anybody else. We will figure out a way. I know we will, Grayton said in disbelief. We are running out of time. If I don't turn myself in, Elisa is going to die. What about your vision? You said that we made a plan. I told Grayton yesterday about the vision I had of him and Casper talking at the fair. Did you forget the part where you die? The future changes all the time, he argued, running a hand through his hair. Yes, and that's why I'm saying no to that plan, I answered with a shake of my head. Brooke, we don't have another choice, Grayton yelled, making it go silent in the dining hall. Even though we were in the hallway, everybody in the dining hall could hear him yell. Grayton took a couple of deep breaths, trying to calm himself. I'm not letting you die, Grayton. End of discussion. I simply told him before walking upstairs to his bedroom. I slammed the door shut behind me, upset that Grayton isn't listening to me. I can't lose him. I can't. I lost my parents, and that almost broke me. If I lose my mate, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. I curled up on the bed, trying to calm myself down before I have a meltdown. My emotions have heightened a lot since my witch side came out, and it can get a little hard to control. I heard the door open, and I kept facing the wall. I didn't want to start another argument with Grayton right now. Grayton, I'm not going to argue about this anymore, I said out loud. But that's when I realized that it wasn't Grayton. It wasn't his scent. Instead, it smelled like a vampire. I quickly turned to see a guy and a girl standing at the doorway. As soon as I got up, the guy used his super speed, and he grabbed me by the throat, tightly, pushing me against the wall. Kylie, keep watch, the guy told the girl, making her nod before walking back outside the door, shutting the door behind her. You smell sweet for a tribid. It's devouring. I don't think Casper would mind if I take a sip. Then, in a flash, his fangs appeared, and he bit my neck. Quickly, I snapped his wrist that was holding my throat. He yelped in pain, and he released me. I then kicked him in the lower stomach, before grabbing him and throwing him into the glass mirror that was hanging on the wall. The guy groaned, and the door opened, revealing Kylie, the girl. She realized what was going on, and I heard worried voices downstairs. The guy and Kylie both charged at me, and I grabbed them both by the throats before throwing them into the hallway. They both hit the wall, making all the pictures fall and hit the floor. I growled, and footsteps were running up the stairs. I grabbed the vampires by their necks, and I threw them over the railing. They both hit the glass table, which shattered into a million little pieces. Grayton, Tylen, and Julius were the ones racing up the stairs, and they stared at me wide-eyed. 4 guards grabbed the vampires, putting them in ravine chains. "Oh, my moon goddess, Brooke, you're bleeding," Grayton said as soon as he got close to me. He touched my neck where the guy bit me. Vampire bites affect me as much as werewolf bites. They don't kill me, but it hurts badly. Casper sent them to get me, which means that there will be more behind these 2. We need to send everybody in safe houses until we can destroy Casper, I explained, making Grayton look me in my eyes. They didn't even smell like vampires. They smelt like wolves, Julius informed me, making my eyebrows furrow in confusion. "You sure?" I asked him before saying. "Because they reek." "I thought it was you, Grayton, but the scent told me otherwise." "They must have disguised their scent because it kinda smelt like you when we first met you," Tylen said, making my eyes go wide. "Melina made that scent for me. Don't get me wrong, other witches and warlocks can make it, but that one was especially made for me." And Melina went to her house to retrieve some of her books in search of a way to take down Casper without sacrificing herself. "Oh no, we need to get to Melina now," I said, running down the stairs. "Why? What's wrong?" Julius asked me. "Melina made me a specific spray to cover my scent. If they smelt like me when I used that, that means they got their hands on it, which means they went to Melina's house." They nodded, running behind me. Zoe and Isabella followed in suit, and we all jumped into a vehicle. Instead of a 30-minute drive, it was a 15-minute drive. As soon as Grayton put the car in park, I jumped out, running into the house. But I wished I hadn't. Glass was littered everywhere, and the dining table was flipped. I walked into the living room, and the TV was broken, and the couches were ripped apart. That's when I saw blood on the floor. My eyes widen, and I follow it to Melina's witchcraft room. Her books were thrown all over the floor, and the drawers were pulled out. But no, Melina. I took a deep breath before listening for a heartbeat. I heard my friend's heartbeats, but then I heard a weak heart that was barely beating. Melina was in my room. I ran out of the room and up the stairs to my room. When I first entered my room, it didn't look like my room. My mattress was off the bed frame, and my desk was turned over. My clothes were thrown all over the floor, and I saw Melina sitting against the wall, barely breathing. She had a bite mark on her neck, and she was holding her stomach where she was bleeding badly. "Oh my." My voice broke as I raced to her side. "Brooke," she said, slowly. "Melina, you are going to be okay," I said, trying to convince her and myself. Melina gave me a sad smile before shaking her head. Tears looked in my eyes, and she said, "I'm going to be at peace." "Melina, please," I begged her. "I can't lose you too. Please don't leave me." Melina drew her hand up slowly and wiped away my tears. "Brooke, Casper can't survive a tribid bite. If you bite him, he'll die, but he will be stronger during the blood moon." I nodded as she smiled at me. Then she said, "I'm so proud of you, Brooke. I love you. I love you," I cried as she took her last breath. I sobbed as her hand slipped from my face to the ground. Melina is dead, and it's because of Casper. Casper killed my parents. Casper killed Alpha Alan, and he killed Melina. Anger boiled throughout my body, and all I could think about was killing Casper. "Brooke," Grayton warned behind me. The window was open, and I threw myself out the window, landing gracefully on my feet. Then I ran towards the woods, leaving Grayton and the group behind me. Grayton was right. The future can change, and I'm going to change it right now. Chapter 27. Brooke POV. It doesn't take me long to find Casper. He's on the outskirts of town in a warehouse. I can feel his magic, and when I neared the warehouse, I could smell his scent. Guards were surrounding the warehouse, and I could smell blood. I hope it's not Elisa. I can't bear to lose anybody else. I winced in pain at my vampire bite, which is slowly healing. I know I need a plan, but right now, I want to go in there and end Casper. As I jumped off the tree, I saw somebody moving. I landed on the ground quietly before launching an attack on the person. We both fell to the ground, and I looked at the person to see that it was Callum. His eyes widened, and I quickly got off of him. "What the hell, Callum?" I asked him as he got up from the ground. "Grayton said you ran off. I followed your scent here, and the others are on their way," he explained quietly. "You need to leave. If Casper knows you are here, he will kill you without a blink of an eye." "My mate is here. I'm not going anywhere," Callum argued with a scowl. Before I could say anything else, we both heard a scream. Elisa's scream. Callum took off running towards the warehouse, and I followed in his footsteps, trying to grab him before we were seen. But it's too late. The guards noticed us right away, and they raised their guns, then fired. I jumped on top of Callum, sending us both to the ground behind an abandoned car. We both sat up against the vehicle. Gunshots were being shot, and that's when I noticed a searing pain in my thigh. I looked down to see dark red blood soaking through my pants. I was shot. The bullet must have hit me when I jumped on top of Callum, and this wasn't any bullet. I smell ravine from the wound. "Crap!" Callum cursed as he noticed my leg. The guards were closing in, and there was no way I could make it out of here with Callum with my injured leg. I took a deep breath before casting an orb spell, the same orb spell that Melina used to protect me from Cassia. A clear orb went around us and the car, and Callum stood up. I heard gunshots still, but it sounded like we were underwater. "Callum?" I said, catching his attention. "This orb isn't going to hold long. As soon as it goes out, you need to run." Callum shook his head. "No way. You are my Luna, my friend, and I'm not going to leave you to die. Casper can't kill me until tomorrow night. Once he has me, he'll let Elisa go." I tried to convince him. "You, Elisa, and everybody else has time to go and get out of town. Time to get away from Casper." "I'm not leaving you, Brooke," he replied with a stern look on his face. "As your future Luna, I command you to leave me," I ordered as another wave of pain hit me. Callum was silent for a moment, and I saw cracking in my orb. It wouldn't last much longer. "Please, Callum," I begged him, blinking back tears. Callum slowly nodded, and I said, "I need you to promise me something. Anything. Tell Grayton that I love him, and I will be waiting for him on the other side." A tear slipped down my cheek, and I quickly wiped it away. Callum nodded, and the orb started shaking as bullets continued to hit it. "I'll cover you," I stated right before the orb fell, breaking like glass. As I chanted another spell, I stood up, leaning against the car. Then I started hurling fireballs at the bodyguards as Callum ran. Then I felt a tiny pinch on my neck. I looked to my left to see Casper standing behind me. He pulled out a needle, and he smirked at me. "Finally, I knew you would turn yourself in," he stated as the gunshots stopped. "What did you do?" I asked him, as my body grew heavy. "Let's just say you will be sleeping until tomorrow," Casper said as my body became weaker and weaker. "Let Elisa go," I said between deep breaths. He skecked as he shook his head. "Then what will I use to keep you in line?" My eyes widen, and Casper orders 2 guards to take me. "Take her to Dr. Barnes and get her stitched up immediately before she heals," Casper commanded, as the 2 guards each grabbed one of my arms. "Have a good rest, Brooke. You are going to need a lot of energy for tomorrow night," Casper told me, grabbing my chin roughly. "Everything is going to change, little sister." And that's the last thing I heard before I fell into blackness. Aidingspee. "Brooke!" I heard my name being called. I cracked my eyes open to see a bright light, making me groan. "Brooke!" A familiar voice exclaimed once more. Then all the events from the last couple of hours hit me, and my eyes widen, taking in my surroundings. This wasn't the same warehouse. It wasn't even a warehouse. It was like the basement of a house. My hands were tied above me in ropes, soaked in a ravine, which is causing redness around my wrists. My ankles were also tied, and I was in the middle of the room. I saw that the rope was being held from a hook on the ceiling. "Brooke!" somebody exclaimed once more. I looked to see where the voice was coming from, and I saw Elisa sitting against the wall. Her hands were chained to the wall, and her head was bleeding. She also had a few bruises on her face. "Elisa!" I exclaimed in relief that she was alive. "Where are we?" Elisa shrugged. "I don't know. We were at the warehouse since the night Casper took me. But when he got his hands on you, a guard knocked me out, and here we are. I do know that Casper put a spell on the house so you can't use your witch powers. Are you okay?" Elisa's eyes filled with tears. "Casper, he wasn't kind to me, trying to get some information on you, but I didn't tell him. I'm so sorry, Elisa. This is all my fault." She shook her head in disbelief. No, Casper did it, not you. We were both silent for a moment before I said, Callum was at the warehouse. But I made him leave when the guards started attacking us. He heard you scream, and he blew our cover to try and rescue you. Elisa gave me a sad smile. I miss him so much. I was about to say something else, but I stopped when I heard the door open. Then 3 sets of footsteps walked down the stairs, and Elisa curled herself together. Casper stepped off the last step along with 2 guards. Good morning, Brooke. I hope you slept well, Casper said with a polite tone. Where are we, Casper? I asked him as I struggled against the ropes. That doesn't matter. What matters is that I have you and in... He checked his watch before continuing. 12 hours. I will be my original self once more. So you just came down here to say that little speech? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Casper laughed. That was the first part. Bruce, get her down. The bigger bodyguard unhooked the rope, making me fall to the ground. Now is the time to escape. And don't even try anything or Elisa over here will die. Casper threatened, making me look at Elisa, who was being held at gunpoint by the other bodyguard. Bruce grabbed the rope that was binding me, and he pulled me off the ground. I hissed in pain as the rope dug into my skin, but Bruce didn't care. What are you doing? I asked Casper. Glad you ask. You see, I have been reading up on some ancient tales, and in all I read, it says the exact thing. If I have Tribid's blood, I can create Tribids from regular humans. I felt like I was going to pass out, but I need blood to test that theory out. Casper finished, making me struggle against the guard. Take her upstairs, Bruce, Casper commanded, before looking at the other guard. Keep her at gunpoint. Don't kill her unless I say. The guard nodded, and Elisa looked at me with worry in her eyes. And that was the last thing I saw before going up the stairs. When we arrived upstairs, it didn't look like a regular house. It looks like nobody moved in. The only piece of furniture was in the living room, and it was a chair that had leather handcuffs attached to it. Bruce set me in the chair, and he untied me from the rope, but as soon as my hands were unbound, he put them in handcuffs. He did the same thing to my ankles, also. Casper leaned against the wall, watching me like I was an exotic animal. Dr. Barnes! Casper barked, making a small woman run into the room. Yes, sir? She asked, brushing her hair back. I need a pint of her blood, Casper ordered, making the woman nod. Right away, she replied, before scurrying away to find supplies. And, Casper added, looking at Bruce, if she tried to escape at any time, kill Elisa. Bruce nodded, and Casper came closer to me. The closer he gets to me, the more he looks like my father, which is scary. My father was a kind man, and every time I saw him, I felt safe. But with Casper, every time I look at him, I feel scared. Casper got close to my ear before whispering, If that mate of yours comes to save you, I will kill him with my bare hands. All the color from my face drained, and my heart started beating quickly. Then he pulled away with a satisfied smile. I have to get set up for tonight. I'll be back soon. The lady walked back into the room with supplies, and Casper walked out of the door without a second look. I have to escape before Grayton comes looking for me. I can't bear to lose him. I have to get Elisa out of here before she ends up dying because of me, and I only have a small time period, too. Moon Goddess, please be on my side today. Chapter 28. Brooke POV. I waited for a couple of minutes before I set my plan into motion. My blood was filling the pint slowly, and I saw Bruce staring at it. He's a vampire. I smell it, and it's killing him that he can't get his hands on my blood. I'll be right back, Dr. Barnes told me before leaving the room. It sucks, doesn't it? I said, making his eyes look away from the bag to me. What? He asked, making me shrug. You are sitting here watching my blood, I said before taking a deep breath. Watching it drip. I wonder what it tastes like. If I had to take a guess, I would say it tastes like strawberries. Bruce's eyes went dark with hunger, and I knew my plan was working. I'll make you a deal. If you let me walk, I'll give you this, I said, gesturing to the blood bag. He shook his head as he walked over to me. Bruce leaned down toward my neck. Then, in a flash, he bit me, making me bite my tongue to stop myself from screaming. While he was distracted, I managed to break free from my restraints. I wrapped my hands around his neck before snapping it. Bruce fell to the ground, and I quickly untied my ankles. I pulled the needle out of my arm, and I ran to the basement to save Elisa. Blood was dripping from my neck, but I didn't care. My focus was on getting Elisa and getting out of here as soon as possible. The guy who was with Elisa was leaning against the wall, asleep. Elisa was still sitting on the ground. She looked up when she heard me, and I put a finger to my lips. Elisa nodded, and I quietly walked over to her and ripped the chains off her wrists. I wrapped her arm around my shoulders while my other arm lifted her up by the waist. I looked to see that the guard was still asleep, and we quietly walked back up the stairs. "There's got to be a back door," I muttered, looking around the house. "Brooke, over there." Elisa pointed to a sliding door that led out to the woods. We walked, Elisa limped, over to the door, and I pushed it open. I listened for any sounds of footsteps, but there weren't any. I could use my super speed if it weren't for the fact that my leg was still healing from the ravine bullet. We started walking across the yard to the woods, to freedom. However, this was too easy. I heard the guard before I saw him, and he was carrying a pistol. I pushed Elisa behind a thick tree trunk right before he shot at us. "Elisa, shift, get out of here," I said, making her nod weakly. "What about you?" she asked, sadly. "Don't worry about me, shift now." Within a few seconds, she shifted. Elisa gave me one more look before running away. "Good, she will be safe." "Come out, Brooke!" the guard yelled, shooting another bullet in the air. I need to distract him and the rest of the guards so they won't chase after Elisa. I tried to cast a spell, but nothing happened. Casper's magic is more potent than mine. Taking a deep breath, I walked out from behind the tree trunk with my hands in the air. "I surrender." The guard lowered his gun, but he narrowed his eyes. "What game are you playing at?" I walked closer to him. "No game. I can't run because of the wound, and I can't use my magic, so it's pretty pointless to try and escape." Instead of answering, he grabbed my wrists, just like I wanted him to. In a flash, I pushed his hands off of me, and I snapped his neck. He fell to the ground, and I grabbed his gun. I heard shouts and people rushing towards me. I started going towards the woods when a loud ringing noise made me cover my ears. It got louder and louder, and I couldn't stand it. I fell to my knees as I covered my ears, which felt like they were going to explode. The ringing was so loud that I didn't hear somebody behind me. That somebody grabbed me by my hair and dragged me to my feet. I looked to see Casper holding my hair with a look of madness on his face. The ringing grew louder as Casper dragged me back to the house by my upper elbow. I tried to push him off, but every time I did, Casper would make the ringing grow louder. As soon as we walked into the house, Casper threw me across the room. I hit the wall before landing on my side on the floor. The ringing stopped, and Casper grabbed me by my throat, picking me off the floor. He slammed me into the wall with an angry scowl on his face. "Do you realize what you have done?" Casper yelled as his grip tightened around my neck. "Now, Elisa is going to tell your pack where you are, and I have to kill some more people, which I don't have time to do." Anger filled throughout my body, and I growled. I grabbed onto his wrist, and I snapped it, making him let go of me. Casper yelled in pain, and I swept him off his feet. He landed on the floor with a loud thud, and I got on top of him, punching him. Then I remembered what Melina told me. Casper can't survive a Tribid's bite. I grabbed Casper's wrist, but before I could bite him, he was gone. I was the one on the floor, and Casper held me by my throat. My eyes widened, and I was so confused. How did he move so fast? "Oh, did nobody tell you?" he asked me with a laugh. "My vampire side comes out every time we have a blood moon." That's what Melina meant when she said he would be stronger. And that also explains why Casper left abruptly when they went to take my blood. He can't control his hunger. I see it in his eyes as he keeps eyeing my throat. "Sir," a guard said, coming into the living room. "The setup for tonight is complete." Casper nodded, keeping his eyes on me. "Get everybody loaded up. I'll deal with Brooke." The guard nodded before leaving us two alone. Then Casper started mumbling a spell, and I struggled against his grip. Then I stopped fighting as my body grew heavy. My eyelids fluttered, and I tried my best not to close them. Casper picked me up bridal style, and he put me back in the chair. "Dr. Barnes!" he yelled as I struggled to keep my head upright. Dr. Barnes came into the room, and Casper gestured to the pint of blood. She nodded, and she placed the IV back in my arm. I used the little bit of strength I had left, and I knocked off the blood bag. It hit the floor, and a few drops of blood dropped out of the bag. Dr. Barnes picked it up while Casper cursed under his breath, and then everything went black. Bracing. Grayton. When Elisa came back to us, I felt a huge sense of relief that she was okay, but I was disappointed when Elisa told us that Brooke sacrificed herself so she could escape. And Elisa knows where Brooke is being kept, which is where we are right now. It was me, Tylen, Julius, Isabella, Zoe, and about 15 guards. Elisa was ready to jump into battle to save Brooke, but Callum and I both told her no, The pack doctor informed us that Elisa had silver in her blood, which is the reason she is slowly healing. She needs rest so her body can heal. Plus, I just got her back. No way am I going to lose her again. As we neared the house, I noticed that nobody was outside guarding. It was 10 o'clock at night, and the blood moon appeared at midnight, so it gave us 2 hours to find Brooke and destroy Casper. Alpha Grayton, a guard said, catching my attention. It felt strange hearing that. Alpha Grayton, and not in a good way. I wish they were saying that because I got crowned Alpha by my father, not because my father died. We swept the outer perimeter, and there is no sign of Casper or his followers, he continued, making me nod. I nodded. Let's go in. We don't have time to waste. You take the rest around and through the back, and we'll go through the front. The guard nodded, and Tylen asked, Grayton, what if it's a trap? I looked at him, and I said, why would he want to trap us? He already got Brooke, and that's all he needs. Okay, but we are talking about a maniac here, Tylen went on. Tylen, Zoe said, making him shut up instantly. Grayton knows what he is doing. Tylen nodded, and I said, come on, let's go. We moved in the dark, quietly, and I listened for any sudden noises. When we got to the door, I kicked it open, and we all rushed in. But there was no Casper or followers, no Brooke. Instead, there was a chair in the room with restraints on it. Beside it was a metal rod with nothing on it. Anger built up in me, and I growled. Brooke isn't here, and I have no idea where she might be. She is suffering, and I won't be able to save her. As everybody went to check upstairs in the basement, I was being drowned in my own thoughts. Then all of a sudden, a silver bullet came flying, and I barely missed it. I looked behind me to see a small woman with a pistol. He was right, she said, shaking her head softly. Casper? I asked, taking a step closer to her. He said you would come for her, she said before laughing at herself. But you are too late. Where is she? I asked, anger laced in my voice. I don't know. All I know is that you are done for. After Casper kills your precious mate, not only will he be 10 times stronger, but he will have a tribid army behind him. The lady sneered, making me lunge at her. She went to shoot me, but she was too slow. I pushed her against the wall, knocking the gun out of her hands. Tell me where she is, I demanded, wrapping my hand around her throat. Grayton, Julius yelled, making me look back at him. He was standing by the chair, and he looked down. That's when I noticed something. Dark red spots on the ground. Blood. Brooke's blood. The lady laughed. That clever girl. I looked back at her, and I said, get her tied up. I gave the lady to one of the guards, who took her downstairs. Zoe, Isabella, and Tylen came from downstairs and noticed the blood as well. I can track her scent, I said, walking out the front door with my friends behind me. But we have to hurry. We all shifted before running into the woods. Brooke's scent is strong as ever, and it will lead me to her. Hold on, Brooke. I'm coming. Chapter 29. Brooke POV. When I woke up, I looked around to see that I was outside. There were torches lit, and I went to sit up when I realized I was being held down by chains. I struggled against them, and Casper walked over to me with a tiny smirk on his lips. It's almost time, he said, happily. And to be honest, I'm a little disappointed that your lover didn't come for you. Why? Because you couldn't harm him? I replied bitterly. He nodded. Hurting mates is so fun. You are a monster, and you will be gone. A monster, he repeated what I asked with a bitter laugh. Mates make you weak. Love makes you weak. I shook my head. Not true. It is. My parents loved me, and because of that love, they took away my powers. You hurt innocent people, Casper, I exclaimed before taking a deep breath to calm myself down. They were not innocent. Werewolves are never innocent. And vampires are? Do you ever think why I hurt those people? Casper asked, making me stay silent. Exactly. I hurt those people because one of their new member harmed my best friend, the one person I could tolerate in this pathetic world. He continued, and after his death, I went to the pack to tell them what happened, but they didn't believe me. They said that I harmed him, and I was covering my tracks, and I lost it. Casper, I know you miss being a vampire, but I'm your little sister. Are you really going to harm me for power? I wish I didn't have to harm you, but not because you are my sister, Brooke, but because you are the only tribid on this planet. You would have been a great asset to me, especially when I make my army, Casper explained, making my blood run cold. Then he looked up at the full moon, and he smirked. So you know that I'm stronger in the blood moon. But did you know you are weaker? What? The blood moon lasts for a few minutes, meaning within those few minutes, you will be vulnerable. It is the only real weakness on a tribid. Why didn't Melina tell me this? Now, Casper continued, catching my attention. I have something to prepare before our audience comes. Audience? I asked, making him nod. My followers. I didn't say anything else, and I looked up at the stars. At least I'll be with my parents and Melina. An hour passed before people started showing up. Casper was beyond pleased, and that made me sick to my stomach. When I guess everybody showed up, Casper walked up the 3 small stone steps to me. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special occasion. This is the start of taking over the supernatural world, Casper exclaimed, making the crowd clap and holler in agreement. Now the blood moon starts in a few minutes, and that's when Brooke Jones will die. He yelled to the crowd, making them shout and cheer. Casper continued on with his speech, but he suddenly stopped when the wind started to pick up a little. He smiled, and I looked at the moon to see that it was starting to turn red. My heart started beating faster, and I knew this was the end of the road for me. Casper picked up the knife from the table before walking over to me. I struggled against the chains, but it was useless since I'm basically a human right now. Casper raised the knife, waiting for the moon to be fully red. And when it did, he asked, "No hard feelings, right?" "Go be gone," I replied, making him laugh. "Goodbye, Brooke," he told me, bringing the knife down. I closed my eyes, waiting for him to end me, but it never came. Instead, a gush of wind flew over me, and I heard the knife fall to the floor, then yells and screams. I opened my eyes to see the crowd fighting, but not each other. I saw Isabella, Tylen, Julius, and Zoe fighting along with the guards. Relief washed over me, and I looked where Casper was just standing over me. He wasn't there, but instead, Grayton was trying to find something to get the chains off of me. "Grayton," I said, making him turn around. "You came." Grayton rushed over to me and he said, "Of course I did. Come on, let's get you out of these chains." As he started ripping off my chains, even though it was burning him, I said, "Gray, Casper has his vampire and witch powers, and as long as the blood moon is out, I'm vulnerable." His eyes widened in surprise, but he continued to take off the chains. Before Grayton could unchain my right wrist, which was the last thing holding me down to the table, he was knocked to the ground. Casper was on top of him, punching him. Fear ran throughout my body as I stood up. I tried to pull off the last chain, but I was too weak. 2 vampires started walking up the steps, coming towards me. I looked around for something to defend myself. The knife Casper had was on the other side of the table, and I threw myself across the table. I grabbed it off the floor just in time. One of the vampires threw themselves at me, and I turned around to stab him. It wasn't a wooden stake, but it would hurt them. As I removed the knife from the first body, the other vampire grabbed my ankle, and I threw the knife directly at him. It hit him right in the chest, and he fell to the floor. I looked back at the crowd to see that Grayton was the one who was punching Casper before kicking him to the ground. Then Grayton quickly jumped up to me, and he broke the last chain. Grayton wrapped an arm around my waist, and we ran to the grass where everybody was fighting. Zoe and Julius were in their wolf forms, and it looked like we were winning. Then I saw Casper, and he didn't look happy. "Grayton!" I yelled, but it was too late. Casper already changed his spell, and the magic threw Grayton and me against the trees. Before I could even stand, Casper used his super speed to reach me. He grabbed me by the throat before throwing me away from the tree back towards the fight. He didn't throw me far because he knows that I'm vulnerable, so too much strength would kill me. I groaned in pain as my side throbbed. Casper cursed under his breath before kicking me in the ribs, making me fall on my back. "Not so strong now, huh?" he asked, clearly enjoying my pain. He squatted down, putting his hand on my leg. Then, in a flash, he pushed down, breaking my leg. I screamed in pain, and he watched me intently. A growl made Casper snap his head away from me. I looked where he was looking, and I saw Grayton in his wolf form. Casper straightened up right before Grayton charged at him. I heard yelps, growls, and fighting, but I was in too much pain to try to get up. I found myself looking at the moon, and I noticed the moon was turning back to its original color. Casper undoubtedly saw this too, and I heard a yelp from Grayton. Grayton was shaking his head, I guess from the punch Casper gave him. Casper ran towards me, but Grayton pounced on him with a deep growl. "You useless mutt," Casper yelled before chanting a spell. I felt my body starting to heal, and I looked up to see that the moon was halfway red. My leg wasn't stinging anymore, and my ribs were starting to hurt less. I need these healings to hurry because Grayton can only hold Casper off for so long. I slowly sat up to see what was going on around me. Grayton and Casper were fighting, and Grayton was winning. But I looked to where everybody else was, and Zoe was on the ground, struggling to get out of the vampire's grip. Tylen knows she's in danger, but he is fighting two vampires at the same time. Isabella and Julius were fighting together, but Isabella ran over to Zoe to help her. My leg felt healed, so I tried to stand up. When I did, both Casper and Grayton looked at me. Then Casper looked up at the blood moon to see that there was less than half of red left. "No," he yelled, throwing Grayton off of him like he was nothing. Grayton hit a tree, and I gasped in worry. But as soon as I looked back at Casper, he was already up in my face. He grabbed my upper arm, and he used his super speed to take us to the table. Only a few minutes. Only a few minutes until I get my powers back, and I need to distract him until then. Casper grabbed me by the waist before slamming me on the table, making me groan. He grabbed the knife from the guy I threw it at, and I tried to scurry off the table. Casper grabbed my ankle before dragging me back towards him. As soon as I got close to him, I turned around, and I slapped him in the face. His head snapped to the side, and I kicked him with my other foot, pushing him away from me. Then Grayton ran over to me, and I felt my powers. I felt stronger and powerful. "No!" Casper yelled like a 5-year-old. And I know why. The only chance he had of ending me is over. The blood moon was over. "All I wanted was my power back," Casper yelled, taking a step closer, making Grayton put me behind him. "And you messed it all up," he continued to yell, clearly angry. "Give it up, Casper," Grayton said calmly. Casper lifted his scowl into a smile, and he looked directly at me. Then he glanced over at Grayton, and I realized he still had the silver knife in his hand. My eyes widen in fear, and everything happens in slow motion. Casper's grip tightened around the blade, and he used his super speed to reach Grayton faster. Just like my vision, I couldn't let this happen. I used my super speed, and I got in front of Grayton. As soon as I did, Casper stabbed me with the knife in the lower stomach. Casper looked surprised that I jumped in front of Grayton. Then he took the knife out, which hurt so much worse than him stabbing me with it. I fell to my knees, holding the wound as blood poured out of it. Silver doesn't affect me that much, but it still hurts terribly. I took a few deep breaths as Grayton came over to me, trying to see the damage. When he did, I saw the anger and worry wash over his face. "Ah, young mate love. So foolish," Casper said, making us look at him. "I told you that love makes you weak." Instead of responding, I stood up, leaning against the table for support. With a deep breath, I launched myself at Casper, who didn't see me coming. We both fell off the ledge and onto the hard ground. I quickly jumped on top of him, and I grabbed his wrist. He went to throw me off, but it was too late. I bit his wrist, making him scream in pain. His blood tasted bitter just like him. Casper finally threw me off, and Grayton came to my side to help me up. Casper stood up as he saw the blood pouring down his arm, and he looked at me. "Love doesn't make you weak, and I wish you can see that," I said as his blood started to turn black. "No!" he yelled as he dropped to his knees. The rest of the group finished off the rest of Casper's followers, and they stood next to me and Grayton. "Goodbye, Casper," I said softly. Casper took one more deep breath before his skin started cracking. All of us were surprised by this, and he exploded into a pile of dust. It was finally over. Chapter 30. Brooke POV. I woke up to somebody mumbling. I looked around the room to see that I was in Grayton's room. Grayton was at the door, talking to Julius. Grayton glanced over at me, and he smiled. He whispered something to Julius before making his way over to me. Julius left the room, and Grayton sat at the end of the bed. "What happened?" I asked him, trying my best to sit up. "You passed out after you defeated Casper. The pack doctor said that you lost a lot of blood, and you were dehydrated, which caused you to pass out," he explained, stroking my hand with his fingertips. I nodded, and I said, "It's finally over." "It's finally over," Grayton repeated my words before kissing my hand. "How's Elisa doing? Is she okay?" I asked him, suddenly remembering how badly Elisa was hurt. "She's fine. Everything healed." "And your mom?" Grayton was silent for a moment, clearing his throat. "We are all grieving differently. My mom can't even get out of bed, and Elisa has been crying since she found out." "And you?" I asked him, making him freeze. "I'm trying my best to put a brave face on, but—" Grayton's voice broke, breaking my heart into a million pieces. "Come here," I told him, moving over so he could lie beside me on the bed. Grayton lay beside me, and I wrapped my arms around him. His arm wrapped around my waist, and he buried his head in the crook of my neck. I rubbed his back as he cried over his father's death. I don't know how long we stayed in the position, but we both ended up falling asleep in each other's arms. When I woke up, I was hungry, but I knew I needed a shower first. Grayton was still sleeping beside me, and I quietly escaped his grip. I walked into the bathroom, and I jumped into the hot water. I stayed in there for a while, washing my body and hair, before getting out to change into some fresh clothes. After I was finished getting dressed, I brushed my teeth and my hair. Then I walked out of the bedroom, noticing how quiet it was in the pack house. I walked down the hallway and down the stairs. When I walked into the kitchen, I was surprised to see Elisa making a sandwich. She looked startled to see me also. "Hey," I said, taking a step towards the fridge. "How is he?" Elisa asked, glancing over at me. "He'll be okay. You all will," I promised, remembering the grief I experienced from the loss of my parents. It was rough for a while, but then the time came when everything got better with every breath I took. "Sorry for your loss. Melina was a good woman," she told me, making me slightly nod as I grabbed some milk out of the fridge. "Where is everybody?" I asked, hoping to change the subject. Tylen and Zoe went home, Julius and Isabella went to go run, and Callum is asleep in my room. I grabbed a box of cereal from the pantry before grabbing a bowl. Then I filled the bowl with cereal and milk. Lastly, I grabbed a spoon before plunging it into the delicious cereal. "Tylen was telling Callum and I," Elisa said, catching my attention, "that Casper messed you up pretty bad since you were vulnerable." I took a bite of my cereal before saying, "Yeah, but I'm fine. Everything healed." "Even that silver blade wound?" Elisa asked, raising an eyebrow. I rolled up my shirt a little to see that there was no mark from the knife Casper stabbed me with. "Yep." Elisa smiled. "Well, I'm glad you are okay. Being a Tribid has its pros and cons, I see. I can't wait to see what yours and Grayton's children will be like." My smile fell at the thought of children. I want children, but I don't know if I can have any. We both fell into a weird silence, and I heard footsteps walking into the kitchen. Elisa and I both looked to see Grayton walking into the kitchen, scratching the back of his neck. "What are you two doing?" he asked us, looking at both of us. "Eating. You hungry?" Elisa asked, making Grayton shake his head. "No, actually, can Brooke and I be alone for a few minutes?" Grayton asked his sister as he leaned against the counter. Elisa nodded. "Yeah, I'm going to see if Callum is awake." Then she was gone, leaving Grayton and me alone. I pushed down some cereal before taking another bite. "What do you want to talk about?" I asked Grayton after I had swallowed my cereal. Grayton pushed himself off the counter, and he walked behind me, wrapping his arms around my chest. "I wanted to talk about how much I love you," Grayton replied before kissing my cheek, "and how much I'm thankful you're mine." After he said that, he kissed my jawline, making me smile at him. "I love you too, Grayton. Seeing you almost die before my eyes made me feel an unbearable pain. I just want you to know that until my last breath, I will love you." I stood up from the chair, and I wrapped my arms around him, hugging him. "Even if I can't give you kids?" I asked, making him pull away from me. I looked up to see Grayton furrowing his eyebrows. "Of course I'll still love you." I hugged him again, and he kissed the top of my head. "Want to go do something fun?" Grayton asked, swaying us. "Sure, what do you have planned?" I asked him, pulling away from his chest. "Come on," Grayton said, grabbing my hand into his. We walked out of the house, and Grayton took off his shirt. "A run?" I asked him, making him nod. "That sounds fun." I took off my shirt and my pants while Grayton shifted into his wolf. I shifted also, and Grayton started running into the woods. I followed him, and it felt so good to run. I haven't shifted in a while, and the world feels so much more different on 4 paws. We ran and ran for hours on end until the sun began to set. We stopped at the river, and we stayed in our wolf forms, watching the sunset. I leaned my head against Grayton's warm shoulder. If you had told me a few months ago that I would find a mate and a group of amazing friends, I would have laughed. I never thought I would find love, or if I was even capable of love. But I'm so glad I found Grayton and my friends who love and adore me. And nobody is going to hurt them. If they try, they have to get through me first. And I won't go down easy. Epilogue. 9 months later. "Are you nervous? Excited? Sad?" Isabella asked as she started on my hair. "I'm nervous, but I'm excited too," I replied as Zoe changed the song. "Well, it's your wedding day after all," Elisa said, putting makeup out on the table. I smiled, trying to calm myself down. I remembered when Grayton asked me to marry him. It was the night of graduation, and it was just me and my left in the house. I remembered that Grayton led me outside, and there were rose petals all over the ground with candles. That's when he went down on one knee, and he asked me to marry him. Of course, I said yes. Now, I'm twirling my engagement ring, nervously. Aunt Riley and Uncle Brody flew in, and they were getting last-minute stuff ready for today. I haven't seen Grayton since last night, and I'm so ready to see him today. Do you know where you are going for your honeymoon? Zoe asked me. We are going to Greece. That's a pretty place, Isabella said with a wow tone. Yeah, it is. The girls and I talked for hours as they got me ready. I finally got to put on my dress, which was beautiful. It was a simple white dress with off-the-shoulder straps. I wasn't going for anything big. The wedding itself isn't big either, despite Elisa's protests. Our pack will be there, and that's pretty much it. When it finally got closer to the time to walk down the aisle, Zoe reapplied some lipstick. I asked Zoe, Isabella, and Elisa to be my bridesmaids. They agreed right away, and they all were in sage green dresses to match the theme of the wedding. It's almost time, Isabella exclaimed excitedly. A knock on the door made Elisa open it, revealing my Uncle Brody. He was dressed in a tux, and he smiled when he saw me. You look beautiful, kiddo, he said before saying. Your parents would be so proud of you. Tears gathered in my eyes, and the girls left the room. You think so? I asked him, making him nod. Of course. I wish they were here. Uncle Brody gave me a side hug and he said, Me too, but they are watching over you. Come on, let's go get you married. I sniffled as I nodded. Yeah. It's not too late to back out. I will be your getaway driver, Uncle Brody joked. What about Aunt Riley and Stephen? I asked, making him shrug. They had their baby a few months ago, and he is the prettiest baby on the planet. I'll be back to get them. I laughed as his arm popped around mine, and I took a deep breath, realizing, this is real. I'm marrying my mate. Even though Grayton and I didn't meet on the best terms, I'm glad he is going to be your husband. That boy is head over heels in love with you, Uncle Brody said as we walked out of the room. I nodded, and I thought back to the first time Uncle Brody and Grayton met. It was a month after everything happened with Casper, and Uncle Brody and Aunt Riley were coming down to surprise me. Well, neither did Grayton, and we may have been kissing on the couch when they walked in to surprise us. My uncle was so mad, and Aunt Riley had to calm him down before he confronted Grayton for getting too close to his only niece. But now, here we are. I heard the music start to play, and I knew it was my time to shine. Everybody was standing, and I saw Grayton standing at the end of the aisle. The guys were beside Grayton while the girls were on my side, holding bouquets of flowers. We stepped out, and I kept my eyes on Grayton, who was grinning ear to ear. When we got to him, Uncle Brody kissed my hand before giving it to Grayton. Grayton and I both faced the priest, and Grayton wrapped an arm around my waist, pulling me closer to him. The priest said a couple of things, and we repeated after him. Then it was time for our vows. When I first met you, I thought you weren't going to accept me because of what I am. But you have done way more than just accept me. You have shown me what it's like to be in love, and you don't care what I am or my past. You love me for me. I'm so excited to start this new journey with you. I promise I will love you with everything in me, and I promise I will be by your side for better or for worse, I said nervously. Grayton smiled before saying, Brooks, before I met you, I was so impatient to meet my mate. It seemed like everybody had their mate except for me. But when you came into my life, my whole world lit up like a Christmas tree. I'm so happy to call you wife, and I can't wait for us to be together forever. I promise I will be the best husband to you, and I promise I will never leave your side. We're in this for forever. You're it for me, Brooks. Tears were rolling down my cheeks, and Grayton had some rolling on his too. Grayton Alexander King, do you take Brooke Jones to be your lawfully wedded wife? Grayton nodded. I do. Brooke Jones, do you take Grayton King to be your lawfully wedded husband? I nodded. Yes, I do. By the power invested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may now kiss the bride. Gladly, Grayton commented before kissing me. He leaned me back, and I wrapped my arm around his neck. The crowd clapped, and we pulled apart, but Grayton kept his arm wrapped around my waist. We both smiled at the crowd, and I cheered. I love you, Mrs. King, Grayton said as we walked down the aisle. I love you, Mr. King, I replied as he kissed my cheek. The end.